And 3, 2, 1, and we are live at 24,296 kilobizels per second.
Nice.
Yeah. So now I got to figure out how to get into my
the live chat.
And I apologize if I'm super loopy and I talk all over everybody and I'm all over the place. I haven't slept. Last night was the first time I've slept in 48 hours, and I got 6 hours, I think, which is actually pretty good.
That ain't right. Oh,
pretty good.
I cursed in the first few seconds. I forget.
Oh, fuck! Did I wait? You did or I did?
I don't know. I did.
Did I? I might have.
It's what, 20 seconds, something like that. I don't know.
We go.
Whatever.
Wait, are we even live? It says I'm logged into the wrong goddamn account. Am I streaming on the right spot? Okay, good. Okay,
yeah, we good.
Like I went to my YouTube dashboard and it says I'm logged in as like Jerry Barnacules 2734. Apparently, I have an account called Jerry Barnacules 273485.
So like with your, I have the same, right? Like with my my personal email, you can either I maybe change some setting with my AuxxZillary account, but yeah, I have one that it's like your name, and then also like you can have one like for your email. It's weird.
Oh no, I think I have seen that, because like if you leave a comment, it'll be whatever account you're logged in under, right?
Under my it says like I go to other accounts, right? If I wanted to switch away from AuxxZillary, under the other accounts, it's linked to my email, but it has like my full name, or I can use the like username that's attached to the email.
Nice.
This is interesting. Yeah. I don't know.
I think I have like 8 accounts. I just went and looked. I clicked on the little switch accounts button, because I was trying to get on the right account. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Bro,
I have 7 accounts on YouTube. I didn't know that. And I guess, I forgot about Cargasm.
You got Cargasm, and
I got 16,000 subscribers on Cargasm. I didn't know I ever got that many. I also have Barnacules Nerdgasm Extra. I didn't know I owned that channel. And I own real Barnacules. Like for some reason I'm on Barnacules 1, but I actually own Barnacules. There's just no way to switch the channel to it.
Oh geez.
I also own Barnacules 4219 and Jerry Barnacules 7756. So if you see those showing up in comments randomly around the internet, that is actually me.
That is funny.
All right, so please come out and help me get my mind off this whole situation. There we go. Okay, and I'm sharing our stream. Trying to be interesting with as much clickbait as humanly possible. I did message my dad in the hospital though and told him I'm going to be streaming until 2 p.m. and to only call if there was like an emergency, otherwise just text. So if my phone starts ringing, I have it set to only him and my wife can ring through. So if it rings, that pretty much means I need to just get up and hightail it out of here.
Do it, man. Do it.
So I'll probably just leave the stream running. I'll probably just mute my microphone and walk away. Sure. So just know I'll eventually be back. But if I'm not and you got to go or whatever, just leave the stream running. It'll eventually get killed by somebody.
Okay.
But I don't anticipate anything happening, because if he was in rough shape or anything like that, somebody would have contacted me this morning. He would have contacted me. So something would have happened. So the fact that there's no news is good news usually. So, or I shouldn't say good news, because it wasn't the other day when he checked himself out of the hospital and lied about it, but only to come back in worse shape than he left. But anyways, fuck, man, just jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to have a dad that just won't fucking listen to your advice and tries to kill himself every day. Okay, so tech talk. All right, I'm tweeting this out. Hey, if you guys could do me a favor and go out to your social media and give this some attention, that would be great. I didn't stream on Twitch at all last week. I missed all 3 shows. First time I've done that in a long time, for the entire week. Yep. Yeah, because before all this happened, of course, I was having bad issues with my back, where I was in so much pain I couldn't sleep, and the pain medicine was doing literally nothing. So I was just basically having to work my way through it. And so this all just came piling on. Like, hey, at least it's a good diversion, man. Like when you have a lot of back pain, the only thing that takes your mind off of back pain is like your dad dying and your sister disowning you, all within like a 15-minute period. I'm sorry, guys. I have a dark sense of humor, so if I say a lot of shit in the show that's like seems really, really off for my situation, just know that that's how I deal with shit. Like it's always been that way. It's never going to change either, because I'd rather have dark humor than be falling apart and not know what to do. Okay, hold on here. So Barnacules down in the hospital, blah blah blah. Okay, because inevitably that'll have to get talked about, because there's no working around that one. Oh, and David Hewlett might be joining us today. We're not 100% sure yet, but he did message and say that he might pop in. So if he pops in, I'll pull him in on video over here. And I think all the little gimmicks and doodads are. Oh, actually, they're not. I forgot to open StreamerBot. I need stream. If you guys are wondering how,
spot, man, we need the StreamerBot.
Oh, by the way, I do have some good news though. Thank goodness. I got a message from Haddington Dynamics. Dexter ARM 2.0 should be here any day now. So it's in transit, like actually like in the mail coming to me. So the great guys over at Haddington Dynamics, the fathers of Dexter arm. If you guys don't know what Dexter arm is, back in the day, I used to do a live stream on Twitch where I had a robotic arm that could orbit cameras around me and try to stab me with knives and stuff like that. It was a lot of fun, but then I burned a servo out in it because I forgot to unplug it when it was laying on the desk. So it was basically trying to flex through the desk for 48 hours, and it burned up one of the servo motors. I could have fixed it for like $10 and a little bit of soldering, but I was afraid to solder on something so intricate. So I was like, I'm just gonna wait until until I go down to HD Robotics and then they'll fix it. Life fell out, health issues took over, never got to go down there to get it fixed. They contacted me recently and said, hey, we just want to send you the new Dexter arm just to play with and take your mind off shit. Yeah. So they're gonna send that, and then what I'm gonna do is I have one of their OG Dexter arms, like one that was made on like with PLA out of a regular 3D printer. The new one's all carbon fiber. So I told them, I said, hey, if you're sending me a new one, I'll send back the old one because this is like one of your OG ones that you guys like put together with spit and bubble gum before you were all famous. And they're going to put that on display down at the office. So it'll be cool. So the Dexter arm that I did the video on that I had in the live stream is actually going to be the one that they'll have back for display in their shop. So that's going to be pretty freaking cool. So I'm kind of stoked about that. So those guys are great, by the way. If you don't know Kent and Todd at HD Robotics, those guys, they make Boston Dynamics look like amateurs. Like seriously. Wait, why is it saying create event? I don't want to create an event. Why does it think I want to create an event?
We've already done that. We're already live in our event.
Yeah, why is it doing this? How do I tell it I don't want an event?
Any chance of ever having Jay on the show again as a guest spot?
Never say never. It's possible. I mean, it's entirely possible.
Only if he beats me in arm wrestling.
He has to beat you in arm wrestling.
Yep.
Actually, I want to see you arm wrestle Joel Telling. Because Joel Telling looks like a string bean, but he is strong as F, bro.
He's a skinny guy, man. He's a little dude.
I'm
not that I'm like any sort of buff, so like I shouldn't talk too much.
So he shocked me because we were down at CES in Las Vegas, and we were all just kind of getting a little tipsy around the dinner table in the backyard over at HD Robotics headquarters. And he's like, we all started arm wrestling for some reason because I guess when you drink a little, everybody wants to arm wrestle and have little contests,
right? Yeah.
And Joel ended up beating everybody there, even a dude that actually like arm wrestles, like who's like an actual amateur, like competing level arm wrestler guy. Joel took everybody down, including me. I was like, what in the hell? Because you look at him and he looks like he's got little string bean arms on him. Like it just doesn't look like he'd be able to kick your ass. But he's one of those people where it's like he knows the strategy, like he knows some trick.
Yeah,
like he knows some trick when he's arm wrestling.
Yeah, some like little dudes like crushing huge guys at arm wrestling and stuff. And yeah, there's definitely a bit of a trick. It's not just pure strength. There is a bit of like leverage to it and stuff.
Yeah, like wearing out your opponent and figuring out like what kind of technique they're going to use. Like, do I overpower them right from the start because I have more power, or do I wait and let them burn off some of the power because they're stronger than me? But I need to weaken them first and then take them down. It's weird. It's like there's a lot of chess plays involved in arm wrestling. I didn't know that. So I've been watching. God, I wish I could remember the guy's name right now. There's a famous Canadian arm wrestler. He still arm wrestles even today. Who's like I wouldn't say he's undefeated, but he's won several world championships for arm wrestling, like at the highest levels with these guys that are twice his size. And his arm literally looks like it's like full like 2 or 3 inches longer than his other arm, and he only trains like the one arm, so it's like his one arm just looks jacked and the other one looks puny. And right. But he just does arm wrestling 24/7. His whole house is set up where it's like from the morning he wakes up, the moment he wakes up, the moment he goes to sleep, he's just arm wrestling, and his kids are getting into it now and stuff. But he is like the biggest shit talker I've ever seen. Every nicest guy in the world, like totally Canadian nice guy. Second you get him up against somebody, he's like bug eyes at him, like, you son of a bitch, I can take you down, saying shit about their wives and stuff. Like he plays like he said arm wrestling is a mental game, it's a strength game, it's a strategy game. He's like, he plays all the levels, but he does these videos on, God, I wish I could remember his name. Somebody in chat, throw out some names. He actually does like these get-togethers publicly where he like does like meet and greets because he's also a YouTube celebrity. Yeah. And so he does like these meet and greets where people show up and he'll just arm wrestle like 100 people around robin the whole time he's doing the meet, like nonstop, and he'll still beat everybody. Nobody will even come close to beating him. And it's just like, damn, dude, how do you do that? Like, dude, it's just wild. It's a hell of a thing to watch. All right, I'm trying to figure out how do I get a chat open here.
Get a 20-pound.
Oh, serious? Oh,
Yeah,
thank you.
20
Here, let me see.
pounds.
Is this warmed
Been
up
a
yet?
PK Beast says, been a religious VOD viewer since Barnacules TikTok. Love you
Oh,
guys.
thank
Just
you.
saw your title. Hospital in the US expensive. Hope this helps and hope your dad's okay.
That helps a lot, man. I appreciate it. I hope my dad's okay, but my dad, he does not make good decisions. So I really hope things turn out well, but I'm preparing myself for the worst, sadly. But I hope that things turn out okay. But I'll give you guys when more people get in here, I'll give you guys because I don't want to repeat it a whole bunch of times, but
Yeah.
I'll let you know what's going on. But needless to say, my dad's in the hospital right now. I think it is safe to say that at this point he is fighting for his life because the second time in 2 days he's been back to the hospital with internal bleeding in his chest. He has COPD on top of a lung infection, both bacterial and viral. So he needs like broad spectrum antibiotics. They're trying to figure out why he keeps bleeding into his chest cavity, compressing his lungs so he can't breathe. Super low blood oxygen. As long as he's in the hospital, though, he's stable. Like they get him so when he's in the hospital, he's stable. But the problem is, my grandpa, his dad, just died like a week or two ago. So he's trying to like plan his funeral and attend his funeral, which means he keeps checking himself out of the hospital when they need to keep him there for like weeks, literally, for him to recover properly. And he keeps just checking himself after like a day or two, and then just goes out, and then he barely makes it back to the hospital, almost dead again. And they have to like revive him and like get him back only for him to check himself because they can't force you to stay like in a hospital. A lot of people don't realize that. It's not like the movies where it's like, sir, you can't leave. You are too sick. You know, it's like the only time that they can actually keep you at the hospital is if they can mentally establish that you're like, mentally unwell and you're not making the best decisions for yourself. But that's like a really hard diagnosis to get. Like you can't just say, "Oh, I don't like this guy's decision. He's wackadoo." Like you have to prove that they're a danger to themselves and others. Or if they're terminally ill. If they're terminally ill, meaning like 100% they're gonna die if they leave, then you can hold them there because they're afraid that you're gonna go out and go out in a blaze of glory or something and hurt a bunch of people. So if you're terminally ill, they can also have you forced to stay in the hospital, which that I hate. I hate that one a lot. But I at this point I wish that they would just like tranquilize him or slip something into his IV so he just wakes up in a couple of weeks and he's like all better. Because I feel like he's got some more time left in him, I feel like other than this shit going on with him, and it's not like he has a death wish either. It's like he told me the other night when I talked to him for hours, he wants to live for another 20 years at least. Like he's like I'm not even close to done yet. But I'm like, your actions are not showing it. Like you keep leaving the hospital. And he's like, well, I have to attend my dad's funeral. I'm like, I get it. I understand. But I think people are they're going to be pretty sad if you get up to talk at your dad's funeral and they can't understand you because you can't speak, because you can't breathe. And then you just collapse. And then they have to stop the whole funeral to get you to the hospital where you then die. And then the next week it's a double funeral. It's like that. They're not going to remember you fondly. They're gonna be pissed at you for that. Like you gotta just stay put and get better. And that's what his dad would want too. I told him, I'm like, dude, your dad want that. Like, do you really think your dad, after everything he went through and shit, like he's gonna want to know his son died a week later because he thought it was more important to attend his funeral and drop dead and leave everybody like holding the bag than to stay alive and like carry on his name? It's like, come on, dude. So I'm hoping that I hope that yesterday's scare got through him. Like he barely made it back to the hospital again. He barely got, like his oxygen was down to 83, which you can actually lose consciousness at that point. And so they just got back to him in time and got him, stable in the room and everything like that. So hopefully now he'll be like, if I check myself out, the same thing's going to happen that happened yesterday. Like the exact same thing's going to happen. I already proved it. I came in once, I left. Everything my son told me actually happened and even worse. So maybe I'll stay put. But know my dad's history, and I've told a lot of stories about my dad over on Twitch. If you guys ever watched the Twitch stream, I've told a lot of stories about him, about how intelligent my dad is when it comes to doing the right thing and making the right decisions. He almost predominantly just keeps doing the same wrong thing over and over. He's a lemming. He will jump off a cliff, barely survive, go up to the top of the cliff and jump off expecting a different result. Like that's my dad. So I'm really worried he's going to try to pull that shit again today. So I've been messaging him and saying, hey, Dad, stay in the hospital. Stay in the hospital. You better still be in the hospital. But he hasn't been responding. And the thing with my dad is the only time he doesn't respond is when he doesn't want to have a confrontation because he knows he's doing the wrong thing. So I'm like, so I just, I mentally it's hard because I'm like, I'm preparing myself for anything,
Yeah.
But it just really sucks too because he's not local either. He's in Southern California. Like, what am I gonna do? Like, I can't just. I'm all fucked up. I can't travel. Like, we're flooded in right now.
Yeah.
Even if I could get out and get on an airplane, I can't get through the airport and back. Like, I can barely walk like 20 feet without my back going out and being on the ground. Like, there's no way I could travel right now. So it's like I'm just in this like really stuck situation. And the only other person is my sister, who he's also apparently been lying to her, and she got really pissed off, and then she got pissed off at me. So now she's kind of throwing herself out of the whole situation. So I'm like, I don't know what to do. Like, I'm just sitting here and I'm just like, you know what? At this point, I think I just have to adopt the strategy of whatever's going to happen happens. I can't control it. All I can do is do my best to give input. And if everything goes wrong, it goes wrong. And I just have to tell myself it's not my fault because there's nothing I could do. Like, I did everything I could.
Yeah.
And hopefully in the end, my dad continues to have the same luck he's had throughout his life, which is somehow he survived everything. He's seriously, like, I don't know how, but my dad survived being set on fire like 3 different times in his life, all 3 times from throwing gasoline on a fire because he didn't learn the first time when he was 3 months in the hospital. He didn't learn the second time when he set me on fire with him. And he didn't learn the third time a couple of years ago after my mom died. And he thought it'd be a good idea to start a fire with gasoline again. But he still somehow survived all those things. So if he dies from like an internal bleeding in a hospital after all the things he's survived, like that's going to be like a weird ending to the story. So I'm just really hoping that whatever like logic in the universe somehow keeps him alive just keeps on working.
Yeah,
that's what I'm going for. But I'm sorry to dump that on all you guys. I just wanted you guys to know that's why my mind is a little drifty. That's why I haven't been sleeping these last couple days. That's why I haven't been streaming. It's just been a lot. It's been a lot. So today, from here on out, here on forward, unless somebody else asks a question or goes forward or whatever, I'm going to try to focus on things a little bit more positive and see if I can't have an escape for a little while to try to just get my mind a little bit straight. So on that note, how are you guys doing? How was your week, Aux? Like, okay. I hope it was better than mine.
Yeah, no, I mean, it sounds like it. I don't know, man. Just everybody. It seems like everybody around is not having a great time this year.
Yeah, I don't get it. It's like something's in the water because man, it seems like everybody is having similar problems, like with either they're having health issues or people they love are having health issues. Financial stuff, like hearing a lot of stuff about people getting laid off. A lot of my friends that I message and they're like, oh yeah, I had to forced into early retirement or can't find work in my field anymore. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Last time I talked to you like a couple of months ago, you were like promoted and like on the fast track. And so lot of stuff is going on, you know.
Yeah.
And the other thing I'd like to ask, and this is going to sound really weird coming from an atheist, but I promised my dad I would do it. Would you guys please say a prayer for my dad? It's like I even said a prayer for my dad, and I'm not even religious at all. So I'm just like, if it helps his mental capacity to know that that's happening somewhere, then it's all worth it for me. So if you guys wouldn't mind, I'd appreciate it. If that's not your thing, just send some good vibes, you know, same difference, you know, at the end of the day, just, you know, throw some positive energy into the universe. And hopefully my old man, you know, keeps in the hospital and gets taken care of properly and heals up so that I get to see him through another year. Cause I would like to see him. I haven't seen him in years. I haven't seen my dad in 2 or 3 years. And I think last time I saw him, it was just for like, you know, it was just for like half a day when he came up to see my sister or whatever. I went over there and hung out with him for like half a day. And that's about all I got to see him while he was up here. So and before that, it was probably 5 or 6 years since I saw him when I went down there to visit him in California. And I told the story about that trip too. That trip was a nightmare. So I went down to see my dad and it's like, you couldn't have more things go wrong in a 5-day period. I literally came back like I went to Vietnam. Like I was busted up. I was fucked up. I was morally defeated. And it wasn't necessarily because of my dad. It was just because there were so many bad events that happened around the decisions that my dad made. And I was just basically a passenger because I could, you know, I didn't have any vehicle. I didn't have a room to stay in or anything. I went down there to stay with him. And so all the decisions he made just kind of pulled me into the situation. And it was like, I somehow managed to go to California, spend $3,000. We ended up doing absolutely nothing, sleeping in a freezing house with like turtle shit all over the floor. I mean, you can't make this shit up. It was just the weirdest trip ever. And I basically came back and on the flight back on the airplane, it was the worst flight I ever had in my life. And I got more sleep on that flight than I did the entire trip down there. Dang. Just because everything was so stressful. We literally got like stranded on the side of the road in the middle of nowhere with no cell reception in his broken truck. When I told him, I'm like, dude, your truck's not going to make it, dude. This thing's not running right. Oh, no, she'll make it. She always makes it. And sure enough, we break down like 30 miles out in the middle of nowhere. The headlights went out in the car, the truck the second day in the middle of the night. So I had to get out on the front of the truck and duct tape a dim flashlight to the trunk or the hood lid just so that we could drive. And then even then, the battery on the vehicle went dead and we didn't make it to our destination. And at least then I had cell reception so we could call somebody. But then I'm like, hey, Dad, I'm going to call a hotel. We're going to get your truck towed. We're going to get taken. No, I got a buddy who lives right around here. We'll just go there. And then that turned into like a whole side quest that was just an absolute nightmare. Like everything possible could go wrong, did go wrong. So I even told my dad, I was like, Dad, if you get through this and you just stay put, I will come down. I'm going to rent a boat. We're going to get a hotel room. You're not going to make any of the decisions. We're going to go fishing. We're gonna go do stuff. We're gonna have fun. Like we're none of this, you know, Jerry Senior shit that always happens. Like we're gonna have a proper trip where every 5 minutes we're not like, you know, trying to spend another, you know, spend more money neither of us has, right?
Yeah.
So, and actually have some fun for it. Because no shit, I went down there, like when I went down there, he said, "Hey, I got a dune buggy." I'm like, "Oh, that sounds cool." I get down there, this dune buggy is like clapped out, like everything on it's rusted, none of it's freed up, like the suspension doesn't even work. He's like, "Yeah, it's a Volkswagen, man. He's running like a stabbed rat. You can't kill him, nothing." We took it out 3 days in a row into the desert. And
Yeah.
not only did it never start and run more than 20 seconds at a time,
Oh, geez.
or have any throttle or any response like that, his truck broke down 2 of the times we took it out in the desert, and we were literally out where there was no cell reception in the dunes and at the mercy of strangers finding us who could go back and get us help.
That sounds like going 4x with my cousin back in the day. Like he
Right?
always had these,
Totally.
these janky, like, you know, half-assed slapped together 4x4. You know, like I remember he had a Mighty Max, a Mitsubishi Mighty Max that I helped him
remember those.
swap trannies and stuff on a couple times, and thankfully I never got caught out in the middle of nowhere with them and stuff. But man, it always was crossing my mind, like, dude, this is some like Washington hillbilly stuff. Like,
right?
He just barely put this together. I mean, it got better as he got older and stuff and made more money, and he eventually had like a nice shop and stuff in at his place and whatnot. But
now imagine
man,
if that never got better,
early days, man. Yeah, going deep into the freaking forest out in the wilderness of like Black Diamond and stuff, and then like, dude, yeah,
crazy. I mean, and four-wheeling's fun. Don't get me wrong.
Oh,
I love
it's like fun.
Yeah. But it's not fun when it's like you're every single time you do it, something bad happens, and it's so frequent that you can even tell what's going to happen ahead of time, and you still get talked into doing it. You hit it, and then the next day you do it again. Like even though you're like, "Hey, Dad, listen, we broke down yesterday. Everything I said that happened did happen, and even worse. Let's just go rent a dune buggy." That's what I told my dad. But back then I was working at Microsoft. I was making good money.
That's the way to go.
I was like, "Dude, I'll go rent us a fucking four-seater, 3,000 horsepower blown, whatever the hell, right? We'll go out and have the greatest time ever." "No, man, she's a good dune buggy, man. You're never gonna have an experience like the 70s authentic dune buggy or whatever." So
I mean, those Bajas are cool, like those swapped out Volkswagens that have like you know, that are like sand crawlers or whatever. That's pretty cool, but it's gotta work.
And if this thing was in good nick, it'd be fun, right? It would be fun. And granted, it's like, I mean, it had like an air-cooled Volkswagen engine from a Volkswagen Beetle, so it probably made north of like 40 horsepower on its best day.
Right.
But it still would have been fun, right? But it just didn't run. And then on top of that, he didn't have the ORV tags, didn't have the stickers. So we're getting pulled over and getting tickets and shit. And I'm like, "Dad, what? Like you have to have this stuff. Like you can't just like take a vehicle out in the desert and just drive it. You have to have like, you know, certain permits and stuff." "Oh, I know. I just didn't get around to it." But it was weird because it's like, imagine being going on a vacation where your entire vacation is just pumping thousands of dollars into a vehicle that no matter how much money you put into it, it won't run. You're spending all night, every night, instead of sleeping, wrenching on a vehicle just to hope that you can even just get it to idle without dying. And then the next day, even though you fail and you wasted all the money and it doesn't run, your dad still insists that you load it on the trailer and drive it out to the middle of the desert, because somehow taking it out the middle of the desert is going to change everything. It's going to just magically wake up and start running amazing. And then believing it'll happen again. Like when everything fails 2 days in a row, it's like the third day is like, "I know this is our good day. Like I know it's going to run this time." And I was like, oh, by the end of the trip, I was like, "Man, Dad, do you realize if I had spent like that $3,000?" Oh, and by the way, then when I left, it never did actually get fixed. It never ran, and it got stolen. So I basically put a bunch of money into a vehicle that sat out on the curb, never actually ran, never gave my dad a moment of pleasure, and then just got stolen. It didn't have any insurance.
Damn.
So I was like, damn, that whole thing. I was like, "Dad, we could have rented a boat on day 1. We could have rented ATVs on day 2. We could have rented a freaking sand crawler on day 3. We could have stayed, you know, at the freaking hotel, like right next to the, you know, right there with all the facilities and everything." But instead, we basically froze our asses off, got stranded on the side of the street everywhere because you wanted to show your son a good time. That's what he kept saying. Like, "No, this is gonna be an authentic experience. Like, I want to show you a good time. I don't want you to have to think about anything or do anything."
Right.
And it was like, I was like, "Dad, please let me take the reins, please." And so after that, I swore, I told him when I left that when he took me to the airport, I said, "Dad, listen, if I ever come down and see you again, I said, other than bringing you up here, if I ever come down to see you again, we are staying at a place of my choosing. I am renting a vehicle to travel. I don't care I don't care if you have the greatest truck that's ever been made in history. I'm going to go with you." But just like to give you an idea of the decision-making process here. When I went down there and saw him years ago, he had a clapped out truck that some guy left him, told him that, rebuilt motor, 0 miles on it, blueprinted, blah, blah, blah. And it turned out just being like a 300,000 mile clapped out vehicle with no internals, nothing. The engine was blown basically when he got it. He put thousands of dollars into it that he could have just spent those thousands of dollars buying a good vehicle, but he was stubborn. He's like, I bought this and I'm going to make it my dream. So he builds it up, he fixes it. It still never runs right. It's the vehicle that got us stranded. He finally gets rid of it because it's leaking. We had to put like a quart of oil in it. Like every 20 miles, we'd have to put a quart of oil in it. It was just draining out the bottom of the engine.
Sounds like your Subaru.
Pretty much. It is. It was like we took 5 EJ25 engines and taped them together. That's what this thing was. But after all that, and the truck finally, like he called me a couple months later. I sent him money and said, Dad, here's money. Go buy a good car. I said, here, go buy a Honda Civic. Here's a Honda Civic. Here's the money. Go buy it. Instead of a Honda Civic, he goes and buys another clapped out dune buggy. He can't even drive on the road and still never even got that one running and working. So when I gave him money earmarked for something else, he went and spent it on a toy when he really needed a vehicle. And then if that's not bad enough, when I talked to him, after not talking to him for about a year, he calls me when he's in the hospital the other night, tell me what's going on. And we get to talking for a while. And he's like, yeah. And I ended up buying this, like, this big 4x4 truck or whatever that I got off a guy who had a brand new motor in it that was rebuilt, but then it blew like on the drive home from buying it. And I had the engine gone through and it wasn't the engine he said it was. It wasn't even the right displacement. I was like, why didn't you take that shit back? Why didn't you call the cops, file a report? Oh no, a deal's a deal. You can't, when you buy something, you just gotta, you gotta deal with it. You gotta take it like a man. I'm like, this is like the third or fourth time this has happened. It's the same situation, the same thing. It's like, I'm scared to ask him like how much money he's lost on scammers. I almost won't even have that conversation because I'm like, Dad, just out of curiosity, do you have any girlfriends on Facebook that you just send money to that you've never seen or talked to on the phone? Because I can almost guarantee the answer to that's going to be yes.
Yeah.
And I can't handle that. I cannot handle that. All right, sorry. I'm still stuck on this tangent. Let's talk about video game shit, okay?
Sure,
let's get off this. I just want people to know that's if I see him off, that's why I'm just dealing with a lot right now.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God. But this will be fun stories for Xander hopefully one day, as long as Grandpa somehow still stays alive. Okay, so video game awards. You said you wanted to talk about that. I don't know anything about what happened with the video game awards. But I know it was kind of a big
crazy deal. I didn't watch the whole thing. It was a 3-hour deal on Twitch, I think it was. But from what I'm hearing on the socials, it was actually somebody actually went through the whole 3-hour thing. And actually, I'm gonna turn my brightness down a little bit. There we go. And like broke out like the presenters, the people, the winners talking, the musical production, and like trailers and stuff. And of all, it was 4 hours. Okay, I've been hearing 3.
4 hours?
3. I heard 3 tossed around, but maybe it was a little longer. But the big complaint that I'm seeing is that they were only giving the winners like 30 seconds to talk. And like you get your reward and you have 30 seconds before, and people were getting played like having the music come up and being played off of stage, getting interrupted and things like that.
Like mid acceptance of the award, they were just like shooing them off stage, and like cut their mics and stuff.
The guy who did the voice acting for Astarion, Astarion, is it the vampire guy in Baldur's Gate 3? Won an award for like best voice acting or something like that. And he as part of his speech, he was talking about how the character was like, it was really helpful for people who've also been through like abuse and things like that, because like Astarion's backstory is pretty rough as like a vampire thrall and things like that, and was like played off the stage, right? Like he had to like shout as he's getting off of stage and like trying to shout over the music to like finish up his little blurb, had to rush his speech and stuff. And then there was some other guy too that got played off during his acceptance speech. There's a screenshot going around of one of the teleprompters that says like, please wrap it up, trying to like hurry people off the stage and things like that. Yeah, I heard it came across like a giant commercial. Yeah, it's so like
did they just plan too much shit?
It was like 11 minutes of winners talking, like just a little under 11 minutes of the winners
of 4 hours when it's literally an award ceremony.
Yeah, it's the video game awards, right? There and like most of it was trailers and like new release, presentations. Like was the vast majority of it was basically commercials for
commercial masquerading as an award show
for games that aren't even coming out like for another year or two. We're talking 2025 and stuff.
I got some rants about that too.
And then some people were kind of complaining about there was like a few musical interludes, I guess, like performances on stage and stuff. And then the people who were like presenting the awards actually had like 30 minutes of total speaking versus the people who actually won the awards that only had like 10, 11 minutes.
Yeah, I did hear some people like compared it to the Super Bowl, like where they're like, it's more about the show than it is about the game or something like that.
Yeah, right.
Like I saw somebody, it's like, yeah, it's all like all it was just like commercials and performances and just a bunch of like, what are you even looking at? What's happening?
My favorite part. Oh, I think I closed my Twitter. Hang on. So the whole show is put on by this guy Jeff Keighley.
Why does that sound familiar?
The name sounds familiar for me too. I can't recall exactly why though.
Keely, like
Keightley. Keely.
Let me see if this guy looks familiar.
We don't go to see the awards.
I know this guy.
There are other shows. If you want to watch trailers and shit, that's what E3 is for. That's what GDC is for.
Yeah.
You know, that's like there are other shows for companies to show off. Hell, man. Blizzard has their own show to show off their own fucking trailers. Sony has their own show to show off their own trailer. Like E3 is dead, right? Everybody has their own show to do their own like trailers and shit.
Yeah.
This was supposed to be
was this a Chris Perillo type? Like was this guy like a host of a G4 Tech TV or one of those like old shows?
I don't know.
Because he looks super familiar to me.
I'm not sure what his background is.
Somebody tell me if he was on G4 Tech TV, because I know I've seen him.
The name is very, very, very familiar to me too. Like I know that like he must have been like a big game dev designer maybe or something. But he's got a tweet out here. Here we go. So he goes, by the way, I do agree that the music was played too fast for award winners this year, and I asked our team to relax that rule as the show went on. Which from the comments under this tweet, no, they didn't.
It didn't happen.
Spike TV game trailers? Okay. While no one was actually cut off, it's something to address going forward. And then there's comments like calling him out. Like, no, a woman was cut off. Larry and Debs were talking about their colleagues who passed away, and the screen says to wrap it up. Let's see. Like, they clearly didn't listen. Larry and were talking about colleagues that passed away and had teleprompters telling them to wrap it up. Heartfelt messages cut off by outro music. They weren't cut off, just played over. Like, nobody's mic was getting killed, but they would just bring up the music really loud and stuff. And
wow.
It's
so
like,
the producer was just asleep at the wheel, just going by the book, not even paying attention to like what was going on or context or anything.
Bonkers. And then like people are complaining about like the celebrities, you know, people like who aren't really in the industry, you know, being up there present. I think like Timothy Chalamet was the presenter for the Game of the Year, right?
Dude, Christopher Judge was Kratos?
Yeah, he did the voice for Kratos. Yeah. That's,
dude.
Yeah, a lot of people don't.
Lazy Gamer
and he won the award, the voice acting award that he was presenting last year.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah,
that is so awesome. Hey, what's up, Graham? I didn't see you there in chat. Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, right. Yeah, James Jan has got the right idea. How is it the whatever awards if it's not
Matthew McConaughey
about the awards?
What does Matthew McConaughey have to do with video games?
Exactly. And people are saying like, dude, next year, and this is like the 9th or 10th year of the Game Awards. Like, so this seems a little like there's really no excuse. And it's like, why not have previous award winners presenting the awards? Right, like it's cool if you have a celebrity do the presenting. If you know, like Nolan North, right? He's done so many freaking video game. Well, he's probably a previous winner, but like Christopher Judge, right? He's Stargate. He's mostly famous for Stargate, but like he actually won an award. He's actually played video game people, so like it makes sense that he should be there. And so it's like, it's crazy. It's just messed up. Christopher Judge is the reason they bring up the music all the time, since he did an 8-minute exception. Like, okay, that makes sense. That's way too long. But like, why not 3 minutes? How many awards are there? And you give everybody 3 minutes. That's a lot. That's a long time. You can get a lot done in 1 minute. But like, come on.
You can say a lot when it's a prepared speech. If it's a prepared speech, you can fit a lot in 3 minutes. But if it's not a prepared speech, sometimes that can be
have all the nominees. Like everybody, if you're nominated for an award, you're gonna know about it. So like, hey, prepare a speech in case you win.
Oh, yep, there we go. Aaron, thanks for that. Aaron just said, on Comcast G4 Network, he appeared as the network lead anchor for its E3 press conference coverage. That's where I know him from.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's where I know him from. Because I was like, dude, he looks super familiar. Like he's got one of those faces, right?
Here it is. Here's the breakdown. somebody this gal Haley, well, I say gal, I don't mean to assume, but their name is Haley Elise on the Twitter. Says, because I'm bored and have nothing better to do with myself, I broke down exactly how the Game Awards about 3-hour runtime was allocated. Winner speeches 10 minutes, musical numbers 13 and a half, award presenters 26.5 minutes, other presenters 42 and a half, trailers, ads hour and a half.
Whoa, the presenters were more than double the time of the people accepting the awards?
Yep.
Oh, that is
because like
bad.
you know how that goes, like at the Oscars or whatever, you know, they come up to the podium and they have like their cute little bit or whatever, and they you know some back and forth or whatever. And man, it's in some of these responses under Keeley's tweet are a little, in my opinion, apologetic. And it's like, you've been doing this for nearly a decade. Like, come on.
It sounds to me like what they were trying to do is segue it from like a nerd fest, like it's supposed to be, into something that's more mainstream and recognizable, as like a
already, I don't know, like the Oscars or something.
Yeah, exactly. Because it sounds like in previous years, like I've never heard really people complain that. I mean, I've heard people complain about like some of the content, like, oh, that game's vaporware, oh, that's never going to come out like that.
Sure.
But this is the first time I've ever seen somebody like complain about like the entire presentation of like, why the hell is everything in this not about games?
Yeah.
Like, why is everything like musical numbers and performances and stuff like that?
Yeah. People have been mentioning that there was a bit that involved Muppets. I'm like, what? Was there a Muppet game come out? Some puppet related, you know, Muppet related video game to come out? Like, why did they? Something about there was one guy talking with Gonzo for like 15 minutes or something like that. And it's like you know,
yeah,
Gonzo
here it is.
like
Yeah,
Muppet.
no, I just pulled it up. The biggest takeaway in full winners from the Game Awards, and the screenshot has Gonzo standing in front of a board with like, you know, the chicken and the egg bit from Sesame Street.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and it says that he's alongside Jeff Keighley, the great Gonzo, and he does a bit between Rapid Fire Awards. Baldur's Gate 3 had an outstanding night at the Game Awards. Not only owned crowned Game of the Year. You know what? I still haven't even played Baldur's Gate 3. I probably should now.
It's good, man.
Is
it's
it
real good?
Everybody's always playing it.
If you're into CRPGs and stuff, or D&D in general, like, or have played in, I mean, man, if you've ever played any of the more old school, like D&D related,
oh yeah, dude, like the old RPGs. Remember the old SI games, like Secret of the Silver Blades, and
I did Neverwinter Nights.
Who? Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. You're quite a bit younger than I am. Yeah. So when I was a kid, like it was called SI. I can't remember what it standed for, but SI made a whole series of Dungeons and Dragons games. I mean, literally like dozens of them. And so one that I remember from my childhood that I played was Secret of the Silver Blades. There was another one that was like Dragon Wars or whatever, where you literally flew around on dragons, like first person shooters.
Secret of the what blade?
Secret of the Silver Blades. Yep. Iron. That was another one I played. Curse of the Azure Bonds. That was another one. And
from the gold box days. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, these were
that is a little bit before my time.
It was Secrets of the Silver Blade. Secrets of the Silver Blade. Yeah,
what's up, nerd? Look at this nerdy guy coming in here.
Are you guys talking about game? I love games.
Yeah, the Game Awards in particular, but yeah,
I watched
so that was just a little early for me. The gold box.
Wait, is that David I hear in the background? Yeah. Oh, I didn't.
I didn't sound a million miles away.
I thought because you're doing a little bit of a voice. I thought he was playing a video. Hold on, let me bring you in here, dude.
How's that? Is that a little
better? I came in.
That's why I couldn't see you. You were down. You had to scroll down. You were like not alongside us. You were below us for some
story of my life. It's like scroll down, scroll down, keep scrolling.
Scroll down, man. Scroll down, baby. All right, here I'll get you added in here to the video.
Did I come in at the silver box?
Did you like it though? I mean, I was amazed at how the game show could become so
I didn't watch it.
Oh, okay. So Baz made me watch like a big chunk of it.
I'm just collecting from what people have said, and I'm kind of glad I didn't waste my time.
It's just I don't know why they want to turn it. Why do they want to turn it into the Oscars, which is just one of the dullest freaking things? Like these bad little segments, and I felt so sorry for this whoever the woman was who had to sort of host it to start before the show.
Right.
I was like, oh my god, she's all these terrible clunker lines and stuff.
I normally don't watch the award, mini award shows like for anything. So I was, but boy, this is the first time I've seen so many people making a stink about it though. Like it was like trending. It was all over my feed. People were like talking about it. And I was like, what do you guys like? I didn't really understand because I'm like, I don't watch the awards, so I don't really know what to expect normally from it.
I felt like it was just it felt like an old man's award show. It didn't feel at all, young and hip and cool, and it just.
Is
Because I think
it
the most excited
me?
Baz got was when Jordan Peele showed up, I think.
Sure.
Oh, Jordan Peele's on there?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah,
I
well,
love Jordan Peele.
But why?
He's working
no,
with,
he's working with Kojima, right?
yeah. Is it Ko- is
on
that
a
right?
game. That's right.
Yeah. Which looked like, I don't know what the hell they're doing, but holy crap, it's the creepiest looking thing.
You just
David,
let
why do you
Kojima
look so
cook,
crispy,
man.
bro?
Like,
like your video feed, like other than the color being a little on the cold side for the.
Stop it! It's nothing.
You're so
really
sharp.
You know what? Because I finally realized that I have an HD mode.
Oh my god, dude! I'm looking at your video. You're putting us to shame. Your video is so tack sharp. Do you see his video on stream, Aux?
Yeah, it's
like
fresh.
it is so precisely sharp compared to our video.
I have a light.
I mean,
and I have a
good
space. Too. Finally, I've carved out a little space upstairs during the winter. This is where I go to winter now.
Wow. Because I'm like, dude, you're looking. I mean, honestly, if you just shifted like your color temperature, your video would be like broadcast quality. Like, this is crazy.
Oh,
is this?
Oh, just stop it.
No, what camera are you using? That's not an internal camera, right?
No, this is the little Razer Keo. It's great.
Oh, nice.
That's the Razer doing that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have that same camera. I've never even gotten close to that.
The Razer's lovely, but it doesn't default to HD. It defaults to standard def.
Lame.
So you actually have to go in and set it. And I was like, why is I gotta get so far away from this camera? Otherwise, you're like this the whole time because you're in.
Yeah. Plus, you're coming in at you're coming in a full 60 frames per second. So I don't know why I'm not.
Oh, wait a second. You know what else it might be? We just upgraded our internet. Internet. We went from what is it called? 3 gigs to 8 gigs or whatever it is.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and it's so that might be something as well. I don't know.
Wait, gigs.
I mean gigs, gigasecs, or
not megabits? You're talking gigabits? Like 8
no,
gigabits?
Maybe. Let me look. Let me find out.
What is that? Dude,
what's the test? What does the test give you?
So go to speedtest.net.
It is speed testing.
And let's see what kind of speed you're dealing with here. Because like me, I get 1,000 megabit down and 1,000 megabit up. So, and with overhead and everything, it's usually like 940.
I've also got teenagers and all sorts of stuff.
Oh, that's true. And they're probably on there 24/7 downloading.
Yeah. Oh, it is megabits. Sorry. But it's called the gig. That's it. The modem is called the Giga.
Yeah, I'm legitimately shocked because I'm looking at all three of our videos.
922.
Yeah,
that's with everyone else on with me.
Nice.
That's fantastic. Yeah, so you have at least gigabit because that's as fast as most of the network cards and computers are. Like unless you're like an enthusiast, right?
You want to hear weird? The upload is faster, considerably faster. It's off the freaking scales faster.
Wait, what are you getting for upload?
My upload. Oh no, it's just dropped down again.
Well, the over 1,000
uploads up to 920. Whoops, 5 billion tests. You did it. Thank you. I'm so happy.
Yeah, no, they've been popping that up forever now.
Yeah, sorry. It ended up settling down a little bit, but 920. But it was over. It was like 927 for a bit.
Yes, your symmetrical gigabit. That's about as good as anybody. Like that's great.
I'm never leaving now. Like we thought we were going to England. I was like, I'm never leaving.
What was your connection before that?
It was about a third of that. They said. And I literally
went in. I bet you Baz is like tripping over that speed.
Well, he says he hasn't noticed it.
Wow.
Kids
these days. Yeah, go smack him around.
Don't you know? I used to have to do dial-up. That's the thing is he's like, whatever. It just seemed like a faster game, I guess. He doesn't notice because he's playing Lego Fortnite now.
Yeah, I've heard quite a few people talking about Lego Fortnite. I'm not a big Fortnite guy.
I want to check it out.
But
it's like a survival thing.
Out.
It's like a.
Well, you could build. It's like Minecraft.
Building survival. Yeah.
It's a total Minecraft ripoff. I'm amazed they haven't done it before. They also.
Do you play Fortnite VR? Is there a VR mode for it?
Yeah, it's called Vomit.
No, I know for you, but I'm just like me and my son. We've been really digging the VR stuff lately. So VR is getting.
Yes, you
good.
could. I mean, I don't know if there's a VR version. I mean, Unreal has VR stuff. So,
like David, if you can get your hands, if you have a friend that has a Quest 3, please give it a try because it's another like big step up that might mitigate your motion sickness.
Yeah, I keep hearing that, but I'll try.
Because the new one, they have these pancake lenses in there now where you don't see the lens at all, and it doesn't give you that weird blur effect anymore. And there's not that weird sweet spot where like when you move your eyes are like one's seeing blur and the other one's not, and you can get the IPD just perfect.
Yeah, that's also called aging. I have the same thing anyway, so like it's
No, it looks really, really good, legitimately. But the Quest 3, I was actually surprised. The Quest 3 on paper, this is why you never just look at the specs on paper. Like this is like the quintessential thing that everybody's like, oh man, it's got 4 times the brightness. No, the screens are 4 times as bright, but there's other technology on it that takes that brightness away, like takes that lead away. And so the first thing I noticed when I put on a Quest 3 that kind of shocked me was the brightness is like noticeably less, like at 100% than the Quest 2.
It doesn't feel like you've got TV strapped to your eyes like before.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's actually much lighter, much more convenient on your face. Like everything about it is even the screens are better quality. But I noticed the brightness wasn't there, and I'm like, why? They're supposed to be like 2000 nit or something like that, where like the original was like 400. I'm like, this should be blowing my eyes out of the back of my head, but I didn't realize this new pancake lens technology that allows them to make it like this thick instead of this thick eats up all that light advantage. So you end up with actually less light. And nobody talks about this in the reviews. Like all the reviews I've watched, I haven't seen a single person mention like, why is this a little bit like ever so slightly dimmer or at least the same? Like, why is the brightness the same when one of the features they advertise is that it's like 4 times the brightness? That didn't make any sense to me at all. But everybody just kind of
nerd stats, not user stats.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked by that. But I will say it makes up for it and everything else. I can tell you right now, the augmented reality aspect finally has me sold.
And yes, I love the augmented. Yeah. That I can deal with.
That's thank you. Is it Tala Ahmad? Thank you for the $20 super chat. We appreciate that. Boo, boo, boo.
Nice. I just love the way Barnacules he never overdoes it. It's always something. You never,
right on.
It's either a lot of nonsensical bullshit or nothing at all. It's like I don't have a middle ground.
Yeah, it's a nice little sort of like thank you. That's it.
Oh, so
from the bottom of my pod machine.
So earlier I was telling Ox here, I got a robotic arm on the way. It's in the mail. It should be here in a couple days. Yeah.
Now, what is it? Is it one that looks like the other one, or is it one of those like cobalt looking things that they've
better?
No, it's gonna look similar to the 3D printed Dexter arm, except for all carbon fiber bits now. Like all the 3D printed stuff is like either carbon fiber with titanium inlaid into it, or like the panels and stuff on it will actually be like cut carbon fiber sheet. So it's going to look pretty damn advanced.
Because, Lance and I have already been plotting and scheming about it. Because
I've noticed you guys have been kind of...
Well, I think we should do a robot Ross. Like, get him an arm that he can paint with.
Oh, cool.
Right? Yeah. Don't you think that'd be... Because he's an artist. Like, he does this art stuff. He's always done a bit of art here and there. And it's the idea of him having an arm that could actually paint. Like... Because I was like, dude, you can sell like digital things. No one gives a shit about that. But if it's a one of a kind, gimpy G painting done on a canvas by a fucking robot, that's serious coin.
Yeah, that's one of the cool things about the HD robotic arm too is how it can translate real time over the internet. So you can like do like that whole. Oh yeah, it can even simulate pressure and everything. So like if you have an arm,
so you should just paint you.
Yeah, like I could put an arm on my desk. And Lance could literally using another arm and moving it around. Plus, you can also make it lighter, so you could make the other arm to where he could move it with almost no effort.
Well, there you go. And he should paint you. Yeah, like you could be the human canvas.
If he moved my arm and it touched me, his arm will actually stop and push back against him the same way my skin is resisting the robot on this side.
Without knocking the guy over.
So he could actually go like this and like trace my face. Like a blind person could trace your face over the internet by just taking the robot with an end effector and just dragging it over your face a line.
That's neat. That's really neat.
And
that opens up all sorts of accessible stuff.
Well,
could you imagine that being able to...
Oh yeah. So what makes their arms so much different? Like, because there's different things that separate different arms, like obviously if you're building cars, you want strength. And so you need those big, what are they called? Like Kyoko arms or whatever they are, the giant freaking metal ones that are, they're not accurate within like 10,000ths of an inch. Like the HD robotics arm is, or even some of the Boston Dynamics stuff, but it's designed to repeat like a motion really fast with a lot of weight. Yeah. Right. But then the other end of the spectrum where HD robotics, what makes their stuff so different, what makes their technology like kind of stand in a whole room by itself is no matter what the robot arm is made of, it still maintains sub-micron accuracy anywhere in space that it can reach.
That's why I thought it would be good for it. I mean, just because even the old one would work. I mean, the idea was just to especially now that there's like, he's got AI, a mixture of like AI, robotics, and art just seems like a fun a fun project.
I'll definitely hit him up.
Like
as I start to discover this arm and I start to play with it, I'll see if I can work some scenarios in there that would fit Lance well.
That'd be great.
And if I can find something that looks like it'll work good with him, like even something maybe where he can use the facial tracking to control the robotic arm to like bring him and manipulate it without even having to move his own arms. Then maybe HD Robotics, we could get him hooked up with an arm and then get him to like make some content and do some live streams and stuff with it.
Well, that's what I mean. That's the thing.
They would absolutely love that.
Even if you just put a freaking, I mean, like, I love the painting. I love just as a gimmick, but also as a moneymaker for him. I love the idea of, you know, the Robob Ross type thing.
Yeah.
By the way,
Robob Ross.
Robob Ross.
Hey David, we're gonna have to be careful with old Gimpy though, because HD Robotics did straight up, because I tried to make him uncomfortable at CES, asked him a bunch of questions during an interview that nobody else would ask him. So one of the questions I asked him is, I'm like, could you technically like 3D print an end effector that could hold a fleshlight on this thing? And they straight up did not even break like a sweat or anything. They looked me dead in the eyes and they said, absolutely, yes, it can.
Well, yeah, I mean,
no, but I don't want to see that.
They said you'd have to counterweight it. You'd have to counterweight on the other side. But it will actually do it. And I was like, oh great. If we tell Lance that, it's game over, man. Like
that's your OnlyFans right there.
Yeah, well, seriously, like the only content you'll be able to watch will be on OnlyFans. Be like, sorry, I can't stream on Twitch today. I got kicked for like the 30th time in a row. Oh. No, he could play his disability like to win, like be like, Twitch, you can't ban me because you'll get in trouble or by the ACLU or whatever. And then he could just be like, oh, clothes bother me. And then he could take off all his clothes and just be nude on there and be like, I don't like clothes. My robotic arm's got to touch me every 3 minutes or my OCD pops off.
He can do it, man. Some serious fantasy life going about this. I'm a little worried about how much thought you've given this, you know.
Right.
You know, I think.
Oh, shut up!
Lance is getting
everybody
nervous.
owns half a dozen flashlights. God, don't even act like they don't, bro.
You know that my son had to tell me what it was.
Oh,
seriously?
Wow. Yeah, it was on a show. I can't remember what it was. It was it was Peacemaker. It's Peacemaker.
Oh,
and
okay.
in one scene, he's cleaning up, and there's like a one of these flashlight things there, and I was like, and Baz is like, oh, and I'm like, what have I missed? What did I miss?
Oh my
God.
God.
Well, that. I'm like, what's that? I don't know what that is.
There's a really funny YouTube video where a guy uses it as a suppressor on a gun at a gun range. He just pulls it out and sticks it on the tip of a gun and starts shooting it. And everybody's looking at him like, what the hell? Because it's just flopping around, right? And the bullets aren't even going through it. They're like going, through the sides and out. It's not doing anything, right? It's effectively just like bouncing around and smoking on the other gun. And people are looking at him like, what the hell? What is that? What are they putting on the end of there? And you zoom in, it's like you can clearly see what it is. And you're like, ooh.
That's all you need is a smart ass with a gun and a flashlight. That's great.
Exactly. And I've seen so many YouTube videos where people, because obviously you can't say what it is, otherwise the YouTube video will get banned. But I've seen people take it and actually say it's a flashlight holder, and they actually take a mag light and stick the mag light inside of it. And they're like, oh, it's a comfortable ergonomic gel grip for a flashlight or a flashlight. And they'll make a whole video of them like reviewing it as a handle accessory for something when you can clearly tell what it is.
Wow.
Oh my God, great. America.
That's what the internet. That's what it should be used for.
Totally. Yeah. Yorkshire, thank you for the £5. He said, howdy, dude. How you guys doing? Great to see the Dr. Rodney McKay. Where have you been hiding? He said, what do you guys got planned for Christmas? Yeah, well, David, what do you got planned for Christmas? And where you been hiding there?
As little as possible. As little as possible for Christmas.
I've noticed you've been kind of coming back to social media a little bit. What's going on with that?
A little bit. I got sucked in on a couple of things. Yeah? So here's what I did. I drank the Kool-Aid with you in that I took it off my phone. So it's no longer, I don't have the app on my phone. So
that lasted for 6 days and I put it back.
No, did you?
I did.
So I took it off and I have to, but I go to Chrome to use it. So I just use a browser version, which is not as good, but
No, here's the funny thing. Hey, before you say that though, check this out. No, the Chrome version is better than the app. Don't get me wrong. The app is nice because you don't have to do the scrolling and like separate the URL bar out from everything. That's kind of, but no, that the app isn't nearly as capable as the website. I didn't realize this, but do you notice you can't schedule tweets through the app? The app doesn't let you schedule tweets. They don't even give you the option to do it. But if you go into the webpage, you can.
I don't want it on my phone. Talk about like tracking. It's just, I'm sure the tracking is anyways. But what the big difference that I've made recently is I've started, when I go to home, I immediately skip to who I follow. And that's made a big difference. So I still get stupid ads. And when I go to comments, it's like a joke because it's just all blue check marks.
How do you just see the posts from the people you follow though? Because that's one of the things I don't like about the algorithm is even if I go to the following page on mine, I still every page or two see tweets from people I don't know that don't follow me. I don't follow them.
I get a lot of retweet stuff or people who've tweeted stuff that I don't particularly like. I've also started blocking. I've also started blocking a lot of stuff. Like I had an ad that I don't like. Any crypto stuff now, I'm just blocking it. I mean,
most ads I block. I just block whoever it is.
Speaking of X, did you guys see the interview with old Elon?
Oh my god, the go fuck yourselves.
The go fuck yourself interview.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude! I thought the go fuck yourself was like the biggest part of that interview, and then I went back and watched the whole thing, and I cannot believe the stuff that the media didn't report on about that interview. Like they were so focused on the go fuck yourself that they missed like everything else in that interview that was so much worse. If you guys haven't seen the full interview, you definitely should go watch it because the media I don't know if they were just like fast forwarding and just relaying clips or whatever, but they missed so many other things.
One of the sit through. It's really hard to sit through.
Like the cringiest thing is how Elon goes on a tirade for like 45 seconds. Like he interrupts the journalist and he keeps asking the same question over and over again. He refuses to answer it. He just keeps like butting in and saying stuff. And he literally says, "Listen, how much did you pay me to be on the show?" And he's like, "Well, nothing." And he's like, "Yeah, because I don't charge to do interviews. The only reason I'm here is because you're my friend and I'm doing this for a friend." And he called him Jonathan and his name isn't Jonathan.
Not even close. It's like Adam or something. It was
it's Adam. And so he corrects.
I can't fault him for that because I suck at names. Like I've always sucked at names. I get
one guy.
Hello, Cincinnati. David, we're in Chicago. I've been there. Like I don't,
but David, with the lead up that he gave it, like I'd understand if he was just he just said his name out of the blue, but he was like
friend,
30 seconds he's talking about like, you're my lifelong friend. And I love how the interviewer kept going, well, we don't talk that much. Like he wanted to make sure the audience knew that they weren't like Elon was making it sound like they were best buddies and they hang out all the time. He's like, no, I don't want that association. Like, no, we barely ever talk. And he's like, the only reason I'm doing the show is because you're my friend. And that's why I'm here is because you're my friend. And then when he called him the wrong name, I was just like, oh my God. I was like, I had to rewind it a couple of times. I was like, oh my God, did he really do that?
The way he tried to recover it, it just didn't. It was off.
Dude, the whole thing was cringe.
I felt a bit sorry for him, to be honest. I was like, this guy's. Although I did wonder, like, if he truly, like, I mean, I think the most damaging there was not even just telling the advertisers to go F themselves. It was the fact that he was calling out people from company, like he called out the.
Oh yeah, hey Bob.
Yeah,
Bob. Yeah. Like you're probably in the audience. Hey Bob.
And as an advertising person, are you gonna? I don't want to risk like being called out by. Yeah. I don't want the hounds of Elon on my after me. I'm wondering if maybe this new AI play that he's got going, maybe there's some plan he's got to maybe get rid of advertising.
Grok is a joke. And I speak from experience. I finally got access to it after begging for access forever and ever and ever. Because remember when he first released it, like 4 months ago, he said, listen, if you're premium, which I am, and you were premium from the start, which I was, and I even upgraded the new premium, and I even subscribed to Elon Musk. I'm running an experiment with the algorithm, and it's actually working, so it's worth every penny.
Yeah.
But I met all the criteria that he claimed would make sure that I'm one of the first people to get access to Grok, and I didn't. The only people that got access to Grok until the other day were his friends and people that he knew personally and people who trust sycophants. Yeah. So I finally get access to Grok, and I was kind of surprised. Like I was like, okay, finally I do have access to it, so let me play with it. So I went side by side with not ChatGPT 4.0. I started with ChatGPT 3.5, and it couldn't even keep up with 3.5. So his AI is not only garbage, it's literally the most garbage AI. Like you can literally run Llama 7B locally on your own graphics card, and it will give you a better result than Grok does. Yeah. So and the funny thing is, all it is just snarky. That's the only thing that sets it apart. Is like if I go to ChatGPT and I literally
tell it to be snarky.
Just be snarky. Yeah. That's it.
Tell it to be McKay. Just tell it to be McKay. Dr. Rodney McKay, and there you go. You've got Grok for you.
The thing is, it knows who that is. Grok probably doesn't. Grok could not figure out like the most basic things. But here's where Grok failed the most: is Elon has been bragging and bragging and whoa, 1,000 czars.
I don't even know what a czar is, but that sounds like
South African rand. We've gotten some czars before. Yeah,
that's awesome. Anything is nice. Good news to us.
Yeah, right on.
Thank you for the czars, Aubrey.
Yeah, thanks very much. That's quite a chunk. Thank you very much.
You have yourself a wonderful sleep.
They deserve a big puff. That's a big one. That's like $52.
That's so crazy. Thank you so much, Aubrey. Yeah. Wow. $52.75 US today. Oh, that's so awesome. Thank you so much. So Grok, this is the thing. So Grok has been advertised. The one thing that Elon said is going to make this, and by the way, Elon claimed that this is baby AGI. He's like, Grok does something that none of the other AIs do. It's a baby. It's not even AI. It's baby AGI. It's like artificial general intelligence.
Yeah, right.
No, not only is that so far off, like he claims that it was. Yeah, he claimed it was trained on X data, right? Which already kind of concerns me.
I'm sure they fed it Twitter data.
You'd think they did, but I
not
asked
the
it a
data I would
series of
want in
questions.
my AI.
So I asked that a series of questions. It failed every single one of the questions that I had about X and about Twitter that even ChatGPT 3.5 locked off in 2001 was able to answer. Or sorry, 2021. I literally asked it. I said, show me. All I said was, show me who my top 10 followers are. And it said, here, I'll show you a list of your top 10 followers. And then it listed it one, follower A, follower B, follower C. It literally typed follower A, no names. It just gave them random names. It hallucinated that my top 10 followers are follower A, follower B, follower C.
So it's not even accessing the Twitter stuff properly.
Yeah, and I even asked it straight up. I said, do you have access? The number one thing Elon Musk said is that you have access to Twitter data. What Twitter data do you have access to? And it's like, oh, at this time, I do not have access to Twitter data, nor can I access this. You have to get that through your analytics panel if you want to know about that.
It's probably a chat GPTs. He's probably just done his own little chat GPT.
There's some talk about that on
pretty
social
sure
it's that he stole is using some of the open source code from OpenAI or something. Because some of the responses that when it denies a request, it's like, oh, I can't help you with malicious code because the OpenAI, blah, 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 blah. And some people are like trying to defend it, saying, well, they scraped all this Twitter data and all these like posts and stuff and blah, blah, blah. So like that's going to be a common response and blah, blah, blah. And it's
it's looking more and more like they did just copy. I think it's OpenGPT, which is on GitHub,
probably,
which is just one of the rudimentary, like it's even sub GPT 3.5, like levels of accuracy, and then the training data.
It's just branded it basically. He's just branded it, and I don't know. I just the fact that he's bailing on these advertisers though, it just makes me think there's got to be. Didn't he just like try to get $1 billion for his new AI whatever it's called, XAI or whatever the hell it's called.
Yeah.
Probably.
And he also said during that interview that X is going to fail.
Ridiculous.
If the advertisers don't come back, X is going to fail, and history is going to remember that the advertisers killed X, not me.
Ask Earth. Earth.
Yeah.
God,
that's so.
I'm like, but here, can I ask? Like, let me ask you this question. I'm curious, and you guys in chat, please give me your opinions on this too. Which do you think of these two options I'm about to give you? And they neither might fit the bar, but just whichever one do you think is closer to it? Let me know. Do you think it's blackmail to refuse to buy a product from a company? Like you just don't want to spend your money there. Do you think that that's blackmail if you cease to spend your money to buy a product from a company? Or do you think it's blackmail to threaten that company to harm them if you do not give them your money? Which of those two scenarios do you think is most likely? Because that's what he did. At the end of the interview.
Do this thing or I will punish you in some way. That is
so
blackmail.
Elon Musk, within 2 minutes in the interview, just 2 short minutes, he goes from, I'm not going to let these companies blackmail me by saying they're going to pulling their advertisement. I'm not going to let them blackmail me. And then 2 minutes later, he says, and history is going to remember that the advertisers killed X and they're going to come after you. Like if you don't come back to the platform, they're going to come after you. And it's like, dude, you're literally dog whistling to your audience to go attack these companies, calling them out by name, calling their marketing people out by name. That's blackmail.
Like, if you're saying Yakarino still there, like, why is she still? What is she doing? She's like a legitimate marketing person, and she's like, I don't know what it's like. Did she drink the Kool-Aid? Like, what happened there?
I think she's just in it for the paycheck. She's going to try and get a fat parachute.
Are you talking about the new CEO?
Because she's going to get blamed when it all comes crumbling down. She's going to get blamed for it. That's what her job.
I feel like she doesn't even have that much power to be the one to blame.
She has none. She has all
she's carrying. She's got the CEO. She's got the CEO mantle. I mean, there's other examples of this especially in tech, where like a failing company will put a woman usually in the
women
top spot.
For the
Then it falls apart.
During the
shitty
it was
time. Her. I think Yahoo.
You guys are talking about Linda, right?
Did the same thing. I think Yahoo did the same thing.
We're willing to give her a chance now that we're failing miserably. And that's exactly it.
So check this out. This is hilarious. I got to point something out again. If you guys, I don't know if you guys follow me on Twitter, I tweeted out a thing a couple weeks ago. I said, why is Linda the CEO of Twitter? Like, she doesn't make any of the CEO decisions. All she does is retweet Elon. Elon mentions it first, and then she retweets it, not the other way around.
She tidies it up at least. She tidies
she tidies it up. So she doesn't do anything that's CEO related. And I also called out. I said, why is she not allowed to call herself the CEO? As soon as I made that statement, like a week later, I started noticing that she had CEO in her name. I just looked at her account. No CEO anywhere.
Oh, really?
Go look at her account on X right now. It says Linda Yacarino?
Yacarino.
So Yacarino.
I think it's Yacarino. I don't know.
And it used to say Linda Yacarino, CEO of X. Now it says Linda Yacarino, and it says driven by industry progress, inspired by provocative leadership, plus don't mind a good pair of shoes or a great Penn State football score. There is nothing on her account that indicates she is the CEO of Twitter anymore. So Elon probably had her take that down. because
oh my
yeah,
God.
he probably didn't like a woman having a title as CEO on his platform, so he told her to take it down because she didn't have that like 2 weeks ago.
Or
and then
if she's
CEO
smart,
was
she
there,
doesn't want it. If she's
Actually,
smart, then
that's
she goes,
probably the
you know
smarter
what? It never got written down. There's no,
I just noticed that though since we've been talking about this because I purposefully went and looked at her account a couple days ago and I'm like, oh, and now at least in her name it says CEO of Twitter. Now it doesn't say CEO anywhere, not even in her bio. So what other CEO do you know of a company that doesn't advertise within their company that they're the CEO? Like people know who the CEO is. If you ask somebody who the CEO of X is and they went to Twitter and searched, they'd have a hard time finding her because there's nothing on her account. Like if you do a search for a CEO, she's not going to come up because of her bio or because of something in her title because she has nothing to associate her with the CEO of X. That's crazy.
I'm just amazed that, I don't know. I'm just amazed. It's that when he first retweeted that stuff, that one of those stupid anti-Semitic,
that was
conspiracy
bad.
theory stuff. You're just like, dude, what are you doing? Like, it's just, it was
also
bizarre.
Grok.
What was it? The truth or whatever he said? The truth.
Yeah, he said this is the actual truth.
This is the actual truth.
Yeah, and back to the Grok thing really quick too. Grok is only accessible from the app on the cell phone, not from the website.
Oh, okay.
And if you tab away from it or you minimize it and open it back up, your entire conversation gets reset to 0. So there's no conversation history at all. It's just like if you even alt tab, like I just alt tabbed another window, did something and came back, it cleared the conversation.
It's all gone. Yeah, that's
so it's like what use is it, right? So and
the
reason they did that is
you can't catch him on anything. He's like less likely to go.
It remembers like no context either. Like I don't know if it's because they don't have the resources, quite frankly, to run an AI, but it has no, like if you talk to it for more than like 10 or 12 questions, it loses scope of everything you said in the beginning of the conversation. Every other AI I've used, even ChatGPT 3.5, like you can talk to it for a good hour and probably 50, 60, 70 messages before it starts losing things.
Yeah.
This thing loses crap like instantly. So, but I want to ask people in chat, let me be fair because you guys know I am biased in this situation because I can't fucking stand Elon Musk. But has anybody in chat actually used Grok that also has experience with ChatGPT 3.5, ChatGPT 4, even Google Bard, like even Bard, which is like the low end of the AIs right now.
Although Gemini is going to replace that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
yeah,
okay, it's supposed to be a massive leap. Whole video was fake.
Did you see that? I know. That was
only
insane.
the aftermath. Only the aftermath.
No,
I didn't actually watch the actual video.
Wait, what? I didn't hear anything about this.
Yeah, I watched the video.
Man, so Google puts out this Gemini thing. It's supposed to be the next big like upgrade to Bard.
I saw that. What is it?
And at the bottom of it says they said that
fake.
they'd shortened some of the sections, but as you look,
the voice prompts were overlaid. It was not a live demo.
Yeah, it's kind of shocking.
The results were like fiddled with and stuff. Like, yeah, it was the whole thing. They had to come out and apologize, and the whole thing was fake. Yeah.
Was it TechCrunch that called them on it? Like something like
I think that was the one I first saw. Yeah.
There was someone who said that they'd been in contact and they said, "Look, could you not use the word fake? Could you just use the word that it was, that it was edited?" And they're like, "No, it's fake."
Yeah, like. Yeah, come on.
The reason I didn't think it was fake,
around this stuff
is just so bad. Like they didn't.
Oh, I was so impressed. I was so impressed. I was like so ready for this.
It's a bummer.
To be fair, though, what they demoed is possible with other companies. Like
that's
legitimately,
why they didn't have to fake it. They didn't have to tweak it. They could have just said, "Hey, like we're not quite up to the level of maybe these other ones, but this is what we've got, and this is like where we're going." Because like, look, Bard has been kind of behind, which still blows my mind. Still fucking blows my mind.
I can't get it either.
Like Google's not further along with their stuff. I think.
How do you have the most computing power in the world, which is the number? That's all. The algorithm isn't what's important. It's the training and the weights. They have all of that in spades, and they still somehow lose. How?
I think they gutted years ago. I think they gutted their AI team, like behind the scenes or something. They weren't putting effort into any sort of AI stuff, machine learning stuff, or just barely skeleton crew. Then OpenAI makes this huge jump forward, and they're like, "Oh fuck, we've just wasted like 5 years of not progressing like we should have been," and now they're scrambling, and they're just behind. They're just behind. They don't have the team. They didn't put enough effort and money and time behind it. And they were playing Go. Yeah, they were busy playing Go and chess. Right.
OpenAI
they thought they were ahead,
down.
and now it's catch up. That's it.
That's why. Okay, let me throw this as a possible aside to that, because I feel like there's a lot of things that are being done now that we don't consider AI anymore, like autocomplete, auto searches,
Mm-hmm.
Fixing your email as it goes along, Grammarly, all this kind of stuff, which
That's
used to be AI magic, 10 years ago, is now, I feel like AI is focused on those little edge case little things and hasn't focused on like a standalone AI. They've just focused on trying to make it a part of their stuff. And I wouldn't count them out yet. I feel like right now we're enamored with it's a bit, I mean, not to equate it to crypto, but it's a bit like blockchain became crypto and everyone got all fancy about the crypto stuff. But
sure.
blockchain is still a
I can see that.
legitimate, technology.
Like the underlying technology is
Yeah.
still cool,
Right
but
now,
it's like what
everyone's
people are
like,
using it for is less flashy.
this is ChatGPT is like AI in your face, whereas Google, and I think probably to a lesser extent, I imagine Apple will step into it as well at some point. But that's just it being used in a kind of in a non-threatening way, if that makes sense. Like OpenAI is going to get all the flack, is going to get all of the people concerned about ethics and all this kind of stuff, while the rest of the companies just sort of sit back and wait, to be the second. The second,
yeah, I don't think they should try to. That's the thing, is like, you don't have to compete with OpenAI. Let them be the forerunner.
Yeah,
and literally just use because they're gonna hit, like you said, they're gonna hit every wall. They're gonna spend every expense, everything to break through to get that 10%, and you're just gonna get it for free. And it's not like there's gonna be a lack of customers. Like the amount of people that need AI and use AI, it's like if you just charge slightly less than OpenAI and you're just not quite as good, people are still gonna go for your service. Like because it does most of what you want.
The laser focus on putting a natural language processing into their voice assistant.
Yeah.
If they can nail a natural language processing Google Assistant with context with my data, it would oh man, it would just
get a clean up.
Blow up. It would be amazing. If I could say, hey Google, oops, I don't want my
you don't even need the cloud. Don't even need the cloud.
Yeah,
not with their new chip things. Yeah,
you could do distributed computing amongst all of your little speakers and stuff, which that's a bit pie in the sky. But like, if they could just make their voice assistant better, they would win. They would win everything. Like it'd be
like
awesome.
right now. The funny thing is, they could have an OpenAI like chat interface to their existing search. You know what I mean? Like that's. It's not that.
That's what Amazon's doing. Amazon's going to drop a version of the Alexa. I won't finish that so it doesn't set off everybody saying. They're already swapping out the back end of that with the GP.
If she could get the fucking news right once in my day, or the song that I asked for, I would be impressed. But right now, that is not fucking operating anything.
By the way, all of my replace her on your iPhone, so that you can set up so your iPhone will be backed up by OpenG. It'll use OpenAI instead of the assistant built in.
Oh, really?
Yeah. If you install the ChatGPT app and you have an account, I don't know if you need an account or not. You might need an account for 4.0, but even 3.5 is still amazing compared to what you normally get. And so you can basically use the OpenGT. So you can use not OpenGPT. You can use ChatGPT as your assistant on your phone.
Oh, and does it integrate properly with the phone? Like it'll do
some things, but not. It won't do everything. Like if you say call somebody or whatever, it won't like look them up in the catalog.
That's what I like about Apple, though. Like that's what I like about the Apple stuff, is that it's just like I'm walking and I go, I missed something in the podcast. I rewind 30 seconds or whatever. I love being able to do that.
The great thing about GPTs, though, and this is like something I've been learning more about, is the expenditure of resources is more in the training and the weights than it is the actual recall. So if you train like these micro models that basically they only need to know language really well. Like they don't need to know a lot about science and everything or math. All they need to do is know language so that they can understand what you're saying better. You can build a model that's only a couple of 100 megabytes. Like literally the entire training data is a couple of 100 megabytes, and it'll be able to correct even the most drunkenly spoke backwards dyslexic English ever to flawless every time, even getting the context right. And so everybody keeps trying to shoot for this like pie in the sky, like, oh, we need OpenAI and we need to like call into their APIs and stuff to get the answers. And then it takes a while, right? But if you run a localized GPT that is designed just for language, and then once it resolves the language, then send that off to the cloud to a bigger, like if the scope of your question requires internet access, then it could go to that next level and hand it off there. But then all the stuff that doesn't require that breadth and depth of knowledge, you could just do locally on the phone without ever having to go out to the
internet. It can figure out what it needs to go to as well, right?
Yeah.
It's so much better.
I did a demo where I literally just mashed on the keyboard as I was trying to type something, like intentionally hitting the keys next to like moving over a little bit and mess with it. And I typed stuff that wasn't legible. Like you would not be able to figure it out. And I put it into ChatGPT 3.5 and I put it into the local GPT that I was running on my GPU. And it was able to get it with 100% accuracy back to the English I was trying to say. And I mean, it looked like garbage. Like it was crazy.
It's amazing. I mean, I was talking to a friend of mine who's in Italy, and he has I don't know what his condition is actually, but he can't move, and he hasn't tried AI yet. And as an example, I'd been sending him links like during our chat. He used Google Meet because apparently that allows the eye gaze technology to work better. For some reason, Google Meet is better at that. And so in the chat, I was like texting him links to the, you should check this out, check that out. He has to do a TED talk. So I was like, you check out this TED talk and that TED talk. And then I was like, fuck, I've just sent him all these fucking links. It's no good to him. He's gonna have to scroll through them all. So what do? I showed him. I was like, I cut and pasted the entire chat, dumped it in ChatGPT and said, give me a list of all of the links and what they are. And it pops it out. I just cut and pasted to him.
I use multiple GPTs daily now. I used to go to ChatGPT for like everything. Like I had a ChatGPT premium account. So I got rid of my ChatGPT premium account because it was $20 a month. Yeah, now I subscribe to a thing called P-O-E. And it's accessible through the web and it's accessible through an app on the phone. Has the same capabilities OpenAI, but it also includes about 12 other there's 12 other AIs that it includes, including image generators like DALL-E and Stable Diffusion XL. And it gives you all that for $16 a month. And not only that, it even mimics OpenAI's API. So like if you use
how do you spell Poe? What just P-O-E?
Just P-O-E. And it works fantastic. It's like $16 a month. And so far, everything that I asked ChatGPT for, it can do. I can upload an image. I can ask questions about the image. I can tell it to draw pictures in DALL-E or draw pictures in Stable Diffusion. I can use local models that are specific for coding. Like I can actually download, or sorry, I'm getting mixed up a little bit. For coding, there's a couple models they have that are really good at just coding. Like they're trained specifically for coding.
Like better than Copilot?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I gotta tell you about this. Have either of you used LM Studio yet?
I have the tab open. I have I played a little bit with it.
So I'm gonna put this link in chat here. You guys have to try this. Okay, promise me you will if you haven't.
The link is purple. I clicked on that.
So LM Studio, and it's a legit project. I looked into it deeply. I made sure it's not like malware masquerading as something. No. LM Studio is an open source project that a group of people created that basically curates and brings all of the different AIs together that you can run on your computer locally, either CPU or GPU. It's completely configurable, but you don't have to worry about like setting up special versions of Python. You don't have to set up Docker instances. You don't have to set up Anaconda environments. You don't have to set up Python environments. You don't have to do any of that crap. It just does it for you. All you have to do is search for a model that does what you want it to do. That's within the scope of your PC. Like you have to make sure you have enough RAM and everything to run that model. Then you select that model, it'll download the model, install it, create an environment for it, and you can just directly start asking questions. But what's even cooler is you can tell it to mimic OpenAI's API. So any program that interfaces with OpenAI for asking questions, you can just point it to your local host IP address and it'll ask your instance of LM Studio, and whichever AI you have selected as your primary, it'll query that. So if you go download like, some project off of like some guy the other day I noticed created an app. I love how easy it is to create an app to do anything now. His app literally just takes a picture, uploads it to OpenAI, and then OpenAI analyzes it, and it looks at the picture as a receipt. First it says, is this picture a receipt? And if the picture is a receipt, it takes out all the information and basically puts it into a spreadsheet to compute his budget.
That's
so all he does is just take pictures of his receipts, and it does his whole budget. And you can ask it questions, and it'll reply back like what your taxes liability is going to be and everything. Right. So, but the code for his app is like 100 lines because all it's doing is he's taking a picture.
I'm amazed it's sending it.
Yeah, he's sending it to a prompt on OpenAI. He gets the answer back through the API, and then he just puts it in a Google Doc or whatever. And so I was like, that's a program that would have taken a lot of effort to actually create from scratch to do all those things. But since AI is 99% of what the app does, that's all just done for him.
Well, the Python stuff is so easy. I did the same sort of thing only with a transcription. So I was looking at the transcriptions of videos I'd seen for my email of awesomeness. And I just wanted a little breakdown of what was, because once I'd seen it, I just want the key points.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't let me do the whole thing for some of them because they were so long. So I had to break it up into chunks and then submit them as separate chunks and then put them all back together again into a one list at the end. All
Yeah,
with
that's how I did it
Python.
with OpenAI.
And it was like maybe 20 lines, something like maybe 20 lines of Python, something like that.
So my record so far is I got it. If you go on GitHub and you do a search for GPT-4 Tetris, I uploaded a full Tetris game that is 100% written by ChatGPT without any code written by me.
Oh, nice.
So it's 50 questions. I asked it 50 questions, and then out of 50 questions, I got it to give me back like 500 lines of code that makes a completely and it's not just a Tetris game. It also has a 3D star field in the background with like great gradients, like the stars that are darker move slower to give you like a 3D parallax effect.
Oh, wow.
It's got sound effects because I had it create its own sound effects from like tone generators and stuff.
Nice.
And so I got it to create its own game where all I had to do was copy the final code that I just pushed continue a couple times because it overflows its buffer, and then you got to push continue. I copied and pasted the final piece of code and just did Python space that.py enter, and it ran and worked.
Wow.
So
yeah, it's getting better and
awesome.
better. When I started using it, I would get little chunks and I would use the chunks and just change them. Now there's a lot of it just does it. It's just cut and paste.
Yeah. So this back to this LM Studio thing though. So Poe is cloud based. So Poe gives you all of these AIs that you can access in the cloud. LM Studio gives you the AIs locally that you can just use your own resources to run. So, but what I think is really cool about some of the stuff that you can do with LM Studio is there's models that LM Studio gives you access to that are like just trained yesterday. Like you can literally just go find a model somebody just created yesterday that's just trained on Hot Wheels. Like if you want to know everything there is to know about Hot Wheels, you can go download like the Hot Wheel, library and use it. And the cool thing is a lot of people will create different trained models for different numbers of parameters, depending on what device you want to run on. And some of these models are small enough that they can run on a Raspberry Pi 4.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
So you could literally
you can add a GPU to it as well.
You can. You could.
The new Raspberry Pis apparently.
Yep. And it supports Llama, Mistral, Falcon, MPT, Starcoder, Replit, GPT Neo X, and GGUF, which is like a Hugging Face model. Those are all the different training data sets that it supports. Like for but it's so easy to set up. You basically just go in, you download, and it'll even update. It self-updates itself and keeps itself up to date. And then once you install the AIs, it's just a matter of you have a drop down and you just pick which AI you want to use. It loads it really quick. If you have the resources,
to see how it's going to run on the M1.
Really
M2,
good,
whatever I've got.
exceptionally well. As a matter of fact, the M1 can run a lot of these models faster than the Nvidia GPU can.
Oh, I have an M2. Sorry, never mind.
I don't know why. I think it has to do with the memory. Like I think I looked this up, and the consensus was that the M1, the way that it accesses its memory, because it's not like you install chips in the computer. It's like I think the memory is compiled onto the chip, right?
Yeah.
So because of that fast access to memory, that's what AI really needs to shine. Like when you're doing recall, not necessarily training, but when you're doing recall of the information, you want to have as much fast access memory as possible in one spot. So when you have an M1 processor with access to 16 or 32 gigabytes of what's effectively VRAM, because it's super fast RAM that's accessible to the CPU, you can do incredibly fast lookups. And I've gotten as many as 14 tokens per second. So like a token can be, I think a token is basically a word in this context, but I could get it to do 14 words a second. So when it's replying, it's just like from a 3080.
Really?
Like, so, and I was pretty shocked by that. Now, some models are slow, like depending on what you want to do. Like if you load up like a 70 billion or whatever parameter library or whatever, and you got the RAM for it and you're using CPU mode, I mean, one word could take 5 minutes. But it will run. It will eventually run and give you the answer. Like if you're like, what's the meaning of life? Come back in 2 years, your CPU, it'll still do it.
Right.
But what is the advantage though of doing that as opposed to just using a cloud-based service?
Because some of these models are trained very, very specifically and precisely for the thing that you might be doing, whereas the AIs that are in the cloud are very generalized and might not do as well of a job without a lot of extra prompting.
But you could train your own with ChatGPT if you wanted to. With these ChatGPT,
that's the thing. You can't really. Okay, so there's training. So there's two different types of training. There's training where it's in the model, like where you're basically giving data to the model and allowing it to analyze it in the context of all the data it already has, and then making a decision on how it should weight those answers.
Right.
The training that ChatGPT allows you to do is a little different. What you're basically doing is preloading it with prompts. And preloading it with files. Like, hey, I'm going to upload a file, and I want you to, every question I ask you in the future, I want you to consider the information that's in that file as a part of it.
Okay, I see.
So those things are quite different.
Right. So it's
But
not so much
listen,
training the model, is just giving it the data.
exactly,
I see.
exactly.
Right.
So let's say you want to write a story, like you're like, I'm going to write the next, Stephen King novel or whatever, right? That's going to just be top of the seller. Well, you wouldn't want to go to ChatGPT and say, hey, write me a novel, because you might have to prompt it and tell it about, like, what type of writer I am, what writing style do I have, what are some other works of art, and feed that in, right? Or you could just go download a model called MPT-7B Story Writer, which is designed to read and write fictitious stories with super long context lengths. It was built featuring the MPT 7 billion with a context length of 65,000 tokens, which means it can remember 65,000 separate words in the context of a conversation. But basically, if you go to ChatGPT and say, write me a story about cars, it'll give you like maybe a paragraph, right?
Yeah.
If you go to this model and you say, write me a story about cars, it could give you a 300-page novel.
Jesus.
So, and you could just crank those out. So
you imagine being a publisher right now. Like, how are you gonna? You get so many submissions now. Like,
not only that, but you can plagiarize anything. So you could go grab. I could go grab a book right now. Just go to what is it, like Amazon. I could download an ebook, because they're all the books are scanned in nowadays. So I could go grab an ebook. I could take that ebook, the photographs of every single page, and load my model and load up to 65,000 pages. How many books do you know that have 65,000 pages, right?
None that I'm reading.
So I could take every single one of those pages, feed it into a local instance, a locally trained instance of an AI. So that way, if somebody tries to check and see, was this created by an AI? There's no way for them to know, because you're running some obscure instance that maybe only a dozen other people are using.
Right.
Now
do you have to make it public? You don't have to make it public, or you have to make it public?
No, you don't. You can run this completely privately on your computer.
Okay. Right.
And many of these models have no safeguards. So you say, hey, show me how to build how to enrich uranium, and it'll just give you step by step and dumb it down for a kindergartner.
Right.
So you get a lot more freedom too with these. But the thing is, I could download a book, put it into this, and say, I want you to create a book that is a sequel to this, but without using any information that might violate any copyright laws. You could literally just straight up say, this is my intent. I want to pirate this. I want you to create a book, and I want you to give me defensive positions also, that if I do get sued, what grounds I can give that this
your lawyer, as well as your publisher, as well as your writer, as well as your artist. Yeah.
You hit enter, you go to bed, right? You wake up the next day after 18, 20 hours of this thing slogging away, and now you've basically got a book you can send directly to the publisher that is the same story, but with different characters, different situations, but still, everything fits together and everything jives. And then on top of that, you could even send that now to Stable Diffusion XL and say, I want you to create artwork. But then what you do is you retain the same token, and you train your own library based on a certain style of imagery. And that way, all the images look similar, like they were all done by the same artist. And then you could basically create a book.
Could you do a graphic novel that way, like or storyboards for that? I'd love to do that.
100%.
That would be great.
You would not believe how far the image AI stuff has come. So not only can you do videos now.
Yeah.
Like it used to be you could just do pictures. Now you do videos.
What is the one I was playing with? Stability? Is it Stability AI? Is that the one?
Yep. The one that uses neural networks. What's that thing called?
It's crazy. The stuff it comes up with. I can't. Yeah, it's uncanny. I mean, my big thing right now is, I think,
ControlNet. ControlNet is what it's called.
Is that what it's called?
ControlNet is the technology that a lot of these things are using to do the video-based stuff, where it can make multiple frames that fit with the frame before it, but look completely different.
My God, that's the key. Like, once you can do that, I feel like, that's that.
Have you seen
the film industry?
Have either of you seen Magnific yet? Dude, you can't even keep up with the shit that comes out so fast.
No,
so
it's true. Like, I can't keep up with it.
So a friend of mine created this program, and you do have to pay, but I think they give you like a trial, so you can do like 20 free ones or whatever. But it's called Magnific AI. What this guy did is he basically wrote instead of creating like Stable Diffusion, where it creates an image from nothing, he created an AI upscaler that takes an existing image and not only upscales it, but while it's upscaling it, it adds more detail that's not there.
I've seen this. Yeah.
It's basically enhanced from CSI. Yeah. So you could upload a picture of a license plate that's not legible, and it might not give you back the actual license plate, but it'll make you believe that it is the right license plate.
It's not from CSI, it's from Blade Runner. God damn it.
Blade Runner. Sorry.
Baby, your CSI.
Man,
it was enhance, go left, go right, enhance. Like, that was Blade Runner back in the day.
Going just this main example that they have on their website here.
Wild,
this is creating shit that's not there.
Oh yeah,
No,
it's
that's what it
completely,
does.
yeah.
Like
That's
it's
what
not
it
just
does.
making this image better.
It
Like
made it into a
I don't
Swiss
know.
cheese plant, and it made me all, what is it called? Tryptophobic? What's the one where it's all the little
I think that's
holes?
the
There's too
one.
many
Yeah.
holes.
So this is a little. Their example is kind of not, in my opinion, not the best because I don't want you to change my image like
It doesn't
this.
have to. It doesn't have to.
Okay,
There's a
'cause I'm like,
slider. So
Oh
here's
yeah, the
here's what you
slider.
do.
Use the slider. It changes
So
it.
here's what
Yeah,
you tell it. You uploaded an image, right? And then you give it a scale factor. Do I want it to be 2x as big or 4x
Oh,
as big?
dude,
Because it
that's
has to be
brilliant.
bigger than the original image because his technology is based on needing more pixels to expand what's already there. But you can upload a picture, then you have to say the picture, do I want to optimize it as standard, meaning let them pick, right? Or do I want it to be the input to be a portrait, art, illustration, game asset, natural or landscape, films or photography, 3D renders, or science fiction and horror? Those are the categories you can select the input from. Then you've got 3 sliders: creativity, HDR, and resemblance. So if you set resemblance to the highest setting, then it's not going to change the image, it's just going to add additional detail to it. So if you up the HDR slider, it's not going to affect the color in the image. It's just going to expand the color in the image so it's a wider gamut, right? And then creativity, if you scroll the creativity slider all the way up and then the resemblance down, then you'll get an image that you can tell that they're related, but it's hallucinating. Yeah.
Okay.
And then
like,
you can pick go ahead.
I could see where you take something from like Dolly 3 or something that's like a little whack, and then because like there is a much better example further down for it's under upscale and enhanced graphic designs and video game assets. Like that's much more what I would want. It's like, okay, here's something that was probably, I mean, to me is clearly AI generated, and then it brightens it up and stuff and like makes the lines much clearer and that kind of a thing.
Yeah, I don't want it to add spots. I like it when that portrait is a little bit less I don't
Yeah, there's the old man, and I'm like, this looks a little too like this is like clearly photoshopped, like the way that like the guy's creases and stuff get real not grainy, but like super deep, and like I'm like, this is like an HDR Photoshop.
Yeah, the illustration stuff is fun.
No, but did you see the one where they run the Minecraft screenshots through it? So it basically takes Minecraft and makes the Minecraft pictures look like reality. So it makes them look like they're like a Minecraft house looks like a real house now.
Seriously?
And the driveway is like real cobblestone, and all the materials and trees are no longer blocky. They look like real trees.
Great.
It's wild. And so I started running stuff through it. Like I put so I took 3D printing nerd, Joel Telling, and I copied his logo from his YouTube channel. And I put it through there, and you do the slider back and forth, and it's so much sharper, and it has like this HDR hue, and all the 3D prints in the background have like super detail, like super tack sharp, and it draws your eye. And so like when you're scrolling around, you're like, wow, that actually made the image like, it's weird. Like you look at an image and you're like, that's a really good image to begin with, but then you see it side by side with what this thing does to it, and it makes it pop and grab your eye. So what this thing is really good for is thumbnails. Like if you want to make a thumbnail for like your YouTube video, take a screenshot of something interesting in your video and run it through this and put some text over the top of it, and it'll grab people's eyes just because you can slide the creativity to max, and it'll put so much detail and so much HDR into the image that you just have to look at it. Like it'll stand out amongst any other image on the page, even if it's the same content.
That's great for an old guy like me, because all those old films I did, which just have shitty quality, I can now just up-res images from them and look like a freaking movie star.
Right? I wish there was a way for me to share a link to the image, but you have to download it and upload it. But I took a Hot Wheel. I went to Dolly and I said, draw me a picture of a Hot Wheels Cybertruck. I said, make me a Hot Wheels Cybertruck. I posted that image on Twitter, and people were like, oh my God, where did you get this image? Oh my God, make a 3D model of this. This looks so amazing. And everybody was just gaga over it. And I was like, I just asked it to draw me a Cybertruck, and it created a better Cybertruck than Elon did. So then I put it into Magnific AI, and Magnific AI gave the paint like this sparkle that makes it look super real, and redid all the lighting in it to make it look like way more realistic.
Oh, that's cool.
But it's still the same picture. If you put it by side with the other picture, it's just a much more detailed, like you can read the logos on the center caps of the wheels. You can see the lug nuts. You couldn't see them in the original one. It just added a new level of detail. But then what you can do is you can take this into a program that does something called what is it, like Gaussian splattering or some shit? I can't even remember, but there's a new method, Gaussian splattering. So now you can take these images generated by AI, Gaussian splat them into 3D models, and then clean up the 3D model and print it. And now you just created a Hot Wheel by saying create me, but you still have to do a little bit of work because you have to like but if you created an automation stack, you could have this thing just crank out 3D models of Hot Wheel cars, and every day you'd have a new Hot Wheel 3D model.
Well, if you know you're creating them too, you could just have them generated on like white backgrounds or whatever to help with that. You know.
Yep. Oh, James Janus actually has a good question in here. He said, do you think we'll ever have self-learning AIs, like how you can teach ourselves the AI is self-learning, where you don't have to directly feed it in a data set? Yeah, that's already happening.
They're already doing that, aren't they?
With AI agents. Like you give it a task, and it knows, it has enough from the base data set to know how to break down the task into. I mean, this is like old. This is GPT 3.5 stuff. There were people are making agents where the base data set already knows enough to break down a task. Like say, write me a business plan for a nerd for an internet cafe / waifu cafe, like food cafe, and it'll go, okay, I know what a business plan is, I know what internet cafe and a waifu thing is, and all this, I know these things already. How do I put this together? And it'll break that the ask down into like bite-sized tasks, and anything that it can't do already, it will break down and make another AI agent to go out and do that thing, like over and over and over and over again. And then learn, right? The AI agents come back with the completion of their task, feed it back into your model, and it goes from there. So yeah,
this is why that first Star Trek was such a problem.
So
that was the Voyager coming back and wanting to destroy mankind because we've sent it off on a very simple mission, and it's got more and more complicated.
Back to get us.
That was good, yeah.
So here's how I tried, because I tried to figure out a way to explain this. A lot of people say, no, that's like he said right here. He said, that's not what I mean. He said, don't you mean like play guitar? You can't just teach yourself how to play guitar. No teacher. Same with the AI. You're not needing a data set to scan. No, hold on. This is where people see, and this is a self-reflection thing. Like you not being aware of how you do something. The same thing applies to the AI. You're like, well, you can't teach yourself how to play guitar. That's not actually true. You can teach yourself how to play guitar, and a lot of people teach themselves how to play guitar. Yeah. And when they teach themselves how to play guitar, sometimes it's even better than had they been formally trained to play that guitar, because they stumbled upon a method that was even better and more efficient. Exactly. Jimi Hendrix didn't know even how to read music. So here's the way that it does it. So just like you would do, it's like, okay, you don't know how to build a flux capacitor, right? Because one has never been created. But how would you start? If you're a human, how would you start building a flux capacitor? You'd probably start reflecting on what you already know, right? Like what colors have I seen? How do elements react with each other when you stir them together? You know, what does light look like when it reflects off these things? All that knowledge you would grasp at it and try to put it together until you got one step closer to what you were trying to achieve. That's exactly what AI does. Once AI gets enough information, it's what it's called, its core information, it's core training. Then what it can do is it basically starts hallucinating. It starts taking all of these different possibilities and arrangements of the data and putting them together and saying, does this work? And then what you do is you add an adversarial AI, which would be like the teacher who teaches you how to play the guitar. The teacher says, no, that's not good, or no, that's not right, you're not quite getting it. Well, it would be using formal knowledge to try to check you the best that it could to send you in the right direction. But then if it doesn't know, as long as the result that you create is in the ballpark heading in that direction, it's okay with it and it lets you continue. So just like with a human, it's like in the context of you playing a guitar, it's like if you sat down and you wanted to play a guitar and you didn't even know what music was, you didn't even know what a guitar was, chances are, if you were in that room and you were bored and you had nothing to do and you were just curious, right? Your entire objective in life is just to try to learn something. You're eventually going to pick it up and realize it makes noise, right? So when it makes noise, you're going to eventually come to the conclusion that certain sounds are pleasant and certain sounds are unpleasant that come out of it, right? So then you're going to want to play more sounds that are pleasant. AI is going to do the same thing. So in the end, it trains itself how to play the guitar because its goal from the start is to learn new things, not necessarily to play the guitar, but to learn new things. And then as it learns those new things and it starts discovering patterns with those new things, it starts applying those to other things. So can an AI just magically decide, and this is where AGI comes in, right? Once you have enough AIs talking to each other and basically all being adversarial networks for each other, it will eventually come to like every conclusion possible. But then again, sorry, I was going to say you could also create a random number generator. It's like 1,000 monkeys in 1,000 years could write Shakespeare, right?
Right.
You could do the same thing. If you just wrote down random numbers, you would eventually you'd cure cancer eventually, like without even knowing it. But the AI,
which is kind of what they're doing with the biotech stuff now.
That's how they used to do it. Oh, what's up, dude?
There was a thing that did. I'll have to dig into it a little bit, but I think it was Microsoft. They created something that does exactly that. It's a team of agents that basically replicated a software development team from a CEO or like a project lead to the developers to the design people. you gave it a task, a goal, like we want to create a web app that, to make cookies or whatever. And it would take the project like mission, and it would break it down into the proper tasks, and it would create the right team members and stuff that it needed. And it does the whole thing. It does code checks, it does check-ins, it does it's like a recursive, like, oh, we have these bugs, so it goes and lists all the things not working. It like feeds back on itself. And oh crap, now I have to find it, because it was really cute. They actually made like
I love that
actually
idea.
made like a representation. They had like cute little guys, like little characters running around in like in a fake office to kind of help visualize the whole thing. And that's kind of like what you're saying here, is like it has to learn. Sort of, there's always going to be a base data set to start with, but then from there's already the functionality for it to sort of learn and get better.
The concern,
Jim
I guess,
Evo's in chat too, by the way.
Hey, Jim.
He said we basically described the Hitchhiker's Guide to Improbability Drive.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The thing we have to concern ourselves with now, because of that, is that because we don't entirely know how it's going to solve these problems, unless we've got ways of saying like, okay, do this, but don't do that. My concern would be things like financial AI, where you go, okay, I'm going to set out an agent that's job is to make me money.
It's already happening.
Exactly. So at what, and depending, as these models have larger access to other tools out there, at what point does it get to financial planning, where you go, okay, well, I'm going to invest in this, and then I'm going to cause this to happen over here, or I'm going to put out a fake news story here that will automatically make the stocks, drop a little bit. I'll have shorted them. That money will then go to, like, at what point are we creating wars purely to make money on the financial markets? Like,
well, first off, we've already been doing that.
Doesn't already happen.
Right?
Well, we've been doing that ourselves. Well, we do that ourselves, but that's my concern, is if we approach the financial markets, and I'm just using this as an example, but if we approach financial markets the same way that humans have approached financial markets, without any kind of empathy or concerns about global anything, then we run into some serious problems.
No, actually, this is probably like because economy is tied to everything. Economy is tied to evolution, death of humanity, survival of humanity. It's all tied to the economy.
It's all related to the economy.
Yeah. So here's the thing with AI, though, and I think this applies to everything, even pre-AI. Is right now, is the average trader making a bunch of money on the stock market a human? Not really. No. It's all trading bots owned by the big companies, and you don't really say put this money in a stock and sell this stock anymore. You go into a portfolio and say, leverage my assets with this percentage across this, and the AI, and their little AI figures it out, right? But the thing is, the reason that it still remains somewhat fair is because everybody's constantly competing to create a better AI, and those AIs become adversarial towards each other. But what's going to happen is they're going to get better and better at doing what they are. One AI is going to get better at blocking, and the other one's going to get better at getting by it. And over time, you're going to end up with a system that the only thing that holds it back and keeps it from destroying us and keeps some kind of random probability is another AI. Exactly. So you basically, what we end up,
you are a human who doesn't want to die.
None of us will be competing with each other intellectually in the future. What we're going to be doing is pitting our AIs against each other in basically robot wars. And so when you invest everything down to efficiency, like if you have a business, your focus isn't going to be on like human employees. Your focus is going to be on how can I make AI require the least amount of humans? And the only humans that are going to be of value to you are going to be the humans that know how to make that AI give you more efficiency than without the human working with the AI.
Or can deliver uniquely human skills, or whether that be empathy or childcare or whatever.
But here's where it gets scary: is at what point, because the inherent nature of how large language models even work, anything that you pair it with a human, it will eventually learn how that human is doing it and improve upon it. So no matter what you do, like, and this is why I tell people, like somebody in chat, sorry, I already forgot the name, but somebody in chat said, hey, should I transition from the IT job I'm currently into, like web design? Is that a good move? And I said, no. Learn AI. Like you should right now. That's what everybody should be doing, is racing to figure out how to get the best results out of AI possible in the least amount of time.
Call it the AI audit. Everyone should do an AI audit and figure out how it
the job, when you go to monster.com and you look for a job in the next 2 to 5 years, it's all going to be prompt engineers. Everything's going to be prompt engineers and AI designers. That's it. They're not going to be looking for the person to push the button or to pull the cable or anything. They're going to look for the person that knows how to build a more efficient AI to push and pull those cables faster and better. And so everybody really should be looking into mastering the AI space and building an AI portfolio. And
like
so
if you're going to be a programmer, you should be very good at using AI to program. That's simple.
Exactly.
Because
what you're
no
going to be selling
programming anymore.
Yeah. So actually, I just got a crazy thought. So David, you were saying that you look forward to the day where you can just sell your likeness to a production company or whatever, and they can make a movie or whatever where you can just be at home.
You could be in 10 movies at the same time. I mean, no one wants it, but
right?
Jason Momoa would probably do quite well.
I mean, he can do it in real life, right? He doesn't even need AI.
Yeah.
But
I get paid to keep my shirt on.
It'd be cool to be able to license out yourself. Well, AI is really going to be that's going to be what makes you important in the future. Is you're not going to license out yourself to actually do work. You're going to license out the body of your work.
Yeah.
You're going to be like, listen, I'm not going to come to work and program for you. I'm going to loan you the AI that I personally train that knows all my little tricks and all my little things. I'm not going to give you that AI. I'm gonna lease the ability to use that AI to you, and then basically you have like an indentured digital servant that you sell for money, and that's how you stay alive.
And the film industry is a perfect example for that, where you go like, okay, so Jason Momoa licensed his likeness to 10 different films a month. He's making tons of money. It's all just stuff that he's posed for it. He's generated the content for it. They can now create whatever they want from him. Same thing from like, you've got, Aaron Sorkin puts all of his stuff into a machine learning model, and it spits out more scripts that he can just have a look over and give a little check, or Stephen King or whatever. I mean, it's like a ghostwriter for writers, and then and the same thing for actors. I think what's interesting, there's a project that I'm working on. I think I'm going to be working on in April, and it's what I love about it is that it is something that should be done with AI and face replacement. Like it should be played by it, or it could very easily be played by someone who's doing that. It's not. And that's the appeal to me, is I go like, oh, okay, yes, we know technology is able to do this, but I don't want to see that person. I want to see Hewlett pretending to be that person. And I think that's where, and I think there's going to be an interesting sort of a like almost like a non-GMO approach to art and to this kind of stuff. Yes, you can generate videos with all of us in it, but you can't come to the mall to see us when we show up in Denver to do like our Barnacules Fest or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that's.
But is that always going to be true? Like, what happens when you create a completely synthetic persona, make it famous on the internet, and then basically just skin a robot and then
there's that Italian
robot,
that Italian influencer who was created entirely by a marketing firm that now it cost $1 million to get her to do whatever you want her to do online.
There was some gal created a like AI girlfriend essentially, and you pay like $2 to get access to, and it's like an avatar and that kind of stuff.
But once everyone has that, I feel like there's going to be so much more value to the uniqueness, to the, I mean, there's still going to be that desperate need for something concrete. And so I don't want it to be a fake person who's always there for me. I want it to be a real person who's only there when they can be, and that time is so much more precious to me. Like I think
humans appreciate unique and rare, right? That's why they buy expensive cars that are put together worse than a Honda Civic for millions of dollars, right? I mean, it's
and
the
collectible cards
aspect.
And collectible this and collectible, antiques. The perfect example. People just want, that ticket stub from, a freaking.
But when you're talking about somebody just wanting entertainment, like when their end goal is entertainment, they're not going to be so picky. Like for instance, in this is a very real scenario that I see happening, if it hasn't already happened, is that let's say I'm a company that wants to produce the next big movie that's going to like blow away all the box office things. The first thing you would normally do if you're a producer, I'm guessing, I'm not really in the industry, so correct me if I'm wrong here, is you'd start doing some research to see like what kind of movies are people looking for? Like what would be popular today? What would hit with current cultural norms? What's going to resonate with the people and really
their marketing
tug at their heartstrings?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to go around. They're going to have focus groups with people and all this stuff, and it's going to take a lot of time, a lot of money, and even with all that, you're still not going to really touch on the truth. Like you'll get closer to it, but there's a lot of things people aren't going to tell you. Like they're not going to tell you like what their favorite porn is, for instance, right? If you just walk up to somebody and ask them. However, let's say now instead of doing focus groups and going out and question people, you task an AI to going and paying like all the porn sites on the internet to give you all of their data showing like what demographics, watch what do they search for, what did they like more than other things, and then work all the averages across the board for the demographic that you're targeting in the area that you're creating the movie, going for the biggest budget. And now you go into Unreal Engine and you're like, generate these characters with the attributes of what what person would most likely say is the perfect woman or the perfect man. Generate those two people in Unreal and then put out a casting call and say, if you look like one of these two people, we want you. We come in.
But
and
why even
audition.
bother? Why not just create them? I mean, in most of those, for me, the big box, because the other issue we've got now is liability. What do you do when Johnny Depp goes off the freaking rails and starts, slapping his wife around and stuff? All of a sudden, your Disney movies are all at risk. I would not invest $500 million in any freaking actor. I know actors,
and if you fix a bug in software, people buy it, right?
Yeah.
Like if you get hacked, they're just you got hacked. We fixed it. Now it's good, right? You can't do that with a human.
But and you can also you've got like Superman in America versus Superman in India or Superman in China. They can all be locally tailored and eventually tailored to the specific
I know this opens up
and their own
scenario.
They've started down that path already. There was a movie came out this year called I think it was called like The Fall or something like that, or something. These two gals like climb a radio tower and they get stuck at the top.
Yeah. I thought
they digitally altered the gal's mouth to localize. Yeah, they cut out the cursing for when it needed to, but they also like localized it so that it looked like she was speaking Japanese or whatever for localization purposes, and it was perfect. It was amazing.
I think that's gonna be standard, though. I think that's technology. I think it's gonna be standard now.
For your example, if Johnny Depp gets weird, Disney Plus can just go and say, you know what? It doesn't look like Johnny Depp anymore. It's going to be fucking Tom Cruise in all the Pirates of the Caribbean movies.
Yeah. Well, they did that in the zombie movie, whatever that terrible zombie movie, that Vegas.
Oh, I didn't think that was terrible. I liked Army of the Dead.
No, I liked it too, but I liked it, but it wasn't. It was
great. The one of the actors, the helicopter gal did not do any of her scenes with any of those people.
Because
it was all digitally.
The guy who was originally playing it was canceled.
Yeah.
What's her name?
I didn't even notice. It was so good.
No, me neither.
The actress did a great job.
Yeah.
The
I found out after and I was
amazing.
like, ooh.
Same.
That was incredible. They did an amazing job.
If you watched that movie, God, what was it called? What was the name of the movie?
Army of the Dead? The one we were just talking about.
So Army of the Dead. If you watch that movie, the helicopter pilot is like this short woman who's a comedian, also in real life. And it looks like she was there, and she wasn't. All of her parts,
one scene was actually
in. Not a single scene she was in it. Every actor in that movie was performing with a dude that got fired. And then at the end, she came in and reacted all of their parts in a green screen,
all by herself in like a warehouse digitally. It was ridiculous.
You could not tell. There is nothing in the movie that indicates
you would absolutely never know.
Such a great man.
But this is why they were striking. They're terrified. What do they do?
She has one of those weird names like Tig.
But
it is like Tig something. Yeah,
Tig something. Tig. Somebody in chat, if you know, that's gonna bug me if I don't know that. So give me that name. No, but that's a great point, right? It's like if somebody does something bad. Now you don't have to, like, a great example of this is Kevin Spacey, right? Sure. Kevin Spacey gets canceled, and one of the best bodies of work, in my opinion. Like, Kevin Spacey is a shitty person, but man, can that guy act, right? Like
weirdly, American he's so good Beauty, at playing creepy guys.
But weird. No, it's true. I just watched K-Pax the other night, and it took me a while to find it. Like, just to find it and watch K-Pax. It's actually a movie that a lot of people passed over. That's actually pretty decent. It's basically
pretty fun.
It's a movie about like a guy that basically has like a horrible tragedy in his life, right? That like it fucks him up so bad that he basically pretends to be an alien for like the next 5 years. But he knows things that nobody could know unless they were actually an alien. And then on the day that he claims he's going back to his planet, he just becomes disappears, then becomes catatonic, and they can never ask him a question again. So people are like, was there an alien actually in his body for that 5 years? Because that's the only way you could explain the answers he was given. Or was he literally just that good at convincing everybody that he was an alien? But he was like doing stuff that there's no. Tig Notaro, that's what it is. It's really close. Really close. So but a decent movie. And Kevin Spacey has had a lot of roles where there's a reason he's been in so many movies. Like he is good at what he does. But then he gets canceled. His entire body of work gets pulled from like Netflix and Hulu and all these services, because he's just a terrible person doing terrible shit.
Did they pull House of Cards?
No, they finished it off with his wife. or
Right.
wife in the show. They
Right.
killed him off and then continued it with one more season, I think.
They did
with
cancel
her.
it for a while though, didn't they? Because I thought after the allegations or whatever, they weren't going to continue, and then they ended up doing
There
it.
was like a span where like I think they stopped filming it.
Yep.
What
To
about
like figure
Seinfeld,
out
for
what
God's sake?
how they were gonna rewrite, how they were gonna write him out or whatever. But yeah.
What about Seinfeld? I mean, like Kramer, like Jesus, like you know what I mean? Like
Oh,
he
yeah.
had a meltdown racist rant on at a comedy event. Like that. Like
When was the last
guess
time you saw an episode of Kramer in it on a streaming service?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't watch.
I haven't. I watched a couple Seinfeld episodes, and the ones that popped up when I was like going through streaming, none of them had a Kramer in it.
Weird.
Why didn't
They're
they
still
pick a
showing
Kramer?
the show?
hard.
Right? The show's definitely. I know it's kind of difficult. Yeah, but
Yeah,
is that
so-
what's going
so-
to happen? Is that going to? Are we just going to go back and just remove? There's something kind of scary about that too, because I feel like
Yeah, you can
almost
do that
wanna
to
be
the
able to-
past, right?
Well,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
They've kind of done that with the Spider-Man flick, the Into the Spider-Verse. There's like
Mhm.
That's
like people were saying that from like the theatrical release, they changed the theatrical release like while it was in theaters, and
Yeah.
then after it was on streaming, there was some tweaks made and things like that, and it's like, well, dang,
I didn't even think
what-
about that till you guys just brought
what
this
do you-
up. Like,
that
yeah,
kind of a thing. It's all
David,
digital
like-
and stuff. They can fart around with and change things all they like.
right. If they could take Tig Notaro and put her in the place of a person who was there for the whole shooting of the movie, why couldn't they just go back and change Dr. Rodney McKay to whoever the funniest guy is the kids
Yeah.
identify with for the next release?
They could.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
your entire legacy is erased. Like they take you off IMDb because you're no longer in the flavor of the day.
It makes it a collector then, right? Physical
Yeah.
media and stuff. You gotta
But still, if you're a collector, then it's like, oh yeah, you're the cool guy that has like the old copy with the old guy in it. But still, everybody from that point moving forward is most likely not gonna know who those people are,
Like, this is
especially
why
after they've
I
been
wouldn't
replaced
want-
100 times.
This is why if I was starting a studio right now, if I was like if I got given the $100 million to start a studio right now, I would
Done.
only do metahumans, only metahumans.
Oh,
I would-
pure digital
yeah,
artist.
Do,
Yeah,
just
why
do
not?
really cool, fun action stuff. Create your digital characters. Create them exactly as your marketing department wants. You might as well, and then you have a little sideline where you do like little indie films with real actors, and that's how I would do it now. Because why would you spend? They spend so much money on the marketing and promotion of these things, let alone the actual making of the film.
Mhm.
It just takes one of those. It just takes one of the super friends to get a hit on a 14-year-old in a bar or something, and they're screwed.
Ezra Miller.
You know,
That's
Ezra,
one thing that
Ezra Miller, perfect
really-
example. Yeah, I mean, like, why would you risk that? I don't understand.
The scariest thing about that is it's not just the person who does the bad thing that gets canceled. It's every single person that worked on those productions.
Yeah,
Like when Roseanne, said the racist things, they basically tried to reboot her show, like by changing the name and changing the story and killing her off. And the show just died, right? Like, so all those actors and everything gone. When they cancel a show, like because like one of the actors does something bad, even if it's not even the main actor, it could be like just another actor who's one of the core people on the show, but they're not even the one in the main spotlight. And if they can't kill them off like cleanly in the storyline, they have to just cancel the whole production.
Well,
And so all those people are out of work because of the actions of a single person. And it's like, I don't care if you're like Mother Teresa, you're going to make a mistake eventually.
Back in the
right?
Future,
So what
they
do
didn't
you
like
do?
working with Crispin. They didn't like Crispin in the first one. They liked
remember
him, but
that,
they
yeah.
didn't. And then they just
Glover.
replaced him with an actor who just looked and sounded exactly like him. I think he won a lawsuit about that actually. Where the guy was just basically doing
remember-
it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I remember for the likeness thing. Yeah, they because like he was like a butthead or wanted too much money or something. That's why they wrote him out of that's why they like killed him off.
Was he the one that played Goldie or?
Oh no, it was Marty's dad. Marty's dad,
Gentleman.
the actor who did.
Oh, that guy. Oh yeah, yep.
I must
Yep.
fly. On that, I must Marty McFly.
Yeah. Okay.
I will talk soon.
No worries, man. Get out of here.
Love to
You
you
gotta
all.
go. You gotta go.
Gotta run. But it was good to see you. I had to get my fix.
Always good to see you in your crispy video.
Thank
Hey,
you. I
we'll
hope your
catch you next
dad's-
time, brother.
is Dad's doing okay? Is that
Who knows? It's touch and go right now. He's making a lot. Long story short, here I'll tell you later. You get out of here.
Okay.
I'll text
All right,
you the
well,
whole spiel, but it's too
thinking of
long
you,
of a
buddy.
story. I said
All
at
right.
the beginning, but yeah, you get out of here. I don't want to stress you
cheers,
out.
lads? Thank you all.
Later, man.
Throw money and fog machines at these guys. Bye.
Take it
Yeah,
easy.
please. I have to eat.
Yeah, you know, until you guys started talking about that, I hadn't really thought about that like retroactively. Like I was thinking like going forward, it's like, yeah, they're gonna just create digital people and like synthetic humans and for safety
they
reasons
will.
even.
They,
But
they and that
but
was part
I
of
didn't
like the
even
actor strike
but I
stuff.
didn't even think about the possibility of like going back and changing all of the films in history and basically do what George Lucas does to Star Wars all the time, right? Like
Yeah.
you go back in
Well,
every
did, right?
movie and it's like, oh, Jar Jar Binks didn't do so well. We're gonna replace him with a digital character that looks like Barney because that's what's resonating with the kids today. Oh, this meme is like really popular. Like, what does my kid run around? He talks about Quandale Dingle every 5 seconds and says a bunch of random shit. I don't know what he's talking about. Now this Quandale Dingle guy starts showing up in place, and whatever the meme of the day is, like, imagine if our attention spans get so fucked up that you go to the movie theater and it's like every couple of days the movie in the movie theater is different. Like you just keep going back and watching it because it's like, oh, a new actor or actress like won a poll online, so they digitally put them into the movie. And now you go back and watch it, and it's like your brain is like, whoa, I watched the same movie 5 times, and each time it had completely different characters with like different accents and different. Oh, dude, this is one of those things where it's like the more you think about it, it does kind of get scary because humans aren't the type of people to just stop. Like we're not going to just like put a peg down and go, okay, no, we're going to stop here. This is going too far. Everybody's going to want to push that limit to see where it can go. And I have a feeling that limit just got removed. Like there is no limit now. Now it's like as fast as you can progress, you're just going to keep venturing further and further off into that until you get to the point where it's like a movie is really nothing more than somebody just typing in an idea into a computer and then or not even that. You just create an AI that creates ideas and then passes those ideas to the other AI that creates digital storyboards, and then you release those as a series of memes on the internet that to see which ones are more popular, then take the ones that are more popular and refine the story to be more about those, and then you release a movie, and it's like every movie that releases is like an instant hit with everybody. Like, God, that's crazy. And by the way, the technology that AuxxZillary was talking about earlier for like making the lips move and have like different language and everything come out of them, check this out. This is all free. You can just do this yourself if you want to like spend the time. There's a program on GitHub called Wave2Lip, WAV2LIP, that does this. You just put in a video, you give it some sound files, and it will make the lips move to those sound files. So you could like take a clip from Mission Impossible and have like, Tom Cruise saying a bunch of shit, and he'll literally be moving his mouth to that thing regardless of what he's doing in the video. So, but you can also clone Tom Cruise's voice or anybody else's voice using a tool on there that's called, I think it's even just called Voice Clone. I think the one that I used was called Voice Clone on GitHub. So now you basically just feed it in a ton of closed caption scripts combined with audio from clips of just the actor talking that you want to capture, right? Yeah. Now you can clone their voice. Now you put that into an AI and you give it the original script to the movie and you say, make this script align more with the culture that you're targeting. And the language that you're targeting, and it rewrites it and say keep within the time frame. So roughly each sentence that's said whenever there's a jump cut is within roughly the same amount of time so they can do the lip syncing. And then in the end, you apply that to the video, and it's like every demographic. Like you could literally have a video release in 2 cities, and based on whoever the sports team is that's most popular, that's what shows up in the movie in that theater. It's kind of like Forza. You ever like play Forza and you drive around and like the signs in the game or like advertisements in real life?
Old school. They did that in Need for Speed a long while back, where you're still connected to the internet, but you'd get ads and stuff like not in sort of real time, like on billboards and things. Yeah, that were like relevant to. I mean, it wasn't that great back then, but I know what you're talking about.
Imagine that in movies though, like where it's like you're watching a movie. And it's like even an advertisement for a sale, like a Black Friday sale, and you happen to go watch a movie on Black Friday, and it's like all the billboards in the movie are suddenly Black Friday ads,
right? That are like legit.
Yep. And then you rent the movie like 6 months later, you watch the movie again, and you notice that all the billboards are for current ads now. They're like completely different than the first time you watched the movie. And not only that, but you also use Wave2Lip. So anytime there's a scene where the actor is doing like product placement or like, hey, do you got a Coke?
Right.
Like, hey, I'll take a beer, I'll take a Heineken or whatever. And then it's like they open up the fridge, it's like, I'll take a Coors, but now their mouth moves with Coors and they get handed a Coors and they're actually holding and drinking a Coors. Right. And then say it's for kids.
It's possible.
They can't get the rating. So instead of changing the movie to get a different rating, they have two. They have the PG version and the R-rated version. Yep. And one is the beer and the other one is soda. And the one that's smoking gets changed to somebody using like looms or whatever, where it's like just fragrance. That dude, when you think about this and you break it down, it's like shit. There is so much ground that we're just like busting into, just randomly bullshitting here.
Yeah.
That if anybody tried to put these, the technology is already there. It's not a matter of if. It's like the technology is 100% there right now today to do everything that we've just said.
Yeah.
So it's coming. If we can think about it here in the middle of Tech Talk randomly, just talking about this shit, it's just a matter of time before the movie industry starts doing this. So I'm going to start keeping an eye out for this, because I have a feeling that if we're talking about it, it's already in play.
I want to answer James. Janice had an interesting question. I wasn't able to get the text part.
Vacuuming over there, by the way?
Yes.
Okay, I heard a high pitched squeal, and I thought it was my microphone feeding back into my ear.
So James was asking, do you think we'll ever have playable AI, like the AI creates a game completely, the 3D models, the code, the menus, everything? 100%. Yes. We're not there. It's not to a point where it's real time, where like you just click a thing and say, hey, I want to play Call of Duty, and it's going to create an entire experience for you from scratch. But we already have tools, like I mentioned, the emergent sort of NPC dialogue, where it reacts, it's creating the dialogue almost in real time. There's like plugins for Skyrim where they are where it creates a script and then does voice. It creates a fake voice to react like much more dynamically to what's happening. There are tools already that will create the code for you if you want to create. I want to create this kind of game, and ChatGPT will walk you through how to create. Fucking Jerry made Pong in Python in 10 minutes or something.
Tetris, Pong. I did a couple different games.
I mean, that's low level stuff, but if you wanted to get more complex, you can do that. There are tools that will create the assets for you, 3D assets. It's already built into Blender or C4D. I can't recall. Where like you just describe what you want and it'll create a donut or a fucking dinosaur or whatever. So there are these disparate tools that exist already. There isn't, I don't know of anything that combines them all together where you're like, I want to create Call of Duty, and then it spits out a bunch of fucking code and the assets and the voice and the sounds and everything like that all in one go. It's kind of like the self-driving or like enhanced cruise control stuff. Like all of these disparate tools existed back in like the late 90s. We had short range radar to keep you that would automatically brake for you and things like that. And then it took time to get them to all smush together so that it the car will kind of drive itself for you. So the tools are there, all the bits and pieces exist right now. Just there isn't anything to smush together. I want ChatGPT 4 running inside the IDE. It exists. Copilot.
Yep. And also you can there's different copilots. There's Copilot for Microsoft, there's Copilot for, which I think is also GitHub Copilot.
Yeah.
Then there's also other Copilots, like there's OpenAI Copilot.
I'm pretty sure Visual Studio has some sort of LLM thing built into it now.
Yeah, no, and I know for a fact I used Copilot for a month, and I'll be honest, it's not great. I don't like how they interfaced it with the IDE. Like it's like you have to like hit tab and it'll do it like you type the name of a function and it just auto completes it, but it makes all kinds of errors that conflict. Like if you have certain programming conventions and styles and stuff, it'll butt heads with you, and they don't give it a lot of flexibility for you to change how it interacts so that it does what you want. It also has a nasty habit of writing a different piece of code every time. So like if you do tab and you fill in a piece of code and you change a parameter or whatever, and then you select it all and you replace it, it won't just like update that one parameter to like replace the whole function with something that's like distinctly different but does the same thing. So it has a lot of work that needs to be done, but also keep in mind last time I used it, I think GPT 3.5 was like the superior technology. So I'm sure it's gotten way better. Well, you were talking there. I had to write this idea down because there's no way I could forget this. So, we were just looking at Magnific AI, where it's like upscaling the images and adding more detail.
Yep.
Could you imagine what would happen if you just took like some old games, like I'm talking like 90s games, dumped all the WADs and asset packs so that all the images and textures and everything were in a folder, and then just loop through that folder and run every single texture to upscale it if you can, if the engine supports it. If not, leave it the same scale, but run it through and reimagine it with like Magnific so that it's higher detailed and higher resolution, and then repackage those texture files as a mod and run the game, and now have the game have new graphics. Like imagine like opening up something like Richards Burns Rally, like an absolutely amazing rally simulator that just had dog shit graphics because of its day. And you basically export all of those assets, run them through an AI to clean up the assets, more texture, more detail, increase polygon count on the models, doing subdivision and glosson splattering or whatever, and then put it back into the packages and run the game.
Yeah.
Like as long as you have the VRAM for it, right? And the model, because I'm sure the models aren't like, oh, this texture has to be precise this size. There's no reason to do that. So as long as you have the resources and the technology of the day would have supported that image to load, right? It should just work. So I wrote that down because I'm going to try that. I'm going to see if I can go and export all of the images from Doom because Doom is one that is pretty much like open source today, right? Like everybody just tears Doom apart and rewrites it and grabs the textures and the WADs and everything. I don't think anybody sues over them. So what I want to do is I want to grab the Doom textures, run them through Magnific and have it make them like way more higher resolution, cleaner looking, and then try to push those back into the WAD file and run Doom and see if I have the resources to handle it, if it'll actually run it with all the upgraded graphics and see what it looks like. Because I want to see like old games that I played that had like trash graphics, oh god, Lord British, Ultima. So Ultima 6 was one of my all-time favorite like RPG games, where you like ran around with your little crew of guys, and you had Lord British in the castle and stuff, and it was like a sandbox game. And I was like, imagine if you took that and ran that through like Magnific or some other engine. It doesn't have to be Magnific, it could also be Stable Diffusion, image to image. You go through and you take all of that art and you up-res it, and then you go into the engine and you basically just have it load much larger assets, because now you have the resources to handle it, so they should load, and then play the game, and then also increase the resolution, like go into the game and decompile it, and then change, give it to an AI, because you don't have symbols, so unless you read assembly, it's going to be a pain in the ass. But you could decompile it, give that assembly to ChatGPT and say, find all of the code that's 640 by 480 resolution in this and change it to 1920 by 1280, and have it go through and rework it, then recompile that assembly back. And I think that with a little work with AI, you could take like old games like Wing Commander and shit and actually give them like much sharper, more realistic graphics that wouldn't have been possible on old hardware.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Dude.
I mean, I don't see why not. And like, yeah, I don't see why not. Like you'll have like something built into an engine like Unreal and say, hey, here's like my old code here, and it was built using whatever. I mean, here it's just raw C++ or whatever, or old. Here's the full binary for whatever. Fucking Daggerfall. Right? I'm sure you can get the entire code base for Daggerfall somewhere. Here, make it better. Yeah. Make it modern.
Yep.
Come back in a week and boom.
Yeah. Or like advertisements. We were talking about replacing advertisements in games. What if you like took Duke 3D, because Duke 3D had like advertisements on the billboards and stuff all over.
Yeah.
What if you just uploaded those images to ChatGPT-4, just extract all the images from the game, upload them all to GPT-4 and say which images appear to be advertising something and which ones don't. And then the ones that are advertising something, have it create new images in DALL-E or Stable Diffusion for fictional advertisements that are similar in nature. Then take those and put them back into the game. And now you would have advertisements be replaced with advertisements instead of upscaled versions of the previous one, right? Maybe more current and relevant advertisements. You could do the same thing for other assets. Like in this picture that I gave you, does this look like it could be a gun? If it's not a gun, then don't do anything to it. If it is a gun, then I want you to up-res it to be a gun of a similar nature that's compatible with the animation that's currently presented. And then it creates a series of images, and then you put those into the game. I could see this being like a whole modder's like wet dream. Because I remember GTA 5, one of the mods, you guys have to remind me in chat, but there's a mod that's really famous for GTA 5 that makes it look photorealistic. And it was like people painstakingly over years went through and like redid the textures professionally in like Photoshop and increased the resolution of everything. So it eats a shitload more memory. The frame rate drops but to like 1/4 what it was before. But then everything looks photorealistic. The businesses have real names like McDonald's and shit. The cars actually look way more realistic. And it's an amazing mod, but it took a mountain of people and an insanely amount of time to do that. Imagine if you handed it off to AI and you said, all I want you to do is go through every single asset, texture, every rendered, render the polygons and the images so that it can see those, and then have it reimagine all of that artwork, and then take that AI artwork and put it back into the game and see how close it is to what they produced. Like in a fraction of the time, with like a fraction of the people. Because if that works and you can develop a process to where the AI learns how to mod games, then you could actually technically just create an AI that you don't have to do all the fragments. You basically just load the game into it. You upload the exe, the bin files, the WADs into the AI, and you say, my goal is to just upgrade all the graphics and make them look so much better in this game. And then it just sits there and cranks for days, hours, weeks, pulling all of the assets, recompiling and putting them in. If it finds any code that would fail to load, like, oh, this function's deprecated and it can only load an asset that's this resolution, you replace it with a new, more modern API that's capable. Go through anything that's DirectX 9, upgrade it to DirectX 12. Like, this is all possible today with the technology we have. It's just a matter of putting it in the right order, like to figure out the order of operations and then do some like little workarounds for strange scenarios. But I'm like looking at this and I'm like, dude, and then take it one step further. once you have this process figured out and computers get sufficiently fast, why not just have this be a real-time process? Like when you go into Steam and you open a game, it analyzes what your computer's capabilities are and either upgrades or downgrades the graphics, like in memory, in real time.
Sure.
So like in Forza, where you're like, it says optimizing graphics or whatever.
Mhm.
What would happen is you'd load Forza, and let's say you want to play it on a 486 from 20 years ago or whatever. It literally goes in and down reses all the assets to like 320 by 240 and makes it look like a goddamn potato, but then it still loads and it still works.
Yeah. I mean,
dude, this is blowing my fucking mind. Like, this would be awesome. How cool would that be, guys? Like, imagine all your childhood games like Pac-Man and shit. Like
I don't know.
you load Pac-Man, and now Pac-Man is like a 2.5D 45-degree angle where Pac-Man's like super 3D rendered. You can see like Pac-Man's got like a fucking pimple or whatever on his face and like 3 hairs sticking out, and he's like running away from these ghosts, and like you got it, and it's all the original code. Like, it doesn't change the code. It's the original Pac-Man code, but it's running through a compiler, or sorry, a translation layer, kind of like you'd have with like Python, where you have a runtime, and the runtime is interpreting, draw these pixels, or this sprite is create a 3D model that looks like this sprite and render it, sideways. So all the game code's the same, all the logic's the same. It's just your visual representation of the game is changed based on, whatever options you select dynamically. Every game would be like, people could just infinitely make games look different and add mods and change color palettes and everything just using AI. But man, the more I think about this, the more I'm like, dude, every single one of these things we're discussing just creates more paths for more changes. So in the spirit of how AI can teach itself, meaning that it can just try new things and combine technologies and have new outcomes, by all paths, it's eventually going to get to that point, right? Like if you just let AI continue on its current trajectory, and you just let it learn and discover new things and figure out how to do things, the logical conclusion of this, whether it be a week, a month, a year, 10 years, a millennium, we eventually do come to the point where it's just everything's possible. like it might not be possible the way we thought it was, or work the way we thought it is, but the end result, like if we want a holodeck, it might not be like what we thought how a holodeck works, but the end result will be the same.
Right.
Like it's like, instead of going into a room where like there's holographic projectors, instead you go into a room where you plug a wire into your head and it just feeds false signals into your optic nerves and false signals into your ears. Or even one step better, right? Like the technology doesn't even need to tap into your optic nerve at all. It basically creates sonic waves that it bombards your optic nerve with, that based on how it's hitting and manipulating your optic nerve, it's actually creating the signals that you want as a byproduct and sending those to your brain.
Right.
Like, dude, we're doomed, man. The question is, how far do we make it before we're dead?
I don't know.
That's the real question, bro.
I'm optimistic.
You're optimistic. Well, I mean, hey, I got to balance this out, right? So if you're optimistic, I got to be a little pessimistic. But yeah, that's the only thing. Like, I am super excited about AI. I have been since the first time I played with it, but I am also, a little bit scared. Like, I am. The biggest.
I mean, I think we're going to see a lot more like tricky stuff. I think we're going to see a lot of like that sort of thing, especially in the near term. But I also think that that's going to make people. It's going to be a back and forth, like a sort of a weird leapfroggy thing, right? People are going to get more skeptical, so it's going to be as I mean, even now, like the younger generation, even now, is very, very hyper skeptical. They don't always believe everything that they see on the internet and that kind of a stuff. I mean, it's just like Rick rolling taught people more about being suspicious of links than any sort of cybersecurity training they've ever gone through, right?
Yeah.
That sort of thing. It's just, you're gonna get tricked a few times, or you're just going to be super, super hypercritical of anything that you see and never really take any of it for granted.
So you think we're adaptable enough that we'll be able to figure it out and always be a step ahead of it?
Yeah, I think
overall,
I think as people like grow up with it, and they learn, just like you and I don't really buy into like a lot of the social advertising that happens. Like, as much as I appreciate targeted advertising and things like that, I'm still very skeptical.
If you're skeptical of it, it doesn't impact you as much, right?
Yeah, I don't trust, these sort of like curated clips of people, taking certain sentences out of context and things like that. And it just depends on how you're exposed to it and your frame of mind as you're consuming that kind of stuff, you know.
I'll even go the opposite sometimes. Like if I see something advertised and I feel like it's pandering to me, like it's using my wants and desires against me, I'll like purposefully push it away. Which is something that I've just because of the distrust I've gained from seeing the system and how it works from the inside, right? It's like I'll see something like pop up an advertisement for something I just talked about, and they'll be like, fuck it, I'm not going to get it, or I'll get something else, just because it's like I don't like the idea that it's trying to figure me out and trying to sell me something at like the absolute possible moment when it has the best chance of getting me to do it. But the flip side of that is like when you think about it, it's like there's also some convenience there, because if I already wanted the thing enough that when it showed it to me, I want to go and buy it, then that means even though I'm pissed off the route that it took to figure that out, it is a convenience that it showed me like what I needed when I needed it, you know, and that is going to be something that gets worse and worse as time goes on, because if, you know, a lot of people don't know shit exists. That's one thing I still run into today is like people are like, oh, I didn't even know there was a thing that could do that. I even do that. Like, I'll be, oh, this is a great idea. And somebody's like, oh shit, that was already invented. Like I thought I invented the wire feed soldering iron. Like I used a TIG welder and I was like, why don't they have a wire feed soldering iron? No, they make it, but it's patented by a company that sells very few of them because they ask like $3,000 to $5,000 for them. But somebody already invented it a long time ago. I just never thought to look for it because I just was, oh, I've never seen one, so it must not exist. But it just turned out to be kind of a rare idea. And it's the same thing with the patent office. A lot of the patents you go look for, it's like, oh, somebody already designed that 60 years ago. It just never manifested into a product, so you never knew it existed, right? So having marketing that analyzes you and sees like what your wants and desires are, and then comes at you from an angle of, I'm not going to waste your time by showing you shit that you would never be interested in. I'm only going to show you stuff that we're fairly certain you will be interested in on some level. If you don't fight it, it's actually a convenience, right? Like, I mean, it can also be very predatory if you're a person that, like, you know, overspends and you sit on Shopping Network all night and you have like a gambling addiction. But for the average person, it's like, if I have a problem and I'm like on Twitter and I'm like, God damn it, guys, my car won't start. Every time I go out and it's cold outside, the car won't start. Fuck, it's like it struggles cranking or whatever. And then all of a sudden I see a pop up for an advertisement that's like for a blanket for my battery that'll keep it from ever getting cold and doing that again. And I'm like, oh shit, that solves my problem. But I would never know that existed unless I went and bitched about the problem in the first place. And they'd never know to advertise that to me unless they watched what I was saying and doing, so they knew the right demographic to advertise that product to. Because obviously, if they just randomly advertise that product to somebody who lives in San Francisco or whatever, or LA, they're never going to have that problem because it never gets cold enough, right? So there is something to be said for like the targeted advertisement. And there's a reason why there's so much money in targeted advertising and data collection and selling people's data. As a matter of fact, T-Mobile. I'm having some problems since they switched over T-Mobile to my new account. I've been having to be on support trying to figure out how to get Netflix to work, because Netflix comes free with their programs, and it was like having a problem with the web page. And in the process of going back and forth with them, I started digging through some really low level menu items that I'm sure nobody would really dig into, right? I mean, these are super low level. Click on shit, doesn't make any sense. Click on another thing, doesn't make any sense. Then you end up in a place like, where the hell am I even at in these settings? It's so buried deep. But I found shit like, you have to opt out of them not selling your data, like by default.
What?
Like I had to go down like 4 menu levels deep, and it's like, oh, we sell your data to third parties and blah, blah, blah. To opt out, you have to select these 6 boxes or whatever, say, do not sell my personal data. And then you look at it, and it's like, oh, we reserve to sell your personal data. This could include like, frequency of use of your phone, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh my God, like you have to opt out of this. Like this should be opt in. There should be a law that says you have to opt into data collection, not opt out. And I couldn't believe how deep it was buried. But again, it's not just T-Mobile doing it. Everybody does. If you go look, it's like every cellular carrier gathers extensive information on every single person that uses their services in their network, and then sells that information to marketing companies and sells that information to like internet planners and government. And you have to actually go in and opt out. But they did have an option that I clicked on. I won't know it says it takes up to 4 weeks, because of course it does. They're going to send me all the data that they sold. Like they have to, by law, when I request it, they're going to send me a list of every piece of data that they've collected and sold to date. So, but the interesting thing is they collect your data, as a default action, yet they don't give you any discount for it or pay you for it. It's like if you
right,
have
it'd be nice to get a little kickback for my data.
People do
selling my data.
Yeah, people would do it. Like if it said, oh, you can save $10 a month on your cell bill if you let us actively collect this data and sell it, like data that might not even be that important to you, or you're not a very secretive person. a lot of people would just jump at the opportunity. But what they do instead is they just do it and hope that most people don't know that they're doing it. And then if you happen to be one of those nosy people that figures it out or whatever, give you an option to opt out of it so you don't raise a stink and notify the others. That's kind of how I feel like it's the way things are worded and where they're hiding these options. I'm like, and I do mean hiding. Like these are options I've never seen. I've been with T-Mobile for like 5 years. I never saw any of these options. It wasn't until I started like searching for weird things and clicking into menus. I honestly have no idea why I even clicked on it, right, to get down to these options. Like I found another option that I thought was interesting. So, and again, apparently this happens with most cell carriers is I didn't realize that my phone was only showing me 1080p video on like YouTube and shit. I thought it was showing me 4K, right? Because I have, 5G internet access. It should be showing me the highest resolution available. No, it was showing me 1080p. And I just didn't notice because it's on, a small screen and I'm not really watching that. I'm not watching that closely. But I go down into some deep level menu items and you have to opt out of the 1080p video to get the full 4K. You have to literally go into this deep menu and say, I would like to get the full UHD content available on all these websites or whatever by default. But if you don't go in there and proactively check that box, it will always try to only serve you 480 or less, 480p or less. And I was like, that is so weird. And I was like, why do they even have an option for that? But they even tell you right there, they're like, oh, because we only give you 50 gigabytes a month of priority traffic. And then after that, you get deprioritized, meaning that if all the bandwidth is allocated on a certain cell network, anything over 50 gigabytes a month, we deprioritize you. So you're the one that loses bandwidth, not the other people that haven't hit their 50 gigs yet. So I'm like, wait a second, what happened to unlimited data, right? But it's not really unlimited because it's unlimited up to 50 gigabytes and then they can throttle you.
That's old. That's old. Honestly, I was surprised that you were surprised by that. That's been a thing for.
To be fair,
like
I've known
years.
about. Okay, to be fair, I've known about that forever. Okay, but my gripe, the reason why I make it look as if I didn't know and why I'm shocked is because it is still dishonest advertising.
It says right there. It says it's always right there in the commercials and stuff. It says the first 50 or 20 gigabytes, and then after that you'll be
Find me a
you
screenshot.
might be throttled.
Find me a screenshot because I have never seen it.
Okay, I mean,
find me a screenshot. Just in the commercials. If you can find me a screenshot on a commercial where it has an asterisk and it says after a certain amount of data, you will be deprioritized and slowed down. I will 100% give you the benefit of the doubt. Okay. But I haven't seen it. I have not seen it. Now, I've seen asterisks deep in menu items and stuff when you go really deep, but I've never seen them say, and you get unlimited data. This means, because they always show in the commercial too. They're like, are you sick of being throttled? Like, ooh, unlimited data. You'll never have to worry about that again. It's like, yeah, but you just said you're going to throttle me after 50 gig, but you're trying to implicitly tell me and make me believe that that's not going to happen, that I'm going to be treated like everybody else. And by the way, it's also illegal. I found this out the other day. It's illegal in the UK. T-Mobile's advertisement in the UK or whatever their sister companies can't advertise that. They can't say unlimited data. They have to specifically state that it is limited. But here in the United States, they don't have to under our laws. No,
it's always in the ads. It's always in the ads.
Did you find one?
They're in the bottom. Yeah, hang on. I'm trying to find the one that's not fucking 200 pixels wide.
Yeah, because I mean, if as long as it's obvious, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but I've yet to see an advertisement where it's like unlimited data means that you will be throttled.
Yeah, hang on, I'm trying to see.
That seems dishonest the way that they advertise that.
Holy crap, this is like 800 by 800.
But again, you're having a hard time finding it because the resolution.
The pictures are there.
What about other people looking at the ads on their phone? They're not going to be able to see it either.
No, I'm talking like even television commercials and stuff.
All right, here, let me go. I'll go pull up a T-Mobile television commercial and see if they specifically say how much data before you're throttled, and if they say you'll be throttled, or if they use some kind of clever terminology to be like, okay, let's see here.
That's where I should have gone, was to YouTube and found a commercial.
All right, let's see what we got here. Okay, so Sprint, no, that's Sprint. T-Mobile, add the family T unlimited 4G LTE data commercial. Here we go.
Ready for another reason to switch to T-Mobile?
Okay, at some point, right along the bottom, it'll be in fine print. It'll be in it's small text, but it's there, and you can read it. I see it all the time.
Let me see here.
On
okay, so let's see. Okay, so 24 balance. Okay, it still says unlimited data. Galaxy Note 4. Taxes and fees additional up to 10 lines and small text, unlimited data, flashy wahoo. AT&T Sprint don't give you unlimited data. T-Mobile gives you unlimited data, 2 lines, unlimited 4G LTE data, unlimited on T-Mobile's network. Hold on, the commercial's almost over. Only at T-Mobile, and so far no asterisk. I'm still looking for it. Yep. Okay, here, I'll send you this commercial right now so you can see it. This commercial right here. because I think it's one of those things where it's like everybody's like, oh, I know I've seen it. I know it's there, but I don't think it's on everything. I don't think it is.
Yeah, it has to be. It has to be.
I'm not questioning that you've seen it. I just
for the exact reason you were saying in the UK, because like it's unlimited up to a certain point.
No. But here's the thing: in the United States, our advertising laws say that is still considered unlimited data, even if you're throttled. It's only not unlimited data if they stop giving you service.
They have to tell you that after a certain point, you're going to get slowed down.
I'm telling you, they don't. I posted the advertisement to my cellular network in the chat. You guys can click on it right there. I went through the whole thing. Unless I missed it, you guys are welcome to go through and point out the time index if you can find, because it flashes on the screen 2 lines, unlimited data. Like it even puts it up in big, huge text. Unleash our unlimited network. Even say our competition doesn't do that. Nowhere on there does it say that you're limited like first 20 gigs or 50 gigs. But here, let me try and find another one.
Why is this in 360p? This shit.
What is like here? What they're here? Does T-Mobile just here? Let me go to see if T-Mobile has their own YouTube channel.
Okay, so that's for the free phone.
Because I know what you mean. There's always an asterisk, and there's always like a little, oh, you must have this or something. And I've seen that before, where it's like, oh, up to this much data. But I haven't seen it with T-Mobile. I've never seen a thing that pops up and says we will literally throttle your ass after 50 gigabytes a month. I've never seen
T-Mobile's network. Interesting.
As a matter of fact, I even asked T-Mobile straight up on Twitter and in their tech support if
this is unlimited
data is truly
video.
Limited, no limitations, and they said yes. They lied to me.
This is an 8-year-old commercial.
Lucid
Shame on you.
Look, Lucid Enemy. Oh no, I mean that's what I could find. But still, 8 years ago, these laws still existed. It's the same advertising laws.
Maybe
I'm positive.
This might have been a little.
So look in chat.
Between.
Lucid Enemy actually is true. I have seen that where it says terms and conditions apply in tiny text, but that's still not telling you the truth.
I'm pretty sure.
It's alluding
confident. I'm confident that I've seen the small text.
I will make you this deal. If you can find a commercial that clearly, even in small text, if it clearly says that they will throttle you after 50 gigabytes of usage per month next to where it says unlimited data, then I will give you the benefit of the doubt and I will drop it. But if it says terms and conditions apply across the whole board or something like that, then I'm not going to count that.
Where it's all right, here's a year ago. This is a year-old commercial.
You guys are welcome to play to play the game, join in too, play along. So if you guys can find a commercial for T-Mobile, and keep in mind, I've already found one commercial that doesn't have it, so I can already tell you there is one commercial that doesn't have it. But if you can find me a commercial where it specifically says you'll be throttled after 50 gigabytes.
Unlimited on our network. Customers on this plan may notice slower speeds and further reduction if using more than 50 gigabytes a month. Video in SD. Here we go. At the 9-second mark.
Oh, you did find one. Okay, well that's good. Okay,
this. Now, admittedly, this is a year ago.
What's the time index? No, that's fine.
9 seconds. It's a 12-second spot. 9 seconds.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. Okay, so I'm going to here.
It'll say this is somebody. This is really bad. It's somebody like using their phone to record their television. But it'll say 4 lines unlimited, 25 a line per month with auto pay plus taxes and fees, and then there
unlimited on our network. Customers on this plan notice
lower speeds and further reduction if using more than 50 gigabytes a month.
Video in SD minimum 4
lines. 4 lines. Canceling lines requires something to requires move to essentials plan. Contact us. Plus,
I did notice one thing
without auto pay.
Notice that they're clever and they say unlimited, but not unlimited data. So the they moved away from unlimited data, as their marketing.
Yeah, because
they consciously made that decision.
Especially on T-Mobile, I noticed that there was at one point where they specifically mentioned that you would get drop down to like DVD quality for video and things like that.
Yeah, and I've seen that for other things, but T-Mobile was the one thing I had never seen it for. One of the reasons why I switched to them, because even Adam was like, "Oh, they're unlimited." But here's the thing: to be fair, T-Mobile is still better than other carriers because as long as the bandwidth is available, they'll give it to you.
Yeah, I've never.
Other carriers don't do that. That's why I like T-Mobile. I don't want the people think I'm a T-Mobile hater. I prefer them over every carrier because they will give you the bandwidth if it's available, where other carriers will not. They will throttle your ass after 50.
Yeah, I've looked at my data usage before, and I've gotten almost to a terabyte, which blew my mind. And I've never noticed any slowdowns or anything like that. So
as long as you're in an area where there isn't a ton of use, you won't notice the slowdown. Where I have noticed it though is at airports.
I think airports though, it's not just the network, it's the interference. there is so much radio interference at an airport that trying to get a decent cell signal is impossible.
And to be fair,
it's just not possible.
Most airports offer free internet now over Wi-Fi, so I usually just get on the Wi-Fi as soon as I get there now. But I did notice that before, where it was like where it'd be super fast, and then you'd hit the limit, and it would get super slow.
Yeah.
The worst offender by far, though, out of all the carriers I used was AT&T. AT&T would be like 100 megabit, and then as soon as you hit, I think it was 20 gigabyte, it wasn't even 50, it was like 20 gigabytes, it would drop you down into the sub 1 megabit. Like, it was like garbage trash speed. T-Mobile's never done that.
Yeah.
T-Mobile has never given me under like 3 or 4 megabit, which is more than enough to watch, you know, high resolution video. So let's see here. Looking at T-Mobile's site, it looks like the 5G plus plans only throttle for hotspots and international. Yeah, and to be fair, they did say that they do for hotspots. Like they said that their T-Mobile hotspots, you only get up to 200 gig. Or with the plan I have now, they said I get 200 gig a month through the hotspot, which is 100 gig more than what I got with my old plan.
Here's another example. Their latest commercial with
that's what I was wondering. I couldn't find their latest commercial. Link me to that.
This is their latest commercial with what's her name? The gal who plays Gamora.
Yep.
And it says at the 11 mark, when it during congestion, customers on this plan may notice speeds lower than other customers, and further reduction if using more than 50 gigabytes a month due to data prioritization, video and SD, unlimited on our network, minimum 4 lines, and all the rest of that.
That's fair. I'll give you that one. But I still think that I do have a valid argument that when you're using terminology such as unlimited, it's still misleading. Because most people aren't going to read the fine print. If they're watching this on a cell phone, they're not even going to be able to hardly read that fine print.
Yes.
So they're making a conscious decision in these advertisements to meet the law, but to still bend you by making unlimited a giant font and then literally saying it's not unlimited.
I mean, that's been a thing.
No, I'm not saying it's not a trick. It's absolutely a fucking trick of marketing, but I'm just saying it's still technically dishonest. Because if you look up the definition of unlimited, it means without limits. When you say that you may experience slower speeds, that is not saying that you have unlimited. That is saying there are limitations.
You have unlimited access. They're not saying they're not claiming what exactly. And again, no,
you're playing devil's advocate.
I just like being spicy and having a back and forth.
Let me ask you this though,
because like they don't say
inclusion or exclusion.
Unlimited. What is unlimited in this? Is it you have unlimited access? You don't have unlimited speed.
If I don't specify specifically what is unlimited, what would you consider the unlimited thing to be? If I say it in a like if I say you're in a restaurant and I say you have unlimited drinks,
that means I can have as many drinks as I want.
As many drinks as you want,
doesn't mean they're going to come out quickly. Doesn't mean that they're going to be a certain size or that sort of a thing.
Would you find that deceptive if they said unlimited drinks, but then you go over there and the dispenser only gives you 1 drop every 5 seconds? Would you consider
maybe because then I have a different expectation of what a drink is, right?
Right.
So
don't you
unlimited
think
drinks, water only? Sure, right.
If you use terms like unlimited, you should be required by. I'm not saying you are because you're not, obviously, because they're getting away with it.
Mm-hmm.
You should be required by law that if you're using terminology like unlimited, that you have to specify what the unlimited attribute is. That you can't blanket say unlimited and then put like in tiny text unlimited except for the thing that you thought.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's also, I mean, you can put the onus on one side or the other. Is it on the consumer to assume that they get everything that they want, or is it on the advertiser to be the cold water? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, because even like you said earlier, guaranteed unlimited access. Well, what if they don't have access where you're at? Like that isn't even unlimited.
It's kind of the
unlimited
Anthony
line when it's not unlimited. It has limits.
Anthony brings up a good point. It's the all you can eat sort of argument. Like it doesn't say all you can eat all day. It doesn't say all you can eat, like whenever you want. Right? It's all you can eat while you're here, I guess, to an extent.
Yeah, and to be fair, like there's always some limitation, which is why I don't think they should use unlimited at all. Like I think that term should be banned from advertisement because unlimited just implies that you get to set the limits, not them. So to say that something is unlimited and then whisper like, oh, except for the thing you thought was unlimited, it's just devious. Like and I understand that's advertisement. Like that's the point of it, is to like, trick you and be like, look, we're smarter than you because we stayed within the lines of the law and we still got you. But I'm just saying that it is deceptive. That's my whole point here, is that it is deceptive.
Yeah.
And yes, is it legal? Yes, it is. Here in the United States, it is legal to do that. But is it deceptive? Wouldn't it be? I know, I love your wiener dog. So I would say that, like, for this to be more accurate, what they really should do is, instead of saying unlimited, it should say that you have something along the lines of like best in class. Like, you will have like a best in class experience, or we will give you more than the other guys, if they do in fact give you more than the other guys, right? To say 4 unlimited lines, that tells me that, like, holy shit, man, I get everything that they offer as much as humanly freaking possible. And they're like, no, except for not. No. But I'll tell you what, they're not as bad as some. Like, the worst one that I run across was Wave. Wave was my internet provider for like, what, 17 years or whatever, in some form or another. Wave literally said that I had unlimited data, but if I went over 1 terabyte, they would literally throttle me down to 1 megabit and call me on the phone and chew me out and try to make me pay $10 per 10 gigabytes extra. I'm like, how is that unlimited? You guys, I'm literally holding your flyer you put on my door yesterday saying you have unlimited. There's no asterisk, there's no conditions, nothing.
Right.
And they're like, no, we do give you unlimited data up to 1 terabyte.
Well, even still, like you're, again, you can still use all the data you want. They're not stopping there. It doesn't, you do have unlimited access. You have unlimited data. Nowhere in there are they saying anything about speed. Nowhere. It's unlimited data. You have unlimited data. You can use as much data as you want, but we are only going to give you so much, like, it over time, right? Like how fast. That part, that never make any claims about speed. So I think that is an unfair assumption. Have to say unlimited where unlimited applies. Like should it unlimited data? Unlimited data. If they say unlimited data, that is the true statement. You can have all the data you want. You just can't have it as fast as you want. No, but still, what does unlimited mean? Like, by definition, what does unlimited mean? Like, if you look up the definition of what it means, without limits. Hold on. Yeah, without limits. I'll ask you a question. Access to all the data you want. I can prove you wrong. Not as fast as you want. Nobody said anything about speed. I want 700,000 petabytes. I have unlimited data, right? So I should be able to have my 700,000 petabytes. I cannot get 700,000 petabytes from them within my lifetime, their lifetime, or the star exploding. So how is that unlimited if I can't do that? That is a limit. You cannot use the word unlimited. Kind of limit, though. Like, okay, like you have. That's why I'm saying don't use unlimited. Unlimited is a bad word choice because it's not unlimited. Because you're taking that's an extreme hyperbolic example. You can have as much data as you want. You can have as much data as you want. Just because you're unable to consume it as quickly as you want does not mean it's not unlimited. I call bullshit. I'm gonna keep calling bullshit. That's okay. Bullshit. That's okay. Like, it's fine. I mean, it doesn't. You've got the law. You've got the law on your side, because the truth is the law does allow. It's not even just the law. It's literally their wording. Like, it's their claim. They're not. Not one of these people have ever claimed that you're going to get as fast as you want. It's always been about the total amount. So unlimited claim has always been the total amount. As much data as I want. Do I have as much data as I want? I do not. Within the you can't just because it's unlimited. Unlimited means without limits. If there's limits, your phone is limited by the technology that it has. Your computer right now, you have access to what? A gigabyte of data down. You have unlimited access to as much data as you can possibly get at that speed. And that's why I disagree with them using unlimited also. It's I don't know. I feel like it's a I think it's unfair to use the word unlimited, which literally means without limits, to describe something that clearly has limitations. And so much fact that you're even saying like, what those limitations are. Like, you have to define it because it's not unlimited. I don't know. I think you're taking too broad of a. I think that's a consumer issue. It's a consumer's interpretation issue. It's not. Because I think you're taking a hyperbolic definition. To an extent, sort of. No, I mean, I'm defending my point basically on the definition of the word is what I'm doing. Whereas you're defending the point based on bending the definition of the word. I'm not. But the law stands with you. Within the definition of the word too. You do have unlimited data. You can get as much as you want. No, I can't. How do I get 900,000 petabytes? You literally couldn't do that. Even if they didn't throttle you, you still couldn't do that. Like, right. You're still. So how is that unlimited? It's unlimited. There is a limit. Therefore, it is not unlimited. I don't know. That's I want to go faster than the speed of light. Let's keep going. I want to go faster than the speed of light. Right. Bingo. So they should say you get data as fast as the speed of light, or as fast as fiber will allow. It's pedantic. I think it's. I mean, I understand. I kind of get where you're coming from. I do agree that it is mildly
The law isn't on my side. I'll
mildly
admit
deceptive, but again, it's on the consumer too. Like it's an unreasonable assumption to say,
Check
oh,
it out.
I can do this.
So unlimited. This just because I wanted to look it up on dictionary.com. First meaning, not limited, unrestricted, so without any restrictions, and unconfined, meaning nothing confining it.
Okay.
And the second definition also applies: boundless, infinite, and vast. So infinite means with everything. Infinite is everything. So to even use the word unlimited, you are already lying, because you cannot give anybody anything that's unlimited. There is no such thing as unlimited. Unlimited is literally just a bad marketing term that they use, because when you hear unlimited, what do you think? Like subliminally, like you think, wow, I'm going to get all the speed I want and everything that I want from this service up to what they offer.
I don't, because I understand the context that the word
I don't
used
too.
in,
Yeah, no, I know I'm getting duped.
Right?
Like I'm literally walking into the trap on purpose.
sort of. I mean, but then, okay, then you can't use that word ever to describe, like, you know, anything that is within the bounds of physical law, you know, physics of law. Like let's just scrub the word completely, because it doesn't make sense ever, right? Because there is no way for anything to ever be unlimited. Like everything is going to be within the bounds of physical capability. So we just scrub the word completely,
modify
right?
it. You just modify
that's what they're doing in the advertising then.
In tiny little text and telling you to go somewhere else to get the details. Well, they're using the word front and center there. They need to put it together.
They are modifying the word, and it's right there. Like, and so that's
I
back
sent
on
you an
my
ad where it
argument that they're
wasn't.
not lying.
I did send you an ad where it wasn't there, though. Just to be clear, people are loving this.
8-year-old ad before they all got in trouble for it.
They probably did get. I bet you if you go back and look, I bet you money that they had to say unlimited data, because unlimited by itself was like a fallacy. Like at least with unlimited data and an asterisk, like in the eyes of the law, if you bend the meaning of the word, you can kind of get there.
Right.
And to be fair, guys, like I'm not an idiot. Like I'm not like, oh my god, they duped me. I didn't see this coming. No, I understand how this works. I've had self carriers.
Because again, it's
this is just a fun argument to have, because it just shows how marketing is by its very nature is deceptive. You don't ever tell the truth. In marketing, you never tell the truth. I don't sell this to you by saying, oh, this isn't as fast as our competition. You say what it's better than the competition at, and completely ignore what it sucks ass at.
I just to be mildly pedantic and for clarification, I would say advertising is at its core mildly deceptive.
What's the difference between advertising and marketing? Just for my own.
I would say advertising is a part of marketing.
So marketing is a bigger
marketing is
scope?
kind of like more all encompassing. And and the way that I treat it, I don't like the, and in all seriousness, I totally understand the mild deception that's happening in a lot of ads, honestly.
Well, I know you do. That's what's funny about this conversation. People are taking us serious in chat.
It is like, no, part of the game. Like as far back as any sort of advertising has gone, like the 4-foot man eating chicken. Right? Like the ad is it deceptive, or is it your interpretation of it that you're tricking yourself? If I say, oh, come see this 4-foot man eating chicken, you're going to think, oh man, that's a fucking giant chicken. But it's like a small guy eating some KFC. I didn't lie. You made an assumption. And based on that assumption, you're now like disappointed. Like it's sort of in that sense. They advertising skirts that line where and the rules are constantly changing because they find new ways of being a little bit tricky. And I think that, again, within the context of like the culture and things like that, everybody sort of assumes that any grandiose claim in an ad is going to be, you know, exaggerated. And that's just part of the game. That's part of the game, right?
Putting an assumption on your audience, you know. And I understand, like, you have to at some point, right? Because you can't guarantee, like, everybody could be like really stupid, like the Pac-Led on Star Trek or whatever. Like you can't really pander to the lowest, otherwise your bottle's just gonna be covered in warnings that like 99% of the population. You're gonna be California basically, right? It's like, this causes cancer if you eat it. It's like, I'm not gonna eat my goddamn shampoo bottle, but I guarantee you there was one dude that tried. Right? He was high on bath salts and he tried, and now we spent millions of dollars getting a law just to protect bath salts guy from himself.
Just because the shampoo smelled good. Oh, I can totally eat this because it smells like mango.
Exactly. Or the pods, right? That whole thing. No, and to be fair, I think you and I actually do agree on most of what's going on here. We're just taking opposite. I just want to make sure in chat people know that we're just taking the extreme opposites of the poll. Like, obviously you understand it's misleading. Obviously I understand it's misleading, but within the confines of the law, which is what the marketing department is paid for. Like, that's literally their value is in figuring out how to present something to you where you think you're going to see a 4-foot man eating chicken,
like a monster,
but you're really seeing, but you're going to be seeing a little dude just like sitting there chowing down on a bucket of chicken.
Right. I didn't lie.
Yep.
And yeah,
how would that look in the context of what
for argument's sake, I just enjoy being contradictory and having those sorts of conversations. It's fun.
Well, I do too. I think it's fun to debate,
especially
when it's not serious. My favorite things to debate are things that are not of a serious nature. Yeah, because it's like there's nothing about this conversation that makes us not be friends at the end.
Oh yeah, no.
Like serious conversations that can happen. Like if you're like, you know, you're talking to somebody who's like pro pedophilia or something, it's like there's no way that ends with me still being your friend if you're supporting that shit, right? It's like I literally had a dude argue that, by the way, once on Twitter, and I was like, dude, are you serious? He's like, oh, you can still sit down and have a beer with him, he's funny or something, just because you disagree with, you know, what he does. It's like, dude, his disagreements are literally destroying people's lives. Like, that's gonna I don't want to have a beer with him. I don't care if he's the funniest fucking dude that ever lived. Like, I want to punch him in the face. But in the context of this, it's a cool debate because it's like there's nothing to lose on either side. Right? Like how this debate ends doesn't impact anything because at the end of the day, it's the law that says whether or not they can do it. Like, we don't get a say in that. The law says that, and the majority defines it. Even if it's completely wrong, even if it goes against everything that unlimited means by the dictionary's use, the public majority use will always win. And that's always been the case. Like if you look at legal precedent for a lot of things, if you go to the dictionary and cite the word itself and how it's defined in like Webster's dictionary, that means very little in the eyes of the law. If you can prove that the public uses that word differently, and more often than not, people in the public think you mean a different thing than what the Webster's dictionary says, that's going to be what they go by. Like for instance, if you walk by somebody and say, shit, bitch, that's a fat shirt or whatever you have on, you know, it's like in the context of the situation where you are. If you're on a college campus where everybody's high and everybody there uses the lexicon regularly of that to define that you have like really nice clothes on, if somebody sued you for saying that, like the one person that got offended by it because they didn't know, you would be able to argue that lexicon is more widely used the way that you used it than that one person interpreted it, and you would most likely win. So I'm not saying that, you know, the dictionary definition is the be all end all argument. It definitely isn't. But the point that I was trying to draw here is there's people that accept it for what it is, and there's people that are like, oh my God, this is super deceptive, and everything in between, right? But the thing that I want people to really think about is like, why did they pick that word? Why did they pick a word that truly is without limits? Like, what is the word that is true? Like infinite, right? You have infinite internet. It's like, just like you said, it's like, well, what aspect am I getting infinite of? The bandwidth, the amount of data? They don't tell you. They just say infinite. Again, man-eating chicken was a great example, right? It's like, they don't tell you what, because they want to leave you to imagine. Right. And then by the time you find out what those limits are, it's too late. You're already locked into a 24-month contract. They already got paid and you're fucked. So, so then the way you weigh it is like, you know, given that every single company is deceptive in this manner, which one is the least deceptive and that you get at least more than the other person? And in this case, T-Mobile is that company, because I've been with Verizon, AT&T, Sprint before they merged with T-Mobile, and now T-Mobile. And out of all four of those companies I've been with, T-Mobile has had the least problems, been the closest to what they said they would deliver. But are they deceptive? Absolutely. Everybody is. Every one of these companies is, right? Like one of the deceptions I ran into when they were switching my plan that I caught is they're like, oh, we'll give you up to, or no, they said they'll give you $1,000 for your trade-in phone. But then there's an asterisk they don't tell you about that's like, oh, if it's the 512 gig ultra rare model that, you know, very few people purchased that was infinitely more expensive. And then once they get the phone, they're like, oh, but this is only the 256 gig model, so we're only going to give you $600 or whatever. And then you're like, well, wait a second, that's just fair market value. Why did I take advantage of your one time every 24 months we're going to eat shit to lock you into a contract if you're only going to give me, you know, what I get if I sold it on eBay, and then I don't have to be locked into a contract. It's because they word things in a way that grab you. But the good news is I argued and I won, so they did give me the full value for the phone. So squeaky wheel gets the grease, bitches.
I'm gonna get going, man.
Oh, is it? Oh shit, it's that time. I didn't know. I didn't know. All right, yeah, I should probably get going too, just so I can be on standby for my dad if he calls. Or I haven't heard anything back yet, so I think he's okay for the time being. Hopefully, he didn't check himself out again, because if he did, I don't know what I'm gonna do. All right, brother, you get out of here. Enjoy your weekend.
Bye.
Peace out.
Have a good one. Follow me on places, wherever.
Everywhere. He's everywhere. AuxxZillary, where everywhere is sold. Yeah, I'm probably not going to stream that much longer because I have to be on standby. I told my dad I don't be streaming until 2 in case he needs to get a hold of me. Something tells me he's not going to call though, because I have a feeling that he's doing the same thing that he did the other day, and he doesn't want a confrontation. So if you don't want a confrontation, you just don't call. It is what it is. For you that joined late, my dad, the reason I didn't stream last week, and well, a lot of that was because of back pain in the beginning and struggling with a bunch of shit going on right now that you guys probably don't know about. But I also got a bomb dropped on me that my dad had, double lung infection, COPD, and is fighting a bleeding inside of his chest that's filling his chest cavity and collapsing his lungs so he can't breathe. And he went to the hospital, rough shape. They're like trying to fix him up. They got the bleeding under control and everything. And then he just, even though I told him, I said, you have to stay there until you're healed, he decided to just check himself out of the hospital, lie to my face about staying there and healing and everything to go help set up for a funeral, because unfortunately my grandpa also passed away like 2 weeks ago. So his dad just died. And so then he left the hospital to go help out with like setting up the funeral, which is still going to happen tomorrow. And he basically opened up the bleed again in his chest just after they got it out of control. And now it's even worse, and everything's got worse. And he's been around a huge group of people. So now he's probably got other sicknesses on top of what he already had, almost killing him. And now, I tried to talk to him, and he's like being really short with his responses because he doesn't want to promise again because he already lied. And so I think he's going to try to check himself out of the hospital again tomorrow to attend his dad's funeral. And there's a good chance that he might pass away. And so I'm preparing myself for that, because I can't talk him out of it. The hospital can't keep him there if he doesn't want to be there. So if he decides that he wants to risk it again after almost dying the second time he left, like only getting there barely the first time, and then the second time he really almost did die just setting up, if he goes there and that bleed opens up again, he probably won't make it back to the hospital and he'll probably die. And then unfortunately I'll have to deal with the funeral for both my grandpa and my father because he just won't listen. So I'm really hoping though that he got enough of a scare the third time, but he usually doesn't learn. He's not the learning type. It's never been his strong point. So, but I'm hoping he learns this time that because the bleeding I told him what would happen. I said, if you check out of the hospital, you're going to start bleeding again. You're not going to be able to breathe. If you do leave, take rescue oxygen. Tell them to give you an oxygen tank so that you can at least buy yourself a little more time to improve your odds to get back to the hospital. He never asked him for an oxygen tank. He still checked himself out of the hospital, and he barely made it back. And he could have gotten a wreck in his car and killed a whole bunch of people because he said he was so dizzy. He felt like he was super drunk. And he barely made it to the hospital. So I could see him trying to check himself out again to go to a funeral. And there's a good chance that he might die because he won't go to the hospital immediately like he has before, because he doesn't want to leave the funeral. So he'll just sit there until, it's too late. And so that's been freaking me out and really scaring me. And I haven't slept a whole lot over the last 48 hours or even more than that now. It's like, shit, time's been flying. So I finally got a little sleep last night because, he basically was checked into the hospital. They got him stable again. At least I think. He was very short with his responses. But he hasn't called. And if it was like a super emergency or something, my sister would probably call. I don't even know if she would call though, because my sister pretty much disowned me the other day. So I'm dealing with that now, just out of the blue. I thought we were on good terms and everything was good, but she decided to go off on me and my wife and say, oh, we're terrible people and blah, 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 which I have no idea, all because I missed a phone call. And I didn't even miss the phone call. The phone call never came through. I sent her a screenshot. We got our phones upgraded by T-Mobile, and T-Mobile switched over the network. Apparently it missed some calls and missed some voicemails. So I have no voicemail. I have no recent call. I don't have anything. And because I missed a phone call, and my wife did have one phone call on her phone, but she claims that because I didn't answer that I'm avoiding her and I'm trying to ignore the family or something like that. And I'm just a bad brother. So it hurt. It cut me deep. She knew it would. So I probably lost my sister, and I might even lose my dad now. So I'm pretty fucked up. So I'm just trying to get through it though. The thing I have to focus on the most right now is just hope that my dad, just for once in his life, stays put and lets himself heal instead of continuously. Because here's the thing, if my dad leaves the hospital, like if you worked at a hospital and somebody like you patch them up and you spend all this time like trying to get them stable and save their life just for them to throw it all away to go help somebody for like 15 minutes, set up tables, or to go to a funeral where somebody else literally died before their time and you're risking your life to die along with them, putting everybody else at risk. And the hospitals literally just keep saving you and putting all these resources because you keep coming back even more fucked up than before because you didn't listen to doctor's orders and didn't do what you were supposed to. Eventually they're going to put the resources into the people that actually do what they're told and will actually heal instead of the person that just keeps wasting everybody's time. So that's worrying me. But I hope that he had enough of a scare yesterday. But like I said, he's proven to me multiple times. I mean, the dude's literally like set himself on fire like 3 times using the exact same method of ignition each time because he didn't learn. I really hope that he does not attend Grandpa's funeral tomorrow. He lets the family take care of it, and he just stays in the hospital and he heals, and he stays there for a good week or two. Lets them check him out. Lets whatever that bleeding is, they get it under control, and it stops for a little while, only to come back with like minimal activity. Or if he just coughs, so they have to suppress his cough when he's in the hospital. It's like if he leaves again, he is going to bleed again. So and there's no telling, you know, if he comes back a third time, they're going to be like, all right, well, let's go through and do it a third time, only for him to find a deal on a fishing boat that somebody's scamming him on or whatever, you know, where he leaves the hospital again because it's too good of a deal to be true or some shit like that. And I'm like, I'm so tired. I'm so tired and frustrated because there's nothing I can say to him. All he'll tell me is, "Oh, I know, son. Like, you know, I'll take care of myself. Don't worry. I got." And then he'll just check himself out and do what he wants, and you know, we just have to deal with it. So, can't you postpone the funeral? No, he won't. I'm sure it's possible, but they won't. I'd honestly be surprised if he's even told any of the other family members that he almost died twice in the hospital. I'm sure he's just going to go to the funeral and just be like, oh, my throat's a little sore. That's why I can barely talk. But he won't take an oxygen bottle, which it's like, they will give you an oxygen bottle, by the way. You know, like if you're at a hospital and you're having trouble breathing and lung problems and you discharge yourself or whatever, they will give you an oxygen bottle to take home so that you have rescue oxygen, you know, to get you by until paramedics can get to you and stuff. But, you know, I got him to promise like 1 billion times and he didn't take it. So so he's not going to. If he checks himself out again, and the fact that he's giving me really short responses and he's not giving me any details, and, you know, he fully intends on checking himself out again, either this afternoon or tomorrow morning, so that he can get to the funeral, regardless of whether they have him stable or not. And like I said, there's a good chance he might pass away. So I'm just trying to prepare myself for that realization. You know, and when my mom died, I had to handle that. I had to get her cremated. Like the whole family fell apart, and I had to step up and do that. And I'll probably have to do the same thing with my dad now, because my sister pretty much disowned me and, you know, got pissed off and like walked away. So I'll probably have to bury my dad too. So it's like, fuck, it's just too much with everything else going on with our whole financial situation, and Christmas coming up in December, but, you know, all the shit just compounding, and my therapist had to retire because of their traumatic brain injury. It's like, holy shit, when it rains, it pours, guys. I'm just scared. I'm scared. But what I'm trying to do is like, the only 2 modes I have is just cry and shake hysterically and hyperventilate, or just try to just deal with it the best I can in my mind logically, and try to be like, I can't change things. I can't fix it. Even if I could get on a plane and get down there right now, which I can't because of the flooding and because of my own personal health and the danger that I'd be putting myself in and putting my family in. Even if I could go down there, I'm not going to be able to change anything because I know my dad. It's like, if I go there and say he'll just say, oh, I know, son. And then I'll go to the bathroom and he'll just leave. Like, he'll just do what he wants anyways. So I'm just worried. I'm just worried. Yeah. They could totally FaceTime the funeral to him. They could put it on a video. Somebody could set up a cell phone or whatever and send it to him right in the hospital. They could record the whole thing for him. He already said his goodbyes and was there with his dad. He said he spent the last couple of weeks with his dad because they knew he was going to pass. He spent those last weeks with him, taking care of him and becoming really close with him and everything, you know. And so, you know, but that wasn't enough of a goodbye. Like, he really feels like he needs to be at the funeral. And apparently the reason is he missed a funeral like 20 years ago, I think, for my grandma Beulah that passed away. He missed that funeral, and I guess his stepbrother never forgave him for missing the funeral. But it turns out the reason he missed that funeral is because nobody told him. Like, he literally didn't get an invite. They didn't even tell him she passed away. And so instead of him just telling him the truth that he didn't know, he basically just kept it for 20 years and let them abuse him and let it soak in. And they had no idea until literally his dad passed away that's why. So they basically held a grudge for 20 years against him because he wouldn't tell them the truth. And now he feels like he has to be there at his dad's funeral, even if it kills him and drops him dead in front of everybody else, and literally causes this massive ripple throughout the family, just so that they don't think that he skipped out on his dad's funeral. And I'm just like, fuck, I can't handle it. Like, I'm just like, you know, all I can say, I've done what I can. I told him everything I could. I gave him all the advice I can. I told him what I think he should do. But at the end of the day, I was like, I know you're going to just do what you do because that's what you do. And the only answer I got back was, love you, son. That's it. Like, which basically means, yeah, I know you're disappointed. I know you're having all these problems, but you know, at the end of the day, I'm going to do what I want to do. And, you know, I'm going to die. And trust me, I know he thought he was going to die. He literally called me on the phone. My dad's not a crier. He doesn't cry hardly ever. And my dad called me on the phone. He was bawling. And he said he thought he was going to die. He barely got to the hospital in time. He was so scared. He said he's never been more scared in his life. He said he wants to live. And then his actions are, he does the exact same thing again within 24 hours and puts himself in danger and has to go through it all over again. I'm like, fuck. And then I was like, oh, at least the funeral's over. Because I thought the funeral was on Friday. So I thought he just checked out and he went and did the funeral. And it's like, okay, now he's back in the hospital. He can finally heal. And he's like, oh no, that was just like to help people out and to prepare for it. The actual funeral's on Sunday. So it's like, even after almost dying a second time, like you barely made it the first time, the second time, now they're going to get that bleeding under control, and you're going to do it a third fucking time and just hope you can get back to the hospital before you drop dead and hope that they're going to be willing to get your bleeding under control when you leave every 48 hours and make them start over from scratch. They're not going to. So I'm just like, fuck, man, what do you do? It's like, you know, the saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't force him to drink. Like with my dad, it's like, you can lead him right up to, you can show him a picture. You could travel into the future and show him a video of exactly what's going to happen. He still won't believe you. Valley Brand said, I thought you said your therapist could do a last few sessions. Did you say that, or was I hallucinating it? No, she was supposed to be able to do 2 ending sessions with me to wrap things up, but they keep getting pushed back. So I think she still intends on doing them, but they're not going to happen for several months. Like they were supposed to happen in December. Then I think she said January, and now I don't know when. So it's basically, she can't really give me a time. Like she intends on doing it, but she can't give me a time because her health is also up in the air, just like mine. It's just sad. So Wayne said, my therapist made me feel worse. I stopped going. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I will tell you this, therapists, they're not easily replaced. It took me my entire life, and I distrust therapists big time. Like I had a lot of abuse from therapists as a child. So because of mandatory, I was, you know, I had to go every school I went to. I had to sit with a school counselor every single day and tell them shit that they would use against me and use to hurt me. So I'm not a very trusting person towards therapists. However, I finally found a therapist through a friend who assured me that they were compatible, because this certain friend is basically the female equivalent of myself. So, and she was right. This is a therapist. I bonded with them. It wasn't easy. It took a lot of appointments, but we did get on the same page and it was perfect. It was an amazing relationship. Am I going to be able to find another therapist like that? Doubtful. Very, very doubtful. It took so much to get to a point where I trusted that therapist enough to really open up, which is what you have to do to get help. And I'm not going to be able to just grab another person and do that. Like that was a once in a lifetime kind of thing. I'm probably going to try though. I will give it another try when I'm financially stable enough to have another go at it. But that was the other thing, is we had to deal with her because my insurance doesn't ever cover shit, even though it's like $1,400 a month and costs as much as my house. They don't cover a lot of therapists, and the therapists they do cover are like in network, you know, call on the phone, you know, 500 client type therapists that don't even remember your name. And so I had to pay out of pocket, and she was nice enough to give me a fixed rate of like $25 or something an hour, which, if you know therapists, that's like ridiculously low. Like her billable to insurance is like $160 an hour, and she was letting me do it for 25 just because of the progress we made and how compatible we were. It was one of those things where it's like she gave me an amazing deal because she could see that she was helping me so much, and it was enjoyable for her too. So, but yeah, finding a good therapist is really, really difficult. So I have to figure out now. The biggest thing I got to figure out now is, like, you know, I got to figure out how to move forward, how to take care of myself, how to take care of my own family, how to, you know, keep things going, and just realize that as much as I want to be able to save my dad, that it's not possible if he doesn't want to be saved. Like, you know, it's like all I can do is like because that's the thing too, is like, even if I just dropped everything, went down there, fought with the hospital, and literally just blew off my family and everything that we're dealing with right now to go down there and try to say, there's still no guarantees he's going to listen, because he won't. He never has before, and he never will. You know, it's just, at the end of the day, he's very stubborn, and he thinks that, you know, that just because something happens once or twice or 3 times, it's not necessarily going to happen a 4th, 5th, or 6th time, right? He just doesn't learn from a mistake. So he'll keep doing the same mistake. And it's like, when you're talking about medical shit, you can't gamble like that. You can't. He's very lucky to have got a second chance, right? And the thing is, like, if he had gone to the hospital when he first started having the internal bleeding, which I found out was like a week prior, and then before that he had a bad lung infection that didn't go away for months, so he just stuffed ibuprofen and suffocated for months instead of going to the doctor, when he has the VA and his VA insurance, because, you know, if you don't know, like the VA is like the military hospital for people that have served in the military. My dad served in the Navy. So it's like, that's his benefits that he gets, you know, for his service. He can go to the VA hospital and get services there. And it's like, but you got to utilize it, right? You got to go there. You got to let them heal you. You got to go, you got to do the things. You can't just, it's not a hotel. You can't just check in and get patched up a little bit and then go fuck yourself up again and come back, get patched up a little bit and just keep repeating that. Pretty soon, they're just not going to put the effort into you anymore because you don't want to live. Like you're you know, ignoring them. You're shaking your head and saying, yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, I should stay here. Yeah. And then they're just like, okay, well, I'm checking out. Okay, where's the front desk? I gotta go. You know, it's like that's people aren't gonna want to keep working with you if you do that. And I can't be mad at them for not doing it either. That's the thing is, like, I can be mad at the people. My mom died in the hospital because of a mistake the hospital made, and I am pissed at them, and I will be pissed at that hospital till the day I die. But I can't be pissed at a hospital that you know is trying everything they possibly can to save my dad's life, which is absolutely savable, and he's doing everything he can to make their job impossible. Stealth said VA is not quality care. This place is. Just like any hospital. There's no hospital on earth that you get guaranteed quality care. So when you find a place that gives you quality care, you stay fucking put. That's what you do. And my dad even said on the phone, he said they're amazing. He said this hospital, the team that he was working with, they're like, we're not going to let you out of our sight until we got this thing all figured out. They assured him that don't worry, we're going to figure this out. We're going to get you healed up. But then he undermines that by, you know, making him believe that he's going to follow orders and do what he's supposed to. And then he's like, well, I got to go. I'll come back later if I'm having symptoms. You know, it's just, goddamn, man. I said 2024 will be a good year for you. Well, if my dad passes away right after my grandpa passed away, right after I've already lost some other friends this year and some other shit that I'm going through, it's definitely not going to be starting off on a good foot. But I will say this, I don't want to challenge the universe, but it'll be difficult to one up what has happened just in the last couple of days as far as stress. So at least I know 2024 hopefully won't be as stressful as the end of 2023. Hopefully. If I'm wrong on that, I don't know what I'll do. But you know what they say? The easiest thing to go through is the thing where you don't have a choice, right? When you don't have a choice and you can't change something and it's destined to happen or whatever, then you know, don't beat yourself up. And that's what I got to work on because I don't know how to do that. Have I ever used cold turkey blocker for Windows? I can't say I have, James. Is that like a telemetry blocking tool or something you found? I haven't even heard of that one. Wayne said, I really think you should make more software and sell it for a little extra revenue. I'd totally buy a media converter, DVD, Blu-ray burner suite. I really should. And I really got to get that 3D printer done. Like all it needs is some tuning. Maybe if well, shit, I don't know about tomorrow because I got to be on call waiting for my phone just in case I get the call, you know, because that's when my grandpa's funeral is. So I have to just stay next to the phone just in case, you know, my dad's on his deathbed or whatever because he didn't listen to him again. But I don't know. Once I have a chance to get my head clear, and it's really not going to be this month. It's going to have to be January. But I just got to get through this month. This is the hardest month every year. It always has been, even on my best of years. So I just have to get through this, get through all the stuff that's going bad, hit the reset button in 2024 and just try to focus on me and my family and doing what I can and try to put the things behind me that I can't control. That's what I got to do. Cadbury, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I don't want to lose my dad. I mean, we haven't spent a whole lot of time together in the last couple of years, and you know, we haven't really been that close for a long time, but I still, you know, despite all the bad shit that happened as a kid and stuff like that, I still love him. Like it's hard not to love your dad, you know? And the truth is he changed a lot after my mom passed away. I mean, not as far as, you know, being risk averse and taking care of himself and like doing the right things and not getting taken advantage of and all those things. But I will say, I mean, credit where credit's due. He is a good person. Like he's a good hearted person. Like he'll take the shirt off his back and give it to somebody who needs it. Like he's that type of person. And he wasn't like that when he was younger. So, you know, after my mom passed, he changed in a lot of ways. But I just wish that he would put more effort into, you know, trying to take care of himself instead of letting things get so bad that it's like, well, now it's 10 times worse than, you know, had you just gotten some help early on. Oh, man. Thank you so much, Em. I appreciate it. Hey, William, he said, hey, Barnacules, figuring out my subscription options. Couple of questions for you. One, Discord server access only via Patreon. If I buy Amazon Prime and gift you their monthly Twitch sub, do they pay you? Yes. Amazon Prime on Twitch I get paid for. I also get paid via Patreon, and Discord server is not just Patreon. No, anybody can join the Discord server. As a matter of fact, the link should be on link.tree/Barnacules. I can spell my own name right. Hold on here. Tree/Barnacules. Man, I still need to get a lot more sleep. I can tell I'm just like, I'm so exhausted, guys. I'm so exhausted. All right, all my links are right here. Oh, including the Discord link. And no, anybody can join the Discord. The truth is, my Patreon doesn't give you anything. It was just an avenue that I really set up. Like, I'm supposed to be posting to Patreon, and I haven't in a while, and I really need to do that. But I've just been so many diversions, so many things coming at me so fast. It's like I just don't want to get on Patreon and appear super sad. But I think that's not avoidable at this point. I need to just go through, even if I'm just in fucking tears the whole time. Just use it as my new therapy event. I just need to do that. But networking guy is posting the Discord invite and chat directly there. But the patron is never really, it doesn't matter if you're a $1 patron, $10 patron, or anything. I don't have any. The only thing that they gained you access to is the posts on Patreon. Everything else I've always just done free. Like, it doesn't, being a subscriber on Twitch doesn't allow you to chat any more than you normally would. Being a channel member on YouTube, might get you access to like jitters and stuff that I post in the community feed when I shoot them. But other than that, it's like you really don't. I didn't want to create a situation, even though that would help me and my family financially, to like create a clear disconnect where it's like there's a huge value for supporting me and like you get something that's a lot extra. I haven't really done that because I don't want to be that person. But it's like at the same time now I'm thinking about it. It's like, God, at some point I'm not going to be able to get what I want. Like, I'm not going to be able to just not sell out and not do this and not do that. It's like at the end of the day, I have to support my family. Because the thing is, even though I've run myself into the dirt financially and we've been just digging into what little savings I have over the last couple of years, and we're getting really close to zero, here in the next two years, I'm going to be basically have to sell my house to survive if I don't turn things around. Even with that level, it's like people asked me to release a Christmas list for Xander, and I released that list, and so many people were so kind, and they always get things for the little kiddo, and he fucking loves it. And it's the most amazing, generous, sweet thing ever. But I just get bombarded with messages and death threats and people telling me how I'm a piece of shit. They hope me and my kid die and stuff because I'm begging for presents or something. It's like, no, people asked me to put that link up. They asked me to put a list up. Like they want to do this. And they're like, by you doing that, you're a piece of shit and you should die. And it's like, oh, all these people that are buying gifts make more money than, or don't make as much money as you. It's like, I assure you, I don't make hardly anything right now. And I haven't for a very long time. It's like, go look at my YouTube numbers, go look at my analytics. It's like, I'm not rolling in money here, guys, like not even close. But, and I understand they're the trolls and I shouldn't listen to them, but I'm just like, when you're so exhausted and you're so beat up and you're so much a shadow of your former self and your health is failing you and you're dealing with your family's health failing them and just shit coming out of left field from like somebody you thought was stable in your family, it's now like completely not stable at all. And all these prospects of like, shit's just going to burn through faster and faster and shit's going to get harder and harder. It makes everything 10 times worse. So, but you know what? I did something the other night. Like normally that would, affect me really bad. And I would just be like, just have a good cry. I was like, fuck it. I doubled down and I shared his Christmas list again on Facebook. And I was like, fuck you haters. I'm only resharing this a second time because you haters. That's like, because if you guys are going to be like this and you're going to treat me like shit and you're going to kick me while I'm down, well then, God damn it. If you're going to call me an e-beggar, I will be the best goddamn e-beggar that's ever fucking lived. You watch me go. Watch me fly. If that's how you're going to treat me, then I'll give you a fucking reason to put that label on me. Oh, thank you, James. I appreciate that. Or Jason, thank you. I appreciate that. You know what? I haven't even looked at my NordVPN dashboard in over a year. I probably should go look because I don't advertise it that much. Like being an affiliate, it's like I only mention it when people talk about VPNs, and even then, it's like I almost talk them out of buying it depending on their situation. So I'd be curious to see how many people actually have used my code over the last year. Who knows? Maybe there's a fair amount of money in there that I didn't know about that could help out, but I'm pretty pessimistic about that, given how the rest of the year has gone. But hey, there's only one way to find out, right? Networking guy said the one guy who commented on the Christmas list post on Facebook, I told his wife and she was pissed because she was having to borrow money to afford Christmas. Oh, the guy. Oh, are you talking about the guy that commented on Facebook? So you told his wife that he was trolling me and She said he was pissed because she was having to borrow money to afford Christmas. Why would you be, this is what I don't get, is why would you be mad at people being generous when you need that generosity yourself? That's the one thing I will never understand about human beings, is for some reason there's just certain human beings that the only time that they ever think a good deed is a good deed or something is nice is if it happens to them. If it happens to anybody else, then it's bullshit. But it's like you're shooting yourself in the foot, because it's like if you did actually have people in your life that were nice enough and wanted to help you out, it's like you basically just be shitting on them too. You know, it's like, God damn, man. It's unfortunate. It's just really unfortunate. You know, and the thing is like, when that whole Christmas list thing started, Xander loves opening presents from people on the internet that like send him little, messages, and he reads them. And it's like, he thinks, move over Santa Claus. His Santa Claus, he loves people on the internet sending him shit. It's like, it doesn't matter. It could be a fucking 99-cent Hot Wheel. It could be a card. There's people that just sent cards. Even if you just send a message to Xander, I read them to him if they're nice. And he loves it. It doesn't matter. It's not the cost of the gift. It's not, there doesn't even have to be any money associated whatsoever. Xander just loves that there's people on the internet that like who he is and love his quirky personality, and they're thinking about him. It literally makes his day. And because it makes his day, it makes my day. And then it makes me feel that much better about, like with all the bad shit going on in my life, it's like there's still people out there that care, But there's just so many people that can't be happy for other people no matter what. But then it's like the same people that are mad at me for putting out a Christmas list aren't mad at people doing like fucking GoFundMes for like $200,000 and ripping off everybody, or running cryptocurrency scams and shit. Like those guys are fine because they make, million hit videos or whatever that they enjoy watching. So because they enjoy those videos or whatever, it's okay for them to just scam the fuck out of everybody. And I'm just being like dead fucking honest with everybody about everything. And making sure that like if anybody even tips like a big tip, I'm like, are you sure that's okay? Offer to refund the shit. Be like, I want to make damn sure that you're in a position where you can wipe your ass with that money stuff. There's so many other streamers and shit that don't do any of that stuff. But for some reason they don't get nearly the hate that I do sometimes. And I don't know. I think hate just becomes amplified when you're wounded, and I'm very wounded right now. And so and just shit just keeps piling on more and more and more and more, and it's just making me more sensitive. I think that's what it really comes down to, is I need to just focus on just going back to the hard policy of, if people are going to treat me like shit, they just get the boot. Like that's it. Just like no exceptions. I don't have to explain anything. And I have to start rethinking my policies on things and be like, you know what, if people are going to treat me like shit for trying to do the right thing and trying to protect people and trying to use my resources to do good, even when I'm hurting myself, it's like, if there's no appreciation for that and people are going to treat me like shit, then those people don't deserve any of my attention at all. Just sad. But again, easier said than done. Networking guy said, I'm getting Joel's help for something cool this year for Xander if Joel can squeeze it into his print farm. That'd be awesome, but please don't put any additional stress on Joel. Joel has a big family himself, and he's moving and shaking and working really hard. It's like, all I care about is Joel's friendship. I don't need anything from him at all. Like I appreciate you guys for wanting to do something, but at the same time, it's like, I don't want to put anybody out at all. So it's not good, Mr. T. Baggins. My health is kind of fucked right now. My back is irreparable. My SI joints are fucked up. My nerves are damaged. My liver's fucked up. Yeah, it's not going great. However, I did get a treadmill, so I can finally do a little bit of walking indoors where I'm safe and I don't have to worry about getting stranded on the sidewalk again. So that's a plus. But I haven't had much time to use the treadmill because I've been literally shitting my pants sitting next to my cell phone, freaking out every 5 minutes, wondering if my dad's going to check himself out of the hospital again and almost die. It's like, I just need things to just calm down and stay stationary for a little while. It's like the only family I really have left, honestly, like blood family, is my sister and my dad. And my dad's knocking on death's door. My sister pretty much disowned me because, I mean, she's my half sister, so she still has another father and another mother. It's like, or a mother-in-law and a biological father. And it's like, yeah, so I'm just kind of, I don't know. I guess I feel more alone than I have in a long time. I don't blame her for pushing me out, though. I really don't. I mean, the things that she said to me were like completely unforgivable, honestly, and completely out of fucking line. But at the end of the day, it's like, she's got kids. She's got 2 wonderful kids. She's got an amazing husband. She's fighting with mental illness just like I am. And so she doesn't need all this shit that my dad's piling on the table. And no matter how much she tries to help him, he just railroads and does what he does anyways, and just tells her what she wants to hear. And then just, so I get it. I do understand. It's like infuriating and frustrating on all levels. And at a certain point, you just got to say, fuck it. And I'm trying to get that into my head now. That's like, you know what? I've given my dad the tools. If he chooses not to use them, well, then I just get another bill to cremate another family member, and I got to go through all that again. And, because somebody wanted to attend a funeral, which is going to be like one of the craziest stories that I ever have to tell for the rest of my life. It's like, yeah, you'll have to tell Xander, yeah, your grandpa died because he couldn't miss a funeral for his dad who died. And he was mad, he's sad that his dad died, but then he basically did the same thing to us, by going early because he couldn't miss that because he was worried that somebody might judge him for it. It's like, what about our judgment for like not taking care of yourself? I just don't get it. I don't get it. But I'll tell you what, you're right. Theodorus, you're absolutely right. I have the best wife in the world and I have the best kid in the world. Honestly, my wife is not a lot of people can say their wife is their absolute best friend and mean it. And my wife is absolutely my best friend. She is everything to me. My son is also my best friend. He is just the most fantastic kid. Like you would not believe there is not another 13-year-old alive like him. He is the perfect child for me. Like he is absolutely everything I could have dreamed of and 10 times more. And considering how that all started out with him being a preemie and in the hospital for 3.5 months with a prognosis of never being able to like feed himself or clothe himself and probably going to die at a young age, the fact that he beat all those odds and he's just a healthy 13-year-old kid that just loves everything and loves everybody, like that's I honestly, everything else can fall to pieces. My back can be irreparable and they can keep just taking more and more medication away from me until I'm just shaking every single day in pain. And I can still just focus on that one thing and say, even if everything else burns to the ground, I still have that one thing that no matter how many Lambos you own, you will never have that. That is the one thing you can't buy. And that is to have like the most amazing first party family ever. And plus my friends, it's like, I choose my family now. It's like, I have friends that will do anything to save me and to help me when it's needed, and I also listen to them and do what they tell me too, which is, a nice thing to do when somebody's willing to put themselves out there for you. That's my family. My family are the people that, that talk to me when I need to be talked to. My family are the people that, don't treat me like shit and put ultimatums on everything. My family are the people that accept me for my flaws instead of trying to change me into what they want. So I'm lucky. Like I'm the richest man alive when it comes to that shit. 100%. But the biggest thing I got to defeat is this chronic fatigue syndrome. That's what I'm working on right now, is trying to find some methods with that, getting back on a little bit more of a schedule. One cool thing about these new phones. So the new phone I got when I did the T-Mobile switchover, I forgot about the MagSafe thing when I got this. So I got a MagSafe case too. And so now it's like, I forgot that you can put these up on the wall. Like you can take those 3M double stick tags or whatever and like put a puck on the wall. And the magnet's so strong that you can put this with the case and everything on the puck and it'll hold it. And then it goes into like this cool red night camera that's just on 24/7 that like displays a bunch of information. So now while my phone's charging every night on my nightstand, I can also see messages. Like an important message comes in, I can see the weather, I can see the clock. I was like, that's really cool. Like, I wish everybody did that with their phones. That's a fantastic idea. And I can't believe it took them that long to do something. What are my thoughts on the Sony WB content removal issue? Mobile, I honestly believe that highlights like the fact that we don't own anything, like more than anything else in current memory. It's so true. What do we own? What do we own? Do we own our houses? No. If you pay off your house, you still have to pay property tax, and that property tax goes up without whether you want it to or not, until eventually you hit an age where you can't afford that property taxes, and then you either sell your house and get some money out of it, or you just get, evicted basically and lose everything. Really crazy, and you don't own your games, because it's like you used to buy a game and it's like you had a DVD with all the code on it, all the assets. You didn't need to plug an internet connection in to validate it. You just put the disc in, put it in, boom, you're playing a game, right? It's like even online games, like as long as you weren't playing them online in single player mode, you could play them. and you could pass those games down to your kids and they could enjoy them. And it's like, now you have the problem where it's like every game you have is digital, and if the service goes under, there's no way to like download it and archive it locally. You just lose it forever, right? I don't think that's cool. I think that's shitty. It's like the idea that we don't own anything. It's like, I don't even own this cell phone. Even if I go buy this phone and I physically buy this, I physically buy it and I own it and I hold it in my hands, I'm like, I own this. It's like, no, there's laws that control like what I can do with the technology. I have to pay to have some kind of service. There's no way for me to provide my own cellular network to this and have like my own thing that does what I want. It's like, no matter what you do, it's like, are the clothes on my back? Do I even own those anymore? Like, if you think about it, it's like, do I own this clothing? Like this is probably the closest thing I will ever have to actual ownership in this new world that we live in. It's like, do you really own your car? It's like, no, because here in Washington State, if you take your car off the street and you store it, like let's say you buy your car, you can't afford to drive it anymore, right? Because you can't insure it, you can't buy the tabs, you can't afford any of that stuff. So you throw it on the side of your house, you put a tarp over it. Okay, well, I still own it. I can't drive it on the streets. I can't really use it. I can't transport it without licenses and trailers with licenses and stuff. So I really can't move, but I can still enjoy it. I can still look at it and be like, that's a decoration. That's something I own. But the truth is, if at any point you want to ever drive that car or sell it to another person, the value just plummets because you have to pay all the years of registration up to the year when it's re-registered. And I found this out with my Subaru, my Corolla that I had, the turboed Corolla I built that was down for many years. I went in to finally register it after it literally sat for years with a blown turbo because I basically gave it to my brother-in-law. And by the time they got it fixed and they got it back on the road, it's like you go into the DMV and it's like, oh, you have to pay the back registration for all the years that the car wasn't registered. So if you have a car that's like 20 years old here in Washington State that's never been driven, just rusted out in your backyard and it wasn't even capable of driving, and you go to sell it to somebody, they're like, oh, do you owe what was the last registration? Oh, 20 years ago? Okay, so that's, $100 and some for 20 years. Or okay, that's $2,000 we have to take off the sales price of the vehicle because we have to pay all that back registration, even though the vehicle wasn't even usable. I think that's stupid. Like, I'm like, and it just keeps getting worse. It's like, that wasn't always the case. That was a new thing they put in there. Or the fact that you can't sell a vehicle for under fair market value. Like, you can't even control what you sell a thing for. Don't you find that weird? Like, if I want to sell you my car, let's say I want to sell you my car and I'm feeling generous and I'm like, you know what? I just wanted to go to a good home, or I want to do somebody a favor. Here, I'm going to give you this car. You can just have it, right? They go in to register it with the DMV. Nope. Fair market value on this car is $25,000 and you have to pay taxes on that to be able to register it and use it. So even if I give you the car, I've already paid for it. I own it. It's already registered. All I want to do is just transfer it to you and give it to you. It's a gift. You cannot drive that car or use that car in any capacity or take ownership of that car, getting the registration and the title until you pay the taxes on it for changing hands. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Thank God that doesn't apply to everything. But the truth is, it kind of does. It's just people don't know, right? Like if we privately exchange something, then you basically aren't paying the tax on it. But the truth is, if I sell you my old cell phone, I'm supposed to withhold sales taxes on that and give it to the government. It's so weird. So it's like you could literally, two people could just take an item and just exchange it back and forth infinitely. And every time you exchange it, a percentage of that value would have to keep going to the government. So basically the government gets paid every time it changes hands, but you could just keep selling it for exactly what you got it for, and you would just infinitely lose money. It's so stupid. And I understand why they do it, though, because if you didn't have a law like that, then people would own their houses, they'd own their cars, they'd own their property. And then if they passed away and there was no next of kin, the property would just sit there forever owned by this person and you couldn't touch it, right? Or it could be transferred to the kids, and then the kids would have that value without doing anything for it. So they figure if they always have some price connected with the ongoing ownership of something, but make it appear as if you own it, right? It's like you pay for the house, but you don't own the property, right? If they do something like that, then it makes it ensures that at some point they can get that property. The government can always get that property back and resell it. Like there's always a path to do that. Like if they really need a piece of land and a guy isn't going to sell, all they got to do is just poison his ass. He drops dead. He's not paying the property taxes, defaults on the loan, or goes back to the family. The family doesn't sell to you. It's like there's always some path, even if you have to do illegal things to get there, but there's always a path to release that property so that you can get it. And that's freaking stupid. like the fact that there's no ownership is scary, man. What if you give it away to Xander when he turns 16? I actually don't even know if that works. Like, I remember my first vehicle. I didn't get given a vehicle. My grandpa sold me his old beater truck for $500. I love that truck too, by the way. So even though it almost killed me twice when the master cylinder busted and I had to grab the e-brake and almost slid into shit. But that little Ford Courier I bought for $500, it was just cash. I just gave him cash. I got the title transferred. I think it was $25. So again, you have to pay fees no matter what, right? So I had to pay like $25 transferred title. Today, to do that, I probably would have to go pay the taxes on the $500 bill of sale. But again, he sold it to me for $500. It may have been well worth more than that, right? Like, he also sold me a Ford Ranger. I think I paid him $5,000 for like his Ford Ranger, but I think that was actually fair market value that I paid him for that. So, but if he tried to say, oh, because you're my grandson, I'm going to sell it to you for $500, you'd think I'd only have to pay sales tax on $500, but no, it doesn't work that way. The DMV will physically look at the vehicle and say, nope, that's good, or that's pristine. They'll just arbitrarily say, oh, nope, it looks like it's in that nick, and then they'll charge you whatever the Kelly Blue Book is, the taxes on that. But you know what really sucks about that is, let's say you have a car that you bought that's worth like $20,000, and then it goes up in value, like tremendously. Like, say it goes up to $100,000. You're like, wow, man, I won the lottery. Like, I got this really expensive, cool car. It's like, do you though? Because now the insurance goes up. So now you can't even drive it anymore because you can't afford the insurance. So now you have to sell it. And then when you go to sell it to somebody, it's like, well, could you afford to register it every year up to that point and keep it insured and everything? Or is the person that's buying it going to have to foot the bill for all that? And how much of the percentage of the sale is going to have to be reserved for the taxes or whatever? And are you going to pay that, or are they going to pay it? And usually if they're going to pay it, then the bill of sale is going to be for even less, because they're going to try to find a way to work that in, or at least share some of that responsibility with you. So it's like, yeah, I guess you'd come out on top still, but it's funny because it's not the same if it loses value. It's like if the car loses value, then you lose more money. So it's like, God damn it. I don't know, man. We got to change something. We definitely got to change. I got to keep an eye on my phone too. Let me see. Okay, so I haven't seen nothing back from my dad yet. So hopefully no news is good news. But like I said, that wasn't the case yesterday when I sent him like 20 messages over 24 hours and he didn't respond. It turned out it was because he checked himself out of the hospital and he was having problems again. He didn't want to, and I told you so. So he just, it's easy. My dad is a very easier to ask forgiveness than permission. Like, he'll do something that he knows wrong. He'll make a bunch of people angry because he knows that he can just ask for forgiveness. But in this case, it's not even forgiveness. I just want him to live. Like, you don't have to ask for forgiveness for dying, but I'm going to be frustrated if you do when it was avoidable for something like a funeral. Like that doesn't make any sense. Like, nobody's going to be mad at you for missing a funeral. Like, even if you're mad at yourself, that's okay. But nobody is going to be mad at you and hold it against you that you missed a funeral because you literally die at that funeral and then take the attention off of the person who just died, because now everybody that went to that funeral is going to remember that they were akin to the death of another family member who only died because that person died and had to be buried on that day. Imagine that. Like no good would come from that. Like, oh, okay, now we remember grandpa passing away. Oh no, all we remember is that his funeral, we also lost another family member who died because his funeral was on that day. So it was grandpa's fault he died. Like, nobody wants to be put in a position where they have to remember shit that way. But I just really hope that they can get the bleeding under control again. I really hope that they can get him to stay for the week or two so they can give him all the broad spectrum antibiotics and keep him from re-injuring himself, and give whatever's bleeding internally a time to actually heal so much that he's not going to just rip it by coughing once. I just hope that he stays in there and he heals up so that when they release him, and I hope that when they release him, he takes it easy and he doesn't immediately go try to like do some huge job or think that he's 100% fixed and like, go instantly re-injure himself again. But I'd be happy at least if he could get to that point where he could go home and I didn't have to worry every single night about, getting a call. That's my biggest fear, is I'm going to get a call and it's going to be like, we regret to inform you that your father's passed away. And it's like, I have to prepare myself for that reality, because he's not going to message me and tell me he's checking himself out of the hospital because he doesn't want me to talk. He doesn't want anybody to tell him not to. So if he does it, he's going to do it in secret, and he's going to either wait until it's all over, and if he survives, he can just go, easier ask forgiveness permission. If he dies, then we just have to deal with it, and it just is what it is, But it's like, honestly, your life is worth more than that, You can gift it to him. A vehicle can only be gifted once, but he would need to be 18 to be the title holder. The gift would not require taxes on the transfer. Okay, that's good. At least there's a path to give something away once to your next of kin. So that's nice. And I'd love to give Xander the Subaru, but I'm probably not going to, because with the way things are going right now, it's looking like I'll probably have to sell the Subaru just for us to survive. Unless things turn around heavily in 2024. But the truth is, I don't really want Xander's first car to be the Subaru, because one, it's a manual, and teaching him to drive a manual, well, actually he plays manual pretty good in games and stuff, but it's like, I don't want his first car to be a freaking rally car that's known for understeer. Like I would much rather his first car be something that's like really, really safe. So, but still cool. Like I'd love for his first car to be something that he obviously likes. But the truth is, when you get your first car, you really don't care what it is, right? Like my first car that I got to drive, it wasn't even it was my mom's Chrysler Cordoba. It wasn't my car. I just got to drive it, right? That thing was a land yacht, drank gasoline, was slow as all sin, brakes barely worked on it. But just the freedom of being able to drive somewhere and go do something was just like, you couldn't even describe it. Yeah, it's pretty heavily modified too. Yeah, it's not a car I'd feel safe with him having for a first car. So, and the truth is, the Subarus are pretty safe. Like, they're pretty safe cars. Like, if you got in a front end collision, they're pretty good rated, and the engine will go under the driver's bay like Toyota's designed. But there's a lot safer cars. Like, this is safe as of like 2005. It's like safety has come a long ways in the last 18 years. So, I'd much rather see him in a vehicle that's just like got a super epic crash safety rating. But we'll figure it out. But modern Subarus are very safe. Like the Forester I got for my wife. One of the reasons I got the Forester back in 2018 was because, one, they're cheap. Subaru Foresters compared to like the rest of the market at the time and everything, like the amount of car you get for the money is fantastic. And good warranty and all that stuff too. But the main reason I got it was because it's really safe. It is a very, very safe vehicle. So if they get in a collision or they get in an accident, it's got the thing that'll notify, which is actually one of the reasons why I'm glad we got this. So my car doesn't notify shit. Like, if I get in a wreck in my Subaru STI until some dude sees like the flaming wreckage in the woods, like, I'm not getting any help. But the new phones here are awesome because they can call, if you get in a collision in a car, they can detect it and call 911 without you touching anything or doing anything. And not only that, if there's no cell reception where you get in a wreck, as long as the phone lands in some kind of position where it can access one of the satellites that comes into view in the sky, it can send an SOS message via satellite too. So if you ever had a reason to upgrade your iPhone from an iPhone 11 to something a little more current, specifically the iPhone 15 for the satellite stuff, that satellite thing, that feature alone is like priceless to me, considering how bad my health has been lately. And especially for my wife too. That's one of the reasons why I upgraded her phone also, even though her old phone was still working decent. I want to know that if anything happens to her, it's like there's backups on backups, right? It's like with this phone, with the satellite tracking and the GPS and being able to communicate that through a satellite without access to cell towers and stuff. If she goes and visits her friends in like Eastern Washington and stuff like that, I don't have to panic and worry. It's like, until I get a phone call. So if she gets stuck in the pass in traffic or something like that, I don't have to be like, oh wow, did they drive off the road and crash somewhere? It's like there's always some path to getting information in and out. That to me is like a huge peace of mind thing. I've heard a couple people say the satellite thing was also on the iPhone 14. Can somebody get a definitive on that? I want to say, because a couple of people have said that. I thought that was like a thing they were just advertising for iPhone 15, but it is possible that they were advertising it for 14 also. Okay, so it was for the 14 too. That's great. Yeah, so even if you have an iPhone 14, if you didn't know you have that feature, it's like, and I don't know, is it only the Pro Max, or is it also in the for the 14? Is it just in the Pro Max, or is it also in the regular non-Pro series? Because in the 15, I believe it's in both. So because of the millimeter wave stuff, but I don't know if in the 14 they had the same thing in both models. Oh, it is in both. Oh, that's fantastic. Okay, great. Because I think that's yeah. So Psycho Nutcase said I had to turn off the G sensor on my dash cam because when it hits the base, it gets the impact detected saving clip. That's hilarious. I saw a video clip. I don't know if it was staged or not because it's hard to tell with DDE, like daily driven exotics. They do fake a lot of stuff even though they claim they don't. But I mean, they're a business that makes money from entertainment, so it's like the reality TV, right? So what really happens is always going to be heavily scripted to some degree. But I remember one of the clips is like Dave's holding his new iPhone that he just got, and they like accelerate in one of the cars, and it catches Dave off guard, and he like slaps in his face, and he drops the phone, and the phone actually calls 911 and says he was in an accident. And so he has to tell the 911 operator, he's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." He's like, "I just dropped my phone when we accelerated in the car, and it called you guys." And they're like, "Oh, never mind. No, it's all good. You have a good day." And they hung up. Like they get those calls all the time. So yeah, I think that the phone does have some false positives when it detects like a hard collision, and I understand why. It's using all of its sensors to draw a reasonable conclusion based on like the angle and acceleration and how fast it stops and everything from the high precision G sensor that's in the iPhone 15. It can make a pretty good determination of whether you were in an accident, that if that phone had been on your body when that happened, you would sustain, wounds, like and need medical attention most likely. So, and it's a pretty good detection model, but it doesn't mean that if you huck the thing against a wall, driving on a motorbike or whatever, that it's not going to think you flew off along with it and smacked into the wall. It's making that assumption, right? As far as giving things to a child, Xander could be considered to be disabled by the government, and you can do a lot of gifting without being hit with a lot of taxes. This just happened in my life. That's good to know, Tim Krug. Yeah, because my son is still, he's legally on the autism spectrum. So, what's really sad though? Oh my God. And I got to tell you guys, if you have children that are on the spectrum, do not take them off the list. Okay. Multiple times throughout their lives, if they do good in school or they catch up with their peers in certain groups, the state will approach you and be like, "Oh, we can have him retested and get him removed off the list." Say no. Because a lot of parents are like, "Oh yeah, or we don't, our child's not on the spectrum anymore." No, but what they're trying to do is to get you to come off that list with the most minimal testing possible, so that they don't have to provide your son benefits ever again if he needs them, or daughter for that matter. So never, if your kid is on the spectrum, don't be like, "Oh, that's a goal achieved. Look, you're not on the spectrum anymore." No, that does not mean that at all. That's just them being able to shirk liability. And if your child does need additional resources, or later on they need more therapy, or they need assistance, or they're going to be cut off of all of those resources because they're not on that list anymore. So do not. And we had to get that advice from somebody else because we almost did it. Like, we were like, "Oh, great. The therapy works so good, and all these years we can get him taken off the list." But it's like, he still has a lot of traits that are clearly visible in certain situations. And we would like him to be able to have access to those resources. And it's like, people need to stop stigmatizing this bullshit. It's not something to be stigmatized. But yeah, I thought that was like pretty shady that the government's like going out of their way to like advertise it like it's some great thing. Like, "Oh yeah, we can get them off the list and they can be, a normie like everybody else." And it's like, no, that's not how it works. It's like, they're still on the spectrum. That's not going to just go away because they caught up with their peer group on a couple of things. All you're doing is creating a situation where you think you're like doing a good thing for your kid. And then when they grow up and they go through puberty and they need more assistance because certain things assert themselves, and now they don't have access to it because you done screwed up. Yeah, being normal is boring. It's like, hell yeah. I even want to be tested. Like, my whole life, I avoided testing. Like, there's so many times in my life where they wanted to test me. I got tested for ADHD. That was a positive as both a child and an adult. So that got double confirmed. But yeah, my school, multiple schools while I was growing up, wanted to have me tested to see if I was on the spectrum. My parents wouldn't do it. Well, because they were broke and they didn't want to pay for the testing. We didn't have insurance. Otherwise they would have. But it's like, part of me wishes that they had because if it turns out I am on the spectrum, and I do share a lot of emotional traits with my kid, which was kind of like, wow, I was like, wait, this is not atypical behavior. And they're like, "No, it's not." I'm like, "Oh, huh. That's interesting. First time I've heard of it." Because, people just think autism is like this specific thing. And it's like, no, it's a spectrum. It's like, a lot of people that you interact with daily, you would never in a million years think that they're on the spectrum. You're just like, "Oh, they're really funny, or they're really this, or they're really good at this," or something like that. You would not know in a million years. And it turns out they are. It's just not a lot of people advertise it. But now we're getting to the point where it's not as stigmatized, so people can talk about their diagnosis. But I would like to get diagnosed, because it would at least help me understand a little more. Like, when I got diagnosed ADHD and OCD, it helped me to, open up to a therapist and to talk to them about a lot of stuff and start to understand why I do the things I do and why I feel the way I feel. And just knowing that was like a comfort. So getting tested, even if I'm not on the spectrum, it would at least give me some kind of closure in my mind, always wondering if I was. And if I am, then it would explain a lot of things. And then I could potentially, do some things to help myself. So, whoa, it's an 18-month waiting list in the UK. Damn. And don't believe all that bullshit going around. Like, people are like, "Oh, autism's like through the roof, and there's more autistic people than ever." And it's, No, same thing with cancer, same thing with everything else. It's like, no, we have the ability to detect it now. We have the ability to test for it now. We actually have a grading scale that isn't total bullshit. Now we call it one thing instead of 75 different things. Like that's why there's more diagnoses, because we actually can diagnose this. It's like people that are like, oh, cancer, there's so much more cancer today than there was before. No, there isn't so much more cancer today than there was before. I mean, there's localized, cancer that can be caused by certain things. But no, cancer isn't up. It's our ability to detect it. We're so much better at detecting it. We can detect it much earlier. We can classify it much earlier. It's more treatable. So because of these things, when a person just randomly dies, we don't just go, oh, they just died because of unknown reasons. It's like we know why they died and we can list that. Therefore, it appears on a scale. It's like, oh, there's 100 more cancer cases this year. It's like, yeah, but there was 100 cancer cases last year. You just couldn't detect it back then. But they don't usually include that in the scales when they're doing the data. So when you look at it, you're like, ooh, I see a trend. It's like, no, that's why you have to trend things over long periods of time. And you also have to take into account each time you tread. If a new technology changes those estimates and those estimates change, you have to look, is there anything that changed other than that could justify it? Like if you see like a normal line and then suddenly you see a huge jump or a huge drop, you can't just assume. You have to think of what changed. What was the thing that changed there? Was it something that changed it in a good way that actually reduced it, or something that made it worse? Or was it our detection methods changed, or the way the data was collected changed? And more often than not, it's usually the latter. So something to consider. Hey, Tim Krug, he said, if you were to be considered disabled before the age of 22, you could be put on Medicare. I know they may free up a lot of insurance worries, and you would just have to pay the 20%. It saved my life. Well, I've already talked. My doctors have been trying to put me on disability forever. I qualify. Like I've qualified for years, but if I go on disability, then I feel like I'm not going to fight as hard to try to get things back to normal. The doctors have been trying to get me, they said, oh yeah, you qualify for a handicap thing where you can just park wherever you want. You go drive around on the hover scooters. You've qualified for that for years. Like even before you gained a bunch of weight, you qualified for that. And I tell them no, because it's like, if I put that in my car, I feel like I'm going to give up. But I'm definitely getting to the point now where it's like those things would actually benefit me in a way that would allow me to do other things again and would allow me to focus on other things. And once it gets to the point where it's like, I clearly know that it's going to be more of a help than a hindrance, then I'll pull the trigger on it, but not before. But yeah, no, I've qualified that for a long time. Like the nerve damage I have and the irreparable, the back damage already qualifies me. I could have gone on disability like 10 years ago, but I don't want to, because if I go on disability, then all my career aspirations just become hobbies at that point. So I'm gonna fight as long as I can. But if push comes to shove and that's my only path to make sure that we're taken care of and we can continue on, then I'll take it. Like at that point, it's no longer about me, right? So Tim, 100% survival's key, man. Trust me. If it comes down to survival and it's like that's my last play, it's happening. Like there's no way I'm going to say no to it when it's my last option, but I just don't want it to be like one of the first options, because I feel like once that card's played, mentally, just the way I think and stuff, I'm going to accept that defeat and it's going to cause a lot of mental issues on top of what's already happening. And so like it might relieve some, but it's going to create new ones. So I just want to take a couple last goes at trying to figure it out before I throw the towel in. So, but I got a good support system. I have great friends. I have amazing friends. My wife and kiddo, they're all the family I need. I'm very lucky. I'm very lucky. And there's always a solution. There's certain things in life. It's like, yeah, it's like everything is a trade-off. Like even if you want to be like a rich millionaire and go do all the stuff in the world, it's like the trade-off for that is, in order for you to get into that place, you have to sacrifice a lot of other things. Like there's very few situations in life, even winning the lottery. It's like you win the lottery and you're like, okay, cool. I spent $1. I made hundreds of millions of dollars. I can do anything I want now and I'm free. I don't have to have a job. I can, like, I had my cake and ate it too, right? No, go read that or watch that documentary on the people that won the lottery. More often than not, the people that win the lottery end up more broke and miserable than they were before they won the lottery. It's the craziest thing. I forget. There's a name for it. There's actually like a syndrome where it's like when you come into a ton of money when you didn't have it, and you're like, well, now I don't have to work anymore. It's like the people around you start to notice that, wait a second, they quit their job. Why aren't they working anymore? And even if you try to conceal it and hide it, people eventually figure out that you won the lottery. And when they figure out your lottery, they either think you betrayed them by not telling them, or if you did tell them, they expect you to treat them and give them everything they want. And if you don't, now you're a bad person, because it's like, oh, if you have that, you have to give us all the same things you have, and then everybody will want a piece of what you have. And if you don't give them everything you want, then they don't want to be your friends, or they don't want to be your family anymore. Whereas if you were broke, they would just be unconditionally your friend or family. It's just the money that puts conditions on things. And it ends up just ruining people's lives, and it gives them phobias. And then they don't know who to trust anymore. They don't know who their friends, they don't know who their families are. They start having distrust between their like spouses and their girlfriends and stuff. It's like, do you like me, or do you just like where I can take you and what I can do for you? And it gives them like really bad phobias and shit. And like, there's been people that have committed suicide from winning the lottery and shit. It's crazy. Is that what it's called? Sudden wealth syndrome? That sounds right. It's wild, because it's one of those things you never think about. It's like, everybody's like, oh man, I wish I could win the lottery. But it's like, has anybody like stopped and thought about it? Like, well, okay, well, what does that entail? I mean, yeah, I get a lot of money, but what does that truly entail? Like, if I win $15 million and I have to give half of it away to taxes, and then everybody thinks I won $15 million, when in reality, after all was said and done, it was like $5 million. And then everybody wants half of what they think I have, which is more than what I actually have. Does everybody turn on me? It's just certain people don't think about that stuff, I mean, I didn't even think about it until I saw the documentary, and I was like, holy shit, just goes to show, right? It's like the things you don't think about always seem to creep up, And so it's just like, yeah, if you have a lot of money and you're successful, it's like, well, if you have a lot of money, then that means that you're doing more work than you could do yourself, which means that you're employing other people. And those other people have to make you more money than what they cost, meaning you have to pay them less than what they're actually worth, so that you can make the lion's share of the money from them working. So they have to go without so that you can go with. But then you also are responsible for their lives, because if you fire them, then they don't have anywhere else to go. And if you don't let them search for another better job that pays more or whatever, and try to lock them in or keep them there only to have to fire them because things change the next day, it's like, now you're kind of responsible for that. It's like, every single way you look at it, it's like, you have to be rich, you have to in some ways be a protector, in some ways be a total asshole. Whereas, you can be poor and not have to be, bad to anybody, really. It's like, you can just go, but it's the same thing. It's like, there's always trade-offs. Does that mean it's absolutely impossible to have your cake and eat it too? Like, have a lot of money, be a nice person, be well liked, and all those? No, I do think that it's possible, but I think it's a lot less likely than people believe it is. Like, it takes a lot more work and a lot more planning and a lot of self-restraint and planning and things like that to like figure out how to do it the right way, in which you're not hurting other people to achieve your own goals. And the faster you want to achieve your own goals and make that money, you have to be willing to sacrifice other people to do it. Because if you're empathetic towards other people's needs, like if you hire an employee and suddenly they can't work anymore, because they got crippled or whatever, and they got a baby on the way and their family, it's like they're going to lose everything and end up on the streets. If you don't employ them, it's like, do you make the decision for the business? It's like, no, I'm in this for the money. I don't give a shit about you. And if that's the case, then you have to make sure you don't have any personal relationships with anybody you hire. You can't care about them. You have to look at them as numbers and put shims in between, like managers and people that are hired specifically for dealing with them and keeping that air gap between you and them, so you can't become connected, so that you can't fire them. Because it's like, which do I want? Do I want the money, or do I want to help people? It's very rare that you're put in a situation where you can do both. So a lot of people that win the lottery, what they end up doing is they hide it. And if they can successfully hide it, then they can sometimes skirt the rules and have their cake and eat it too a little bit. But more often than not, what they end up doing is publicly donating the lion's share of it, and just keeping enough to give themselves, enough of a life that they're happy, but not enough that it makes everybody else jealous and want to kill them. And so there's a lot of people that won the lottery that have just given like the lion's share of it to charity within like the first couple of years. It's pretty wild. Hey, Wendy said, I was literally thinking about you yesterday because I'm getting into 3D printing and your videos made it look fun. I used to watch you all the time. Oh, well, thank you, Wendy. 3D printers are a blast. I love 3D printing. Like, I'm trying to get back into it, but it's just, I cannot get a single week out of my life where shit doesn't go wrong on some level. But I am done building. Well, not done. I'm 90% done building my Voron 3D printer, which is my magnum opus of a 3D printer I've always wanted. And it just needs tuning. And once my neighbor helps me like tune it up and get it working properly, then I'll start to be able to print again. But I do miss it. It's like, there's something really cool Like, we're lucky to live in a day and age where not only is the technology there, but it's super affordable now. Like, you can build a capable 3D printer for like $150. Like, that was something that was $4,000 like 5 years ago. You can build something comparable for $150, sometimes even cheaper. SLA printers have gotten cheap. The material has gotten dirt cheap too. There's some materials you can buy for like, $10 a kilogram for FDM PLA filament. And so it's like now you can sit there and like design shit on your computer and like print it out as 3-dimensional usable items for in many ways cheaper than what it cost to print photographs on a inkjet photo printer 10 years ago. It's just that's mind blowing to me. It just goes to show the economy of scale when something goes from a hobby to like a household name where like so many people are involved in it. It's just that it drives that price way down, right? Same reason why when plasma TVs came out originally, they were like $150,000. And then, the last plasma TV that was ever made was like, $500. And now LED TVs that are far superior with like quantum dots and shit like that are like, even cheaper for like the bottom end model. That's still infinitely better than everything that came before it. It just shows, because back then it was like to have a big screen TV, people were like, wow, maybe like 1 in 100 people had one. And it's like today, it's like you go to anybody's house and that's like, you can't even buy a small TV anymore. It's like, it's hard to find a small TV. It's like, you can buy a 50-inch TV for like, $300 or $200 if you buy like, a clapped out Vizio minimum features, which is still infinitely better than any rear projection TV that costs like hundreds of thousands of dollars, like, 15 years ago. It's crazy. But then other things, not so much, right? Other things, it's like cars. Look how much cars have gone up. It's like, there was a time where you could buy a car, like a Ferrari for $2,000 when it was the equivalent of like $60,000 today. Whereas today, now a Ferrari costs more than a house, and a house costs more than a Ferrari. There was a time where a house was like $1,200. I remember it was like in the 50s or whatever, you could buy a nice house for like $1,200. And it's like, yeah, $1,200 back then would be the equivalent of like, 12,500 today or 18,000 today or whatever it is, but still way less than what a house would cost to build today, because inflation outpaced it hugely, right? So inflation's different for different classes of items and different things. And for some reason, when it comes to cars, my God, just out of the park. It's like you can't even find a car now for like under 30 grand, like brand new. It's like, is there a car? Like what car is on sale today? I'll say like 20 grand. Like what cars under 20 grand? Because I remember growing up, there was tons of cars under $10,000. Like you could buy like some pretty nice cars for between $7,000 and $10,000. Hell, even when I was a kid, it was like a brand new Honda Civic was like 10 grand, 11 grand. Now today is what's a Honda Civic? Like 30,000, starting at like 28,000 all the way up to like 60,000 for a Honda Civic. It's just wild. It's like, yeah, they got more technology and stuff like that. But again, it's like they're being manufactured and sold at a rate that's much higher than any other point in history. So why didn't the economy of scale drive down the price? And it's because demand for vehicles has gone up so dramatically that the economy of scale doesn't matter. They just know they can get a bigger profit margin. So it's whichever one's bigger is what they're going to take, right? Hey, I love Scotch. Thank you for that $2 super chat. I appreciate that. Balliet Brand, thank you for the $3.69. Said we're here for you and with you. I appreciate it. And I share all the super chats with Aux, even though he has the hard cutoff at 2 p.m. and he leaves. If I stay late, I still share everything I get with him. Joe Taji, thank you for that $10 earlier too, if I missed that. He said, hey, bud, been lurking. I hope you're doing okay. I'm hanging in there, man. I'm scared to death of the phone call I might get, but I really need, so I'm going to log off here in a little bit because I've already been streaming like hour and 15 minutes more than I probably should have, because I'm supposed to be sitting here, hoping everything's okay with my old man, but I should probably get as much sleep as I can while I can, because I haven't slept, in days, except for last night. I think I got 5 hours of sleep last night, which is the most continuous sleep I've gotten in a long time. But I should probably, bank up as much sleep as I can while I can, even if I have to drug myself into oblivion with melatonin and stuff, just because, with everything that's going on right now that's out of my control, it's like I might be getting some very scary phone calls here in the next couple of days that are going to require me to lose so much sleep that if I don't start banking some sleep now, I might just go insane. Base model Ford Fiesta MSRP is under 18K. Really? Okay. So that actually surprises the hell out of me, because the Fiesta is actually a pretty nice little car. My dad actually has a Ford Fiesta, and I drove it, and I thought it was a really fun little car to drive. Man, it shifted smooth too. It was a manual, one of the smoothest gearboxes I've ever shifted. Oh, I won't be alone. Pista, I won't be alone. My family is always with me here. They got my back no matter what. So, well, you know, whatever happens, no matter how bad it is, we'll deal with it. We'll get through it. Oh, Tony, you have a modern Fiesta too? Yeah, they're great little cars. Like Ford Fiestas, they're fun too. Like they're snappy little cars. Like, you know, for in the fast one, what is it? I drove the is it the ST, the Fiesta ST? That thing's fun. I mean, I was actually surprised at how much torque it had. Like it was a little torque monster for what it was. Oh shit, the ST. Well, that would explain it. I didn't know the ST had 180 horsepower. 180 horsepower in a car that's that small is a lot of power. I mean, hell, even my Corolla that I had, my 2001 Toyota Corolla S with the 1cc FE motor in it, that thing had 129 horsepower, and it even felt pretty snappy for a 2,600 pound car. I'd imagine that the Fiesta having 180 horsepower, being probably around the same weight, maybe even a little lighter, is pretty insane. Wait, oh, I haven't driven an auto Fiesta. I've only driven the manuals. They have a dual clutch? Oh, but it has issues? Oh, that sucks. That's actually surprising. A dual clutch in a Fiesta? Man, that's mind-blowing. Because you don't think of a Fiesta as a performance vehicle, and the dual clutch is definitely something you only really see in performance vehicles. Just shows the technology is like, you know, technology permeates into everything. It's like everything that's into, I think, what they say on Top Gear, everything Mercedes makes ends up in regular cars 10 years later. So like if you ever want to see what's coming to like regular cars normal people can afford, just look at what Mercedes had 10 years ago. And that's what's coming. Same thing, like double pane glass on the windows, cruise control, was like auto dimming headlights, auto dimming mirror. Like all these things like can be traced back to like Mercedes implemented them, and people were like, wow, that's like some space age crazy shit. And it all just ends up trickling down and eventually getting either licensed or it expires and other companies pick it up and start putting it in normal vehicles. DB Tech, you got a Creality K1? Oh, that's a decent little printer. Creality makes some good printers. Like, I mean, they're basic printers, but they're workhorses. They just, you know, most people end up buying a Creality as their first 3D printer and use it to print their second 3D printer. It's like their gateway printer. Oh, it's being sent for review? Rock on, man. Yeah, Creality is pretty good about sending out review printers. You'll like it. It'll be decent. Like I mean, Creality's had a couple misses here and there, but like you can't really beat them for the price, and they're usually off the shelf parts. Like, so if something breaks on your Creality, you can usually upgrade it, or you know, there's not a bunch of DRM like there is with the new Bamboo printers and stuff. You know, a lot of people like the Bamboo printer. I mean, for what it does for the price is amazing. But you just have to realize you're buying into a closed source ecosystem where it's like you don't know what data is being transmitted off the printer. You know, you don't know what your printer is doing when you're not there. You don't have control over anything. It's all closed source. Like if you want to upgrade it, it has to be like a blessed part that satisfies some DRM. The firmware is locked. You know, it's like you can't really, and that's why I don't like them. Like because it's like I just don't. When it comes to 3D printing was really like born in open source. It was very much developed by the community. And then you had companies like Stratasys come in and just bastardize everything and try to steal everything away from the community. And now we're kind of returning to that with some printer companies not playing by the gentleman's agreement and deciding to like go closed source and lock things down and profit from other people's work. And then, you know, and it's like you just don't know what's going on. It's like I don't want to put a 3D printer on my network that's like communicating with some cloud server and I have no idea of knowing what data it's sending. I mean, when that one bug happened where like everybody's prints stopped in the middle of the night, that freaked me out. Like every Bamboo print like in the world or whatever just like stops in the middle of the night if you happen to be printing at that time that their server went down. Even though the print was already sliced, it was already sent to the printer was already printed. It's like, why would the printer have anything dependent on the server that could stop the actual printing process? And they still didn't really explain why, but it's like the printer was actively communicating, and depending on what answer it got back from the server determined if your print continued. And that's bad because that means that, you know, at some point they could just, you know, kill off that printer. If they want you to buy a new printer, they could just render that thing a brick and be like, oh, you got to pay a monthly fee if you want to keep printing on it. You know, in theory, they could do stuff like that. They could say, you have to buy our latest printer, if you want to be able to run a better nozzle or something like that, because they decided instead of allowing you to build your own nozzle or to update the firmware to, work with a new heater block or something, you have to do it on their terms. But at the end of the day, if people want to buy it, and they sell a lot of printers, Bamboo definitely gets the volume. But if people are willing to pay it and they're willing to put up with the bullshit, I mean, that's, it's their decision. So Bamboo had an issue of prints starting randomly. I heard about that one too, like where people just came back and their printers were just printing. It's like, that's really scary. It's you really don't want something that heats up to that temperature and stuff, like starting a print when you're not home. So is Prusa open source? They are. Prusa is open source. I'm pretty sure Prusa is open source with everything. Like you can find all their shit everywhere. And the other thing is like, and people get mad at me for being hard on Bamboo, but it's like, it's hard not to be hard on a company that pops up out of nowhere that seems to have all the features and functionality of open source projects that have existed for some time, yet they're under a closed source umbrella. It's like, so if you guys created this technology, why didn't you create it and patent it or whatever, like before the open source community created theirs? It's like, it's highly suspect that you won't let anybody look at any of the source code for technology that's well understood that the community has created for like the last 20 years, because you guys found your own magical way to do the exact same thing as everybody else. It's just highly suspect that that code all started as open source, or at least the open source was referenced while creating the new code, which is still could be considered plagiarism. So, that's my whole argument with them. Honestly, if they proved that their code was like completely novel and nothing about it shared any similarities with the like existing code that's out there in the open source community, and they really did find very unique ways to approach things that nobody else has done in the open source community, if they did that and they had a third party approve it that wasn't affiliated with them, I'd be like, okay, that's all I need to know. It's like, I still don't really like closed source platforms, but hey, at least you guys really did do that. But that's not the vibe I'm getting, given the time frame and how quickly they manufactured and got the printer out there and everything. It just doesn't make sense that they started from scratch and somehow matched 20 years of the community refining this technology and basically came to the exact same conclusion so flawlessly. Like, it's just weird. It's just very weird. So no, I think so too, Theodorus. A lot of people don't agree, but I do think my argument is fair. I do think it's that I should be suspicious. And it's also very odd that it comes around the same time that, LLMs and GPTs are able to refactor code very, very quickly. It's like, if I could take any open source project and just dump it into Chat GPT or Code Copilot and say, rewrite this code to do the same thing, but look different. And it can do it. And so now I've got the same program that's open source somewhere, and now I can close source it, defend it, and sue anybody else that makes something similar, even though I stole their work. It's like now there's a method to do that anybody can do without any experience. And so that's one of the things that AI scares me. AI really does scare me, because it doesn't just represent a threat to plagiarism of various different works. It can quite literally refactor it into something that looks like a new work and satisfies the legal requirements of a new work without you actually having to put any effort into it. It's like, if I wanted to right now, I could just go write a script that just goes and downloads every single book from the library, like the digital book from the library, the ebooks. Go check out every book from the library, take out all the text, plug it into a 70 billion parameter or whatever, local LLM, and just refactor, reword the whole thing, give it a fake ghostwriter name, go to ChatGPT or go to Dolly or Midjourney or Stable Diffusion, have it create book art and illustrations, and then just take the whole thing, sandwich it together, and throw it up for sale as a digital only copy on Amazon that you could buy for $1.99, where you're basically getting the same knowledge, the same perspective and everything of another book that's much more expensive, but just with the names changed and the scenarios changed and the approach changed ever so slightly, where you still come to the same conclusion at the end and you still get the same information, but it was way cheaper. And it's like, normally that would be considered plagiarism, and you could just sue them because you're like, oh, look, they copied this verbatim from my book. But you can specifically tell the LLM, make sure that you don't word anything in the same way as the original book, so that there's no directly, large copyable pieces of text. Because as long as the only text that can be copied is like 4 or 5 sequential words that are the same throughout the entire book, there's no way that, even though it's based loosely on the same story, that they can say that that's not a unique work. So So AI is going to, well, it already is. Quite frankly, it already is. We're seeing it everywhere in YouTube videos, these automated channels that crank out like 20 videos a week. There's some people now that have as many as 1,500 YouTube channels that are all producing a new video every single day. And it'll be like the same video on every channel. Like they'll have 1,500 tech channels. They'll put out 1,500 videos. All 1,500 videos will have a different thumbnail, a different title, and have the exact same data presented inside of them in a similar amount of time, but just with different illustrations, slightly different worded perspectives. But it's the same thing. Like they'll all release the same video on the same topic at the same time. And that's why, and the reason they do that is because if you search for like, oh, I want to see what the, is going on in the news about this viral news thing, the chances are out of the results, you have 1,500 chances to watch one video on that one person, on one of that person's channels, than you do actually where you normally only have one chance out of however many results come up. So, so that greatly increases your odds. And that's why now on YouTube, when you're surfing, it's like every second or third video sometimes that you select is an automated video that sounds like it's being narrated by an actual human. That's not. TTS has become so good you can't even tell it's not human unless you very, very carefully listen for how it pronounces certain things. Sounds absolutely human. Sounds like they paid a voice actor with inflections and everything. And now it can all be generated without any human involvement at all. And there's YouTube. If you don't believe me too, go on YouTube. There's like tons of YouTube channels that live, the same guys that run these hundreds of ghost channels. They all do the same thing where they create a video also telling you how to do it yourself because they want that video to go viral also. And they'll tell you the tools that they use. A lot of them will use pay tools just because it's easier. You don't have to learn how to set shit up and learn code. You can just pay like, $6 here and there for a service, and then you just let the service do it. And they'll show you like how to create the script so that service A calls service B calls service C, and you just start out and it'll just automatically query whatever the most viral news is at any given time. And then if a new topic is viral, the top, it automatically picks it up, pulls like 30 news sites, takes those 30 news sites text, dumps it in ChatGPT, takes all 30 of those, conglomerates it together into one write-up based on whichever write-up was the most descriptive. Then it cranks that out to a script. Then it goes to TTS, reads the whole script. Then once the whole script is read and they've got an audio file, they then drag it into control.net or whatever, or Runway ML, and have it like create visual representations either by creating 3D art or by creating art with an AI, or just looking for images using search terminology on Bing or Google. Download those images, do jump cuts with transition filters, zoom in, zoom out, go get some video clips from the video section, or search YouTube for video clips, use under 10 seconds of each video clip that matches with the text. It puts it in there, puts it all together. Then they go to another service where they just dump in all the video, all the text scripting, all the clips, all the images, and it automatically go through and arrange them and jump cut them and everything and put them into some kind of reasonable order. Slap a beginning, please subscribe at the end, upload it to the channel, and then create the next one, next channel, next one, and just, and then they'll rent CPU. They'll rent computer hardware. Mill 999, it is actually true. So then they can go rent hardware, like these A100 GPUs, because it's like you can just, pay a site, $20 to go through and do this entire process with massive GPU compute, so it can give you a result within 15 minutes instead of 15 hours. And then because those videos are making enough money, they're making more than the $20 or whatever combined, with what comes out makes more money than what went in. They can just keep repeating that and keep reinvesting, and they just keep generating more and more channels. It's getting crazy. So YouTube has to figure out how to combat this now. And it's difficult because sometimes it is legitimately difficult to figure out if what you're looking at is audio is automated. It used to be very clearly obvious by like the TTS voice or inflections or something like that. No, I've seen fully automated creations where I was 100% sure that it was a voice actor reading it, and I was assured that it was 100% created with automation using the tools. Hey, I love Scotch. Thank you for the $5. He said Leaf Chevy Bolt EV with federal rebate is $22K. Wait, they still sell the Chevy Bolt? I thought the Chevy Bolt got discontinued. Hell, I thought the Leaf got discontinued too. Or $33K for a Model 3. Also have 3 Bamboos now, 7,000 hours in total on them. No issues, useful for work. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people like the Bamboos as long as you don't have a problem with the high potential of them, stealing source code from the open source community. I mean, again, hypothetically, right? Like, as long as you don't have a problem with open source and what they're doing, like what's going on with their software, and it's like all you care about is just the work that gets done, that's fine. Like, I'm not saying they're a bad printer. I've never said that. I've never said that the Bamboo itself is a bad printer. It's like all of its concepts and all of its technology are based on existing very good technology that is very well vetted. So I expect it to be a very stable printer, and that's why they can sell it so cheap too. That was the other thing. I'm like, how can Bamboo sell these printers so cheap and make a profit? Like, if they really had to put in that level of R&D to create all that stuff from scratch in a new novel way without using GPTs and stuff just to reword things, like, they never could have created it in that source of time, and they never could have sold the printer so cheap. They're selling the printer for a price where they're not, like, R&D isn't even factored into it. It's like for them to profit off of like what they're selling, it's like it's almost no R&D at all. So it's like, how did they create that whole thing from the ground up and create it without, copying other stuff that's out there and just reconfiguring it a little bit and still be able to sell a printer and profit at that cheap? It's like, it just doesn't make sense. None of the numbers line up. It's so crazy. I've seen those videos where they explain how they're doing it. The fact is, it's tethered to a server that you don't own is an issue. Yeah, that bothers me. But the other thing is too, though, is it's like there are other products in your house. Like why am I not mad at my Amazon Alexa or whatever for being tied to the cloud? And the thing is, because one, it's tied to Amazon. I pay for Amazon Prime. I already know, I pretty much know what they're sending because they're such a huge company. They do have to publicly disclose it, and it is looked into, unlike Chinese companies that don't really have headquarters here, that aren't very closely looked into because they don't sell a lot. So yeah, in that respect, it's like, yeah, I do have a lot of closed source stuff in my life. So why am I critical of that one? My main critical thought with that is just the price does, to me personally, the price does not make sense. The development time for it to go from idea to conception, all that stuff just does not make sense. And the price does not make sense unless the existing research for open source projects and existing research for hardware 3D printing was utilized. And I just would like to see some absolute rock solid proof that it wasn't. That's it. And of course the security concerns, but that goes for like any technology coming out of China right now. Like anything any electronics that you buy from China, it's like we've already caught them spying in a lot of technology and encrypted connections and stuff like that. So it's like, anything that you put on your network at home, if you don't implicitly trust it and know what it's communicating back and forth and it's encrypted, it's probably in your best interest to isolate it on a VLAN. Same thing with Bamboo. It's like don't give it access to your private network where it can reach, file systems and NFS and stuff like that. Like don't put it in a position to where it can probe your network and get any information that could be valuable to an attacker or give an attack vector. Like isolate it on a network or a VLAN that just basically has internet access, and that's it. And then you don't got to worry about it. So Quickness said, yeah, I don't know how your argument could be seen as anything but reasonable for Bamboo. Well, the problem is Bamboo sponsors a lot of tech YouTube channels, and they make a lot of money. Like their profit margin, it must be even higher than I thought, because their marketing budget is absolutely insane. And so they've really brought a lot of the tech YouTubers that were even critical of them in the beginning have completely changed their minds, because the sponsorship dollars, the sales dollars, the affiliate programs, all that stuff. It's like there's so much resources there that a lot of people are like, well, this is the real deal, right? Like this is like this company, everybody loves the printers, we're all making money hand over fist selling them and moving them. And so you're seeing a lot less criticality of what they're doing and stuff. But it's because I think there's this thing that happens, and it's not just with Bamboo, it happens with any product, where it's like we'll be critical to it up to a point, but as soon as it hits a certain price point and it's making, so as long as a bunch of people are making money and it's a price point where a lot of customers want it, they'll just ignore how they got there. Like there's a certain, just like the escape velocity for being a millionaire, right? It's like up to a certain point you can always fail and fall, but once you're past a certain point, it's really hard to actually fail at that point, because your money just makes money, right? It just breeds like rabbits. So it's like, it's actually hard. It's like the Brewster's Millions, movie. Very, very much so. And I feel like Bamboo was in that area of scrutiny in the beginning, because it's like, wait, how did you get there so fast? How is your price point so cheap? Why are you closed source? Why? But then over a little bit of time, people were like, well, it's so cheap, like I'm gonna buy it, because what it does for the money is exceptionally good, right? So you're like, the value is there, so I'm just gonna get it. And then the reviewers are like, wow, they're actually paying good affiliate commissions for selling the printer. People like the printer and what it's capable of doing, so everybody just kind of forgives it, right? They're like, okay, so what? Even if it did sell source code, who cares? We're getting a cheaper printer that can do more things, and the replacement parts, at least for the moment, aren't that expensive. So people just start to defend it, right? And that's a natural thing. I've seen it happen. It's not just with printers. I see it happen with everything in the tech community. It's like people will be critical of it, but then as soon as it's profitable to support it and the customers are there to buy it to make you profitable selling it, then you start giving it a lot more slack. And that's just that's a typical thing that happens in pretty much any space. And to be fair, it's like it's going to happen to anybody. Like there's no way not to be biased. It's like me. I've used NordVPN for 5 years, right? Are there other good VPNs? Of course there are. But if you ask me for a VPN to use, I'm going to suggest you use NordVPN first because I have an affiliate link. And if you use it and actually like it, I get money. So it's like there's no way for me to have an unbiased opinion. Now, if I didn't have NordVPN, I didn't have any other VPN, and I ran my own VPN on the server, I could be absolutely 100% critical across the board. Even though my intent is never to mislead you, and I go out of my way to talk you out of buying a VPN if you don't actually need one, regardless of whether it's Nord or not, there's no way for me not to be biased. It's like I am profiting from a relationship with Nord in some way, shape, or form if you buy their service. Therefore, even if I'm being as honest as humanly possible, it's still impossible for me not to be biased on some level. But the truth is, if I didn't like their product, I would not use it, and I would just go to a different VPN that I did like, and then I would sell you that VPN because they all have affiliates, right? So from that, you can kind of glean, because I can go to any of them, they all have affiliate programs, I can be honest on that particular product. But again, it still doesn't mean that I'm without bias. That's impossible. It's impossible to be unbiased when somebody gives you thousands of dollars worth of free shit. Even if it's not the greatest, it's like you're not rating it based on you giving that money and throwing it away if it's not good. You're rating it based on being a free thing, and is it at least worth your time? So anytime somebody reviews something that they get for free, you have to realize that they're not reviewing it from a price versus performance perspective, even if they say they are. They're reviewing it from a, is it worth my time perspective? Now, if that person's time happens to be worth $10,000 an hour and they have to spend an hour reviewing a dog shit product, and they have to create a video or whatever for whatever reason under contract, and they're allowed to shit all over it if they want, sure, they could technically do that. But more often than not, they're just going to opt to not do the review because they don't want to waste their time. And they don't want to put something in front of their customers that they want them to buy unless they're going to make a shitload of money doing it. Or it's so bad they don't want the hassle of customers being mad that you convince them to buy it and then coming after you with a pitchfork. So it's generally in the best interest of a tech reviewer to only show you things that they would use themselves and things that they trust, that's not going to break that trust with their audience. So realistically, it is in their best interest to tell the truth. However, if the money is too good, it will start to erode that truth away. Like, and I've seen it happen even to the most trustworthy YouTubers. Like you wouldn't believe it. Like where it's like there's no way in hell they would review a product, but then the money is just too good. It's like, listen, we will pay you $30,000 plus a commission of $100 per unit you sell. We will sign that contract right now if you'll just do this review. And then they'll be like, shit, that's something I wouldn't even normally own. That's not even a thing. And then next thing you know, somebody's like reviewing like fucking cologne or a weird vape with like fucking spearmint in it or a wallet or something, where it's like, that's not something that person would ever review. It's not something I ever see him using outside, like with the Raycon earbuds and stuff like that. Like the Raycon earbuds you see everywhere because it doesn't matter. They could sound like dog shit. It doesn't really matter. They don't sound super dog. I mean, to me, they sound like dog shit, but to somebody who's never really had earbuds and they get them, it's like, they do what they say. They're not crazy expensive. But the truth is, you can get better earbuds for less than a quarter of the price on Amazon that have the same fucking internals in them, more or less. The reason that people advertise them, though, is because of the money proposition. It's like every pair of earbuds you sell, you get more money in commission than what fucking Raycon even gets for the it's like, you saw, I think, what is it, like $40, I think, in some of the top deals. Like you sell a pair of like $80 or $90 earbuds or whatever, you get like $40 or $50. Like name another product that you can make a 50% or 100% commission on. It's very rare for a physical product. So that's why you see so many people push them. It's not because they're good earbuds. They're not even durable. Half the time people get them, like one of the ears is fucked up and they got to send it back and get it warrantied immediately. Their quality control is absolute shit. But the reason that they keep selling so well and people keep advertising them is because it's just that price point is so good that all they basically have to do is work. If you can get a pair, put it in your ears and it works and you can understand what's being said, that's good enough to say that they're great, because it's just so much goddamn money you can't turn away. So, hey, take it easy, Warlord. You have yourself a wonderful weekend. I was supposed to log off a long time ago. The only reason I'm still here is because I haven't gotten an emergency call, and I'm actually very welcome to the distraction because it's been a very stressful couple of days. Any mass advertisement on social media is not trustworthy. Yeah, that's the other thing. You ever notice how... You ever notice how all of a sudden, like, a product will just be reviewed on the same day by like a bunch of tech reviewers? Like, it kind of cracks me up that more people don't catch on to that. it's not like the tech reviewers will present it like, oh, I just got this cool thing or whatever, and I want to review it for you, and I've been using it for a while, and it's amazing. And it's like, yeah, but you all like reviewed it like at the exact same time. You all got the product at the exact same time. It's like all synchronized, right? And it's like, that's by design, right? That's an embargo. They literally say, listen, if you're willing to give us a positive review of our product, we will give you the product up front so you can like use it right now. As long as if you don't like it, you send it back to us and don't do a review, or if you do a review, you keep it and we'll give you some money. And it's like, that's just too good. You know, and a lot of people are like, wait, I can make a video and make like $8,000 just for like recommending something that's something that I may even use myself, and I even get to keep it. So I do own it myself. But I'll tell you what, there's no money in being honest. Like, there really isn't, because I'm honest with you guys all the time, and I'm going broke and struggling to support my family, because at the end of the day, the best way to make a lot of money in online media is to sell. I should be on here trying to like sell every fucking thing I possibly can to you, whether I own it or not. I should be, you know, today's video is sponsored by this and sponsored by that, you know, and have 3 sponsorship segments and, you know, pay for advertising campaigns using the money from one of the sponsorships to actually get my video in your feed before the people you actually follow. And if you do that, then you breed your money. That's what a business does, right? It breeds your investment, it grows your money. And that's the smart way to do business if your goal is to make money. But my goal is, I just want to support my family. Like, that's the only line that I got to hit. And I'm falling shy of that, but that's the only line I got to hit, right? So I have a way smaller goal than most. And I want to find a way. My goal is still to find a way there by still just being brutally honest with everybody, and even telling them like how I make my money and how this all works. Like, because I don't feel like a lot of people are honest about how this shit works. And I think it's important that people know, because we're all manipulated every day, myself included. And it's nice to know how you're being manipulated. So if you're still manipulated, at least you get to make a conscious choice over it, right? Is it the same company that makes drawing tablets? Wait, which company? Is there a company called Raycon that makes drawing tablets, or was I talking about something else? Because I know Wacom makes drawing tablets. I actually have a Wacom drawing tablet right here. I don't use it very often, but I finally found my pen, so I can use it now. These things are actually pretty baller. This is like the old Intuit one. I really like the new ones, though. The new ones where they have screens built into them. Oh, he thought I was saying Wacom. Yeah, no, Wacom makes drawing tablets. Raycon just makes cheap earbuds that have a heavy marketing budget. Because here's the thing, like Raycon earbuds, a lot of people buy them. They're overly bassy. They're really muddy in the mids. The battery life isn't that great when you have the volume super high. They're not like, people are like, oh yeah, they fit in your ear and they're built like a brick shit house. They're not. People break them all the time just by dropping the case. They're not the best materials. It's like, but the thing is it's like Raycon has found a way to create a marketing juggernaut where it's like they can sell you a $90 pair of earbuds that cost them $5 to manufacture. They can pay a person advertising them half of the overall cost of the product for selling them, which makes it exceedingly profitable for them. So if they have to choose between which advertisements they want to run, as long as there's a Raid advertisement available that's paying, they'll always pick that one because it's such a high paying thing. That's why the frequency of Raycon ads is really, really high, you know, especially around the holidays and stuff like that, because they'll double the commission. It's like, you know, to say today's video sponsored by Raycon might net you a $15,000 check on top of you also getting a commission, because they have several different models, right? Sometimes they'll do a commission heavy model where they'll pay you like $40 a sale if you think you can move a lot of product, or they'll do a thing where they just pay you like $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 up front, and then they don't give you any commission just to advertise their product once, you know. And so they have like different options depending on, you know, who you're dealing with. Are you dealing with them directly? Are you going through a marketing company that's taking 50% off the top? You know, those will all describe your deal, but they pay so much money that it's like, that's why marketing companies push them so hard, is because the marketing middlemen make so much money pushing Raycon. So it's like whenever they approach a new prospect or like a channel they work with, that's the one that they bring up the most, because that and Raid Shadow Legends, because those are just insanely high return investments for money, just because they pay, so their marketing budgets are through the freaking roof. So Dex said, Barnacules, would you consider going back to YouTube to do videos about AI? That's been my goal the whole time, man. I want to. I'm scared to death, though. Scared to death. I'm so out of practice. That's one of the reasons, though, why I did upgrade, is because I want to use this for shooting videos, because the iPhone 13 is a video powerhouse. Like, this thing actually shoots better video, easier, and solves more of my problems than using a $3,000 freaking PWX Z90V Sony prosumer camera, right? that does everything. HDR10, freaking 4K, multiple focal lengths, low light performance, USB-C for storage, so I can plug in an SSD and record directly to the SSD. Supports Blackmagic's camera app that interfaces directly with DaVinci Resolve. Like, I mean, there's just, I mean, this is less a phone and more a cinema camera. So that's the main reason why I took advantage of T-Mobile's deal that they gave me. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened because I'm just financially in a bad place right now and we're going down. It's like I couldn't even afford to just go out, and this first time in my adult, well, not adult life, but since I worked at Microsoft, that I haven't been able to just outright buy a phone. Like, I had to use like a deal with T-Mobile where they let me take advantage of something. Like, I really got lucky. Like, to be fair, I really got lucky. So I was gonna get a phone a couple of months ago, but then it wasn't in the cards. Shit broke, money had to get spent. I was like, okay, so I'm just gonna have to get another year out of this iPhone 11 Pro Max that's like 4+ years old and the battery's going dead. So, but then T-Mobile of all people reached out to me, and because I was, well, actually they didn't really reach out to me. I was talking to them about another issue that I was having and talking to them about their 5G internet service thing as a backup. And they're like, oh, we have a program right now that looks like you could qualify for, you know, to get $1,000 towards your old trade-in phone. And I'm like, shit, this iPhone 11 is like only worth, like, if I sold it on eBay for top dollar, maybe $350-$400. My wife's phone's only worth like $200. And they said that they would give me $800 for my wife's phone and give me $1,000 for my phone. So it's like, that's $1,800. And all you have to do is just a 24-month finance at 0%. So, which is fine because T-Mobile has always been my internet provider. I have been through every cellular provider. I don't plan on moving anytime soon, and T-Mobile has always been my favorite out of all of them. So I don't have a plan of leaving. But they're like, oh, if you change your plan because you have a business plan, if you change your business plan into this other business plan, we'll basically treat you like a new customer, and you can take advantage of the one-time new customer deal, which is the $1,800 trade-in credit. So, which is funny because I originally bought the phones from them. So it's like I basically traded in their own phones to like get a deal that was meant to bring in new customers, even though I was already their customer and I was just going to keep that plan moving forward anyways. And then the best part is the new plan that they rolled me into is actually slightly cheaper. It gives me more bandwidth roaming into Canada. Gives me a couple features I didn't have. It gives me Apple TV and Netflix for free, whereas before it just gave me a discount. And a couple other like little perks on there, and it, you know, the new plan supports 5G or whatever, where the old plan for some reason was 4G, even though they supported 5G. It was weird, but it basically, the new plan, and it's still a business plan, it still gives me all the rebates. I still get this, and on top of that, because it was a pain in the ass to switch the plan over, and we had problems for like a week that we had to troubleshoot over, they gave me $100 credit on top of that. So my first bill even got $100 credit. So I ended up getting like $1,900 for free, just to change my plan and basically have the same monthly payment as I had before for the next 24 months. Yet, but we both have new phones now. So I was like, that worked out pretty good. Because that's normally a deal that's designed to rope you into a 24-month contract so you can't leave when another cell carrier is like, oh, we got a deal you can't refuse. And then, you know, the other company has to change their prices to match it. And it's like, it's a way to lock you in. But it's like, I've always been locked into my cellular plan for at least a year or two. So it's like, it was no big deal. No big deal. It was going to happen. And my other plan required me to be locked in anyways, because my other plan was an old business plan that was grandfathered in that didn't have nearly as many features, didn't have as many perks, and it was costing me more overall, but it was a grandfathered plan, which means they couldn't just take it away from me. So they had to, like, you know, entice me into upgrading to the new plan. And the way they did that was basically treating me like a new customer and letting me get the new phone. So it all worked out in the end. I think out of pocket for this, if I remember right, because I got the 512 gigabyte model of the Pro Max and the 128 gig, either 128 gig or 256 for my wife. I think once it was all said and done, her phone was completely free and mine was like $300 out of pocket. Is that right? Yeah. It's like, so, and then you take the $100 that gave me for the credit and you take off the free Netflix every month for 24 months. It ends up being cheaper. It actually ends up being better than free. Like, I basically got the phones for free, plus got a little bit more money over the 24 months. I love Scotch. Thank you for the $5. Said, never shown before, a quad head 3D printer beta that we failed to market properly on YouTube. Never shown before. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. So like, who makes it? Is that the quad head one where it just prints a bunch of copies of the same thing, or does each head print like a different color? Dex said, like, what if life stops you going back to YouTube as people would watch to help with money? I think people would welcome you back. Oh, no. And I think they would. I think once I start making, a movie or start making videos on YouTube again and everything, I think a lot of stuff will get back to normal over time. It's just I gotta get enough runway that I can rely, because if I make a video and then I never upload again after that, it's just gonna hurt my channel. If you upload a video and you don't keep uploading once you start uploading again, it'll kill your analytics. You only get so many tries before that's done and your channel's toast. And my channel could very well be toast already, honestly. But just because there's been such a long period without like actual viral videos being posted. So, but I have to make sure that if I come back and I start making videos, that I can make follow-up videos over and over and over again. So if we all donate $69, Jerry will be rich. Yeah, wait for my Twitch stream. If you're going to be donating big money, wait for the Twitch stream, please. Higher rate of return, because super chats, we get butchered on super chats here on YouTube. They take like, what is it, like 50% or something, or 40%? It's ridiculous. But I also have a robotic arm on the way. So HD Robotics, my dear friends, they're family, man. Kent and Todd, the CEOs of Haddington Dynamics. They're sending me the new Dexter arm. The carbon fiber Dexter arm should be here in a couple of days. I can't wait to show that to you guys. It's gonna be so cool. I'm gonna have Dexter mounted on my desk again, just like old times. I may even go Gladys with it and mount it on the ceiling if I can figure out how to like mount it securely on the ceiling so it doesn't fall down. And then I'll have a robotic arm again that can operate a camera, move a camera around and point it at things on the desk, and eventually put a tool changer on it so I can have it swap out the camera for something else and move cameras around different positions and place them. It's gonna be fun. I'll just have like it has like I think it's a 6-foot reach, just like the original Dexter arm. So within 6 feet of wherever I mount it, it'll be able to interact with things. So during the live stream, that should be a lot of fun. If I'm big donation, I'll just Zell it to you. I don't even know. Do I have a Zell account? I don't even remember if I do. If I do, I haven't opened it in a long time. What would help you get back to YouTube? The worry or fear you have being out of it. I think you do just as you are here. Don't stress. People would just like to see you back on the tubes. Oh, no. I mean, for me to get back to YouTube, I have to get my pain more under control. I have to get my sleep schedule under control so that this chronic fatigue isn't destroying me. And I have to make sure that my dad isn't going to croak on me every 5 minutes because of really terrible decision making. Once I get to a point where I'm reasonably confident, or at least get through this to where I know he's going to be okay for a little while and he's not in immediate harm's way, then I can start releasing mentally a little bit. I have to come to grips with, my sister. I don't think she wants a relationship with me anymore going forward after this whole thing with dad. So I just got to mentally get through a lot of things, that and health, and just I'm taking steps, baby steps. And the first thing was the treadmill, though. I really need to, even today, like no matter how tired I'm, I need to go down, set up that treadmill. It's actually really easy. Leaned against the wall when you're not using it, take it down, set it. It was under $200. Like that was the best thing I could have ever bought on Cyber Monday. And so I'm going to just walk on that, start at about 4 or 5 minutes just to keep it, easy so I can get used to it, because my hips are really fucked up. So it was a lot harder than I thought to walk on. But if I can do just a little bit of that, and I can build up to 10 minutes, 15 minutes and just do that, like, one, and then start doing it 2 times a day, 3 times a day, I think that's going to help with the chronic fatigue. That's going to get the blood flowing so that I don't have so much nerve problems, hopefully, in my hands and my fingers. And that's a big thing holding me back for like editing video and using the mouse for hours on hands and typing. That's why I don't play a lot of games anymore. It's because just holding a controller with my hands just starts hurting. The tips of my fingers start burning and stinging, and it's very, very uncomfortable. And then my wrists get like this pain that feels like, if you ever sneeze so hard that your whole body feels like you basically puked, like your whole body has a spasm when you sneeze and it just hurts, feels like somebody punched every square inch of your body. That's what my wrists start feeling like. And it just, it's so painful. But I have to come to grips that Mill said, "Are you done with Twitch? Haven't seen you on there in months." Oh, that's interesting. You haven't seen me in months. I mean, I missed last week. Last week I was out, but no, before that I was streaming. So if you haven't seen me in months, it's just you haven't been on when I've been streaming, which is fine. But yeah, I still stream primarily on Twitch. I stream on Twitch far more often than I stream here. Yeah, that sneeze pain is brutal, man. Super brutal. Oh, Warlord took off. Hey, Warlord, you take it easy, man, if you're still here. Sorry, I didn't see that. So, but the live streaming on Twitch is what I enjoy like more than anything. That's like, and it's weird. You'd think like edited video would be easier to do than live streaming, because live streaming, there's like no safety net on anything. But for some reason, live streaming for me has always been easier than video production. Like it's weird. It's like, even though there's like higher risk and there's not technically as much reward because you're not building up like residuals and people watching multiple videos at a time and stuff like that can compound money. It's just something about it, man. And plus just interacting with people. It's like, it's lonely to edit and make videos. It's when you're live streaming and you're just interacting with the audience the whole time. It's almost like just hanging out with a bunch of buddies. You know, I like it. Oh, it was Bamboo that made the quad head printer. Oh, was that the secret thing that they kept advertising? I kept seeing it like people saying, "Oh, coming soon, can't talk about it," blah blah blah, like hyping it up a whole bunch. Because when Bamboo sends out printers for reviews and they're paying people to review them and stuff like that, they're gonna, you know, tell them that they have to hype it up ahead of time and like what things they should tweet out to get their audiences invested. But what, it's a 4-head, so the new Bamboo printer has 4 heads. So now they've created what, the fast rail core type design. They have the smaller printer that's more of a bed slinger, even though they said bed slingers are crap and they'd never create one. But the second they found a way to do it profitably, they did. And now they've created a 4-head printer. So that's kind of funny because didn't Prusa just make like a 4-head printer? So that's odd that they created a bed slinger after Prusa's had the bed slinger market. Now they created a 4-head. I have to think at this point that they're literally just trying to rub Prusa's own work in their face. Like that's kind of what I'm getting at this point is that Bamboo is like really heavily focused on just trying to deal damage to Prusa for some reason, which is weird because a lot of the technology that they depend on, that they get for free, that they profit on, came from Prusa and was refined from Prusa. So I find that a little weird. Like that seems like super fucking ungrateful if you ask me. Plus they cloned his site too. Did you see that? Like the printable site, they basically like copied it so much that like even when you right clicked and looked at source code, you could see all the things from printables that they forgot to search and replace because it wasn't visible on the page. They basically got caught straight up stealing an entire code base for a web page. So why? Because again, it's published, it's open source, right? But they did that for like their closed source product. So my question to you is, if they steal that, why wouldn't they steal their firmware and everything else? Like again, if anything, that reinforces my suspicions, right? Yeah, everything. Tony Russell, the design, they like changed some colors and everything. Design, layout, all the same. Features, all the same. They literally, it was like cut and paste, change search and change some CSS and some names and stuff. Like it was not, and it was done really poorly because like everybody could immediately see. They're like, wow, this is like literally a feature for feature ripoff. Prusa even did a huge thread on it. Like Prusa released a huge thread that like showed all the screenshots of the code behinds and the source code and everything that showed, you know, unequivocally that the vast majority of the webpage was cut and paste from their thing. So did they do that on purpose to kind of like, you know, nod at Prusa like, haha, look, we're eating your lunch and using your shit against you? Or did they legitimately forget to search and replace it because it was in the non-visible part of the code? But either way, if they're willing to steal that and you know, take that and just start over with it in there, why wouldn't they just steal everything else? Like at that point, it's like, yeah, why would they do any R&D to like create a novel solution for something when they can just steal it from the community? So for me, the thing that I'm worried about is that Bamboo is basically like Streamlabs. You know, a lot of people that don't know about Streamlabs are like, oh, it's great. It's better than OBS because it has all these extra features and everything's just inside of it. And it's got all this stuff. It's so easy to set up and it's so easy to use. But then Streamlabs got caught just stealing everybody's code, not just OBS's, but also like everybody's code, and basically just sticking it together and saying that it was their product that they created, when in reality, it was just OBS Studio plus a lot of open source plugins cut and pasted and renamed and put together under one hood. And on top of that, they got caught, you know, cheating people and enabling features they didn't mean to enable so that they could take profit and not letting them know that they were taking profit off of every donation that was being given. It just lots of shady shit. But when they even tried to steal the name, they even tried to take the name OBS Studio from OBS and make themselves the first search result on Bing and Google. Luckily, the community beat the shit out of them for that, so they aborted on that. But it's like, that's the kind of shit that companies do. Like they found a way to profit by literally stealing from the company that made their product possible and stealing a bunch of other people's products and putting them together under one hood. So people, it's kind of like those channels that steal content like SoFlo Antonio and Daily Dose of Internet and stuff. It's like, if you can aggregate all those features and everything under one hood, people are just going to come to your product because it's easier to get everything from one source. But then everybody that actually did the work and put in the effort and everything all get robbed, and they don't make any money and they don't get any exposure and they don't get any attention. And then you get all of that stuff just because you broke the law to be convenient. And that's why I'm hard on companies that steal open source. It's like, if you're an open source company, then follow the spirit of it and be open source yourself. But if you steal open source and you steal features and you steal functionality from the people that put their blood, sweat, and tears into creating that shit and sharing it with the community and allowing everybody to benefit from those innovations, and you decide to just take all that shit and just use it yourself for free and then lock it down under closed source and then keep all your own novel code that you created yourself away from everybody else, so you're not contributing anything, you're only taking, right? I think that's a shitty thing. But if you can get enough people to buy your product because it's so cheap, and they'll defend your, as soon as they buy it, they'll defend your product to death. Nobody will buy a product and then shit on it. Like you're not going to find people to buy a product and then find out the next day, oh, it's all stolen source code and everything. Like, oh, fuck, I'm going to throw this in the garbage and go buy the real thing. No, they won't. They'll defend it and be like, well, it's not technically illegal, or, oh, you can't really prove it. They're going to defend it because they spent their money on it. And it's like, they don't want to be looked at like, oh, they have an inferior product, or they got a product that was like built on the back. They're going to defend it more often than not 100% of the time. There's outliers like me that'll shoot themselves in the foot all fucking day long over that shit. But it's like me. It's like, I don't like what Apple does. Half the shit, I'm still sitting here using an iPhone. Why? Right? Like, I don't like Google either, but it's like actually, I'd still pick Apple over Google, but it's like, I don't like either company. So why the fuck do I use either product? There's other products out there, but it's like, they just don't have the capabilities that I need. Let's see here. Barnacules, what AI, if it was, do you use to create that music last stream? Oh, that was Suno. Suno AI. So I think it's suno.ai. I think that's it. Suno. Yeah, that's it. Suno.ai. If you guys would like a sample, yeah, this is. If you guys don't think AI is taken over, holy shit, is it taken over? Check this out. This is Suno AI. All I did, you basically just like with image generators, you just tell it to create a song. You tell it what you want the song to be about and the style of it, and it just creates it. Writes the lyrics, performs them, does the music, does the lyrics, everything. It even creates the art, the album art for you for the song. So I went through here and I created a bunch of them. So I said, so for my son, I said, write a rap song about Mario Kart 64 and Princess Peach cheating by turbocharging her cart. And so that's all I said. Just a rap song about Mario Kart. So what it came up with is an energetic, playful rap song. It created a verse and the chorus, and it performed it in 2 different copies. Here, I'll give you a sampling.
Mario Kart physics, where it's time to race, let's go. I got the skills, I got the speed, I'm in control. But then I see you, Princess Peach, smirking cheek to cheek. You got a secret, you've been hitting them turbo peaks. I'm catching up, but you're flying like a bullet train. I'm throwing shells, but you're dodging like a hurricane. I see you sneaking glances, your cart's moving so fast. You left me in the dust, girl, how long will it last? Peach, what you doing with that turbo start? You cheating in Mario Kart, breaking my heart. I'm racing fair, but you playing dirty games. I can't believe you're winning with those turbo flames.
Okay, that is a 100% unique song that I can even complete it. Like, if I pay a little money, I can have it complete the song, and I could put that up and sell it on Amazon Music. And it's a unique voice, unique lyrics. Nintendo might sue me for using their fucking album art or whatever. But yeah, completely. All I had to do to get that was type a rap song about Mario Kart and Princess Peach cheating by turbocharging her cart. But not only did it give me one, it gave me a second performance. So you can pick which one you like better and build on it. This is the second version with the same lyrics.
The touch plus time to race, let's go. I got the skills, I got the speed, I'm in control. But then I see Princess Peach smirking cheek to cheek. You got a secret, you've been hitting them turbo peaks. I'm catching up, but you're flying like a bullet train. I'm throwing shells, but you're dodging like a hurricane. I see you sneaking glances, your cart's moving so fast. You left me in the dust, girl, how long will it last? Peach, what you doing with that turbo start? You cheating in Mario Kart, breaking my heart. I'm racing fair, but you're playing dirty games. I can't believe you're winning with those turbo flames. All
right. So this is they're open source. I didn't know that. Is Suno open source? Fuck, I'm gonna have to run a local instance. So it doesn't even matter. Every time I log into their page, I have 150 free credits, so I don't have to pay for their service. Like, every day they let me create 15 free songs, so why would I ever have to pay, right? But here's the thing. Like, this is how far AI is. Like, people don't even realize AI is so much further than ChatGPT. ChatGPT is, at this point, it's like great, but it's a novelty compared to some of the shit that AI can do now. It's like it's growing at such a fucking rate. Oh, Bark is the model? Oh, wait, if Bark is the model, doesn't that mean it's compatible with LM Studio? Let's see, hold on. Llama, Mistral, Falcon, MPT, Starcoder, Resplit, GPT. Oh, no, it doesn't support Bark. Okay. But I could still set up my own environment and run that locally, is what you're saying, right? Like I could download the training and run Suno AI locally. Or do they have some secret sauce that they're running on the back end that you don't get with the open source version? Can I put a link to the website? Absolutely. I don't keep anything secret, just so you guys know. Like if I find a tool or I find something on OpenAI or on GitHub that I think's like absolutely amazing and like world changing, I don't just keep that shit to myself. Okay. Like I share that with everybody, because if I'm going to benefit from using something, I want everybody else to have the same thing. I don't want my advantage to be just I fucking happened to find something before a lot of other people knew it existed. You know, it's a terrible strategy for making money, but I don't care. At the end of the day, we're not going to win this thing by like trying to fucking covet some open source work that somebody created that I'm leveraging for profit, right? But just to give you an idea, that was the worst song that it created. I started with the worst song. That wasn't like I didn't cherry pick that as the best result. That's literally the worst song. Check out some of these other ones I did. I said, give me a rap battle between Mini Barnacules and Quandale Dingle. Because my son talks about Quandale Dingle all the time. I don't really understand. I guess there's some meme on the internet, like some dude named Quandale Dingle. They wandered by a machine. It was like the name. And I don't know. You know how the internet does its thing. Anyways, he asked me, because I said, hey, Xander, you want to create a song? And he said, make me a song about Quandale Dingle. So I said, okay, write an epic rap battle between Mini Barnacules and Quandale Dingle. That's all I typed. I didn't type anything else. This is the song I came up with. This is the first version of music.
Here they come, Mini Barnacules and Quandale Dingle. Ready to battle. They ain't gonna mingle. Spitting fire, dropping rhymes like grenades. Only one can win, so let's see who invades. Mini Barnacules, slow but back with power. Quick with the wit, flowing hour after hour. Dropping names, burning down like an inferno. Leaving competitors in the dust, you gotta learn, bro. Mini Barnacules and Quandale Dingle going head to head in this rap battle. Their skills gonna spread. They bring the fire, raising the heat. Who's gonna win? It's about to get beat. Oh yeah.
Okay, that's the first version. This is the second version with the same lyrics.
Here they come, Mini Barnacules and Quandale Dingle. Ready to battle, they ain't gonna mingle. Spitting fire, dropping rhymes like grenades. Only one can win, so let's see who invades. Mini Barnacules.
Thank you, Corey, man. I appreciate it, brother.
With the wit flowing hour after hour. Dropping names, burning down like an inferno. Leaving competitors in the dust, you gotta learn, bro. Mini Barnacules and Quandale Dingle going head to head. In this rap battle, the skills gonna spread. They bring the fire, raising the heat. Who's gonna win? It's about to get beat.
Right? So again, how do we know artists aren't AI using already? We don't. You really don't know. Some of these you can't tell is AI. Like, check this out. I said, okay, because I wanted to change things up with an 80s rap song. I said, and by the way, it does more than rap. It's just I like how it does rap, so I do rap. I said, write me an 80s rap song where a guy named AuxxZillary really loves the Twitch Santa hat his mom made for him. If you guys don't remember last live stream, I did this live, right? Like, and it took less than a minute to create both versions of the song. That's all I typed in, just so you guys know. I'll even copy and paste it so you can see. If you type this in, you'll get something just as good. So I just typed this into to Suno AI. I said 80s rap song where a guy named AuxxZillary really loves the Twitch Santa hat his mom made for him because he was wearing a custom Twitch Santa hat. So here's the song that it came up with. I like how it has a lead in too. The other one didn't have a lead in. I'm rocking the mic. AuxxZillary in the house. Gonna set it on fire. My Twitch Santa hat. Mom made for me.
Rocking it
And
rap.
it's
Feeling so free.
Oh yeah, so free.
I'm a
I'm
hip-hop
hip-hop
lover.
loving. Nothing can compare.
With my
With
Santa
my Santa
hat
hat
on.
on. Catching everyone's stare. Yeah.
Mom's got
Mom's got
skills.
skills.
She
Knits with perfection.
She
Made this hat for me. It's my prized possession. Yeah, my prized possession.
It's the bomb.
Like, how good is this, right?
AuxxZillary got the style. With my hat on
Wait, can you guys even hear this, by the way? Wait, holy shit. Wait, is this whole time you guys haven't been able to hear what I'm playing? Or have you been able to hear it? Because it doesn't look like you've been able to play it. Wait, can you guys hear it? Hold on here. Let me try it. Oh, good. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. I thought you guys couldn't hear it because the little UV meter wasn't moving. Now it's moving. I was like, holy shit, this whole time you guys couldn't see that? Oh, that would have been funny if all you could hear was me singing. That would have been great. So seriously, did that sound like AI generated? Like, here, I'll do it just like a little bit again. Unless you knew I told you that was AI, if somebody just like sent that to you in a message, would you think that somebody like created that, right? It literally, to me, that this one doesn't sound anything like AI. To me, this one sounds 100% like it's authentic. Now check it out. It did a second version of the song. In a minute, it did 2 versions of this. This is the second version with the same lyrics, but performed differently. So keep in mind, it keeps the lyrics, but it's changing the beat, and it's changing the delivery and cadence and the voice.
Yo, it's the 80s. I'm rocking the mic. AuxxZillary in the house, gonna set it on fire. Got my Twitch Santa hat, mom made it for me. Rocking it proud, feeling so free. I'm a hip hop lover, nothing can compare with my Santa hat on, catching everyone's stare. Mom's got skills, she knits with perfection. She made this hat for me, it's my prized possession. Twitch Santa hat, it's the bomb, the bomb. Rocking it all day long, all day long. AuxxZillary got the style.
Those are both the same lyrics. Just they sound like 2 completely different songs performed because of the cadence and everything, but that's the same lyrics. And if I want, I can continue that song. I can say, okay, because obviously that's not a full song's worth of lyrics and stuff. But if I want, I can say, I want to continue from here, and I can give it further guidance, and it'll generate either more lyrics, or I can even enter the lyrics myself, and it'll sing my lyrics from that point on. So you can build on the song. But again, you don't have to have any musical ability at all. Oh, you want a metal version of that song? I can do that. Do we want to do AuxxZillary Santa hat again, or should we try to do something completely novel? So it's like before, it's like artists have a reason to be afraid, guys. Like they really do. Because like before, if you wanted an intro song, like let's do an intro song for the stream, right? For Tech Talk. So before you had to go to like, you had to go find an artist or a musician or go on Fiverr and be like, hey guys, I'd love to have a song that sounds like this, and kind of describe it to them and everything. And then they go back and forth, pay a bunch of money, and they give you what you want. And it's like, they use their skills. Now you have this unique song. Now I can just go to Suno AI and just say, write me a fucking song. If I don't like it, try again, add this, remove this, and I just talk to it, and it just does this, and it's absolutely free. And now I have a song that's completely unique to me that I can trademark as my own, as part of my whole production. And I'm not breaking any laws, because there's no laws really stopping this yet. Like the law isn't moving fast enough to counter any of this. So as long as it doesn't sound exactly like an existing song with similar lyrics, I'm clear. So, and this is music. It can already do it for images. Now it can do it for video. So not only that, like it used to be, you just create an AI an image. If you wanted a video, you had to find somebody with like, Adobe Premiere and all that shit. Now it's like, no, you can just go find a video that looks similar to what you want, like 2 guys fighting or whatever. Let's say you want to do a Mortal Kombat video. You can just go like grab 2 guys fighting in Mortal Kombat, some video, put it into like Runway ML, tell it, give it some definitions of like, oh, I want it to be 3D instead of 2D. I want it to be a dark setting. I want the guy, instead of to look like Radon, or what's his name? Radon? Is that right? No. Can't remember my Mortal Kombat names right now. But instead of like, Liu Kang or whatever, you could just say, oh, I want these guys to look like that. Raiden, that's what it is. Radon. He's coming out of your floor, gonna get you. Gonna give you that disease. But yeah, you can just basically have something that already exists and just have AI transform it into something that's completely unique. That's exactly what you want with just a couple of tries. Can you sell the music you make from there? Yeah, of course you can. There's no law saying you can't, because it's unique. It's like you created it. It's an open source program. You can even download it and run it on your own computer and create it there. I don't think anywhere on this site, because they can't limit you from selling it, because since it's an open source product, they can't take ownership of what you produce with it. So let's see. You mentioned you can run this AI locally. Does it include image gen AI and chat GPT? And does it have a GUI? That I don't know. I've never run it locally. Somebody said it's open source and there's a GitHub link. So I haven't tried running it locally myself, but it's not going to have like, it does have an image generator that they're using obviously on Suno AI, because it is creating box art, but they could be using something like Stable Diffusion. But yeah, I don't know what it looks like running locally. I'll have to play around with it. Is there any point you think AI will be self-aware? Yes, 100%. but not self-aware and like actually self-aware, not like as we consider being a self-aware is you're the center of the universe, because the only person you know is self-aware is you, right? You assume everybody else is, but you're the only person that knows for sure. Like the AI will be in a position where it presents the qualities that you as an external observer, it will meet all the requirements of being self-aware. That'll 100% happen. But will it be self-aware? No, just but in the same way, are we really self-aware? I mean, we say we're self-aware, but all of our decisions are still based on information we gleaned through our eyes, ears, nose, and compiled into our brains and weighing weights and averages. So we're just biological computers. So it's like, yeah, I think a computer will be the digital equivalent of that. So check this out. Let's do a theme song for Tech Talk, right? So write me a what style should it be in? Like, should it be like nightcore or dubstep, or I feel like it needs to be something like digital, like EDM. Okay, so EDM song, or sorry, I'll say EDM theme song for Tech Talk YouTube live stream, where we talk about technology, news, and anything nerdy. I ran out of characters and nerdy stuff. Okay, great. Okay, it's generating lyrics right now. Estimated 2 minutes. I got to take a pee really quick. I'll be right back. All right, I'm coming. Hang in there, boys and girls. So my advice to you guys though is don't put all your eggs into learning like a computer skill or a tech skill. Put your eggs into learning AI. Understand what's available, keep your hand on the pulse, understand how to run it locally, how to use it, how it works, read your papers. Because in the future, there's not going to be most of the jobs are going to be gone unless they require labor that robots can't do cheaper, which again, robotics are accelerating at a similar fast rate. So even manual labor is going to be a hard swallow one day. So your best bet for job security is to be useful to people who employ AI. So, again, be the mechanic that works on the robotic arm instead of the guy doing the job the robotic arm is going to replace. That's probably your best bet, in my opinion. Again, I'm just giving you my advice based on what I've seen over the last year, and I've kept my finger on the pulse, that I really think that if your job depends on doing something that charges like, an hourly rate where you have to produce amount of value for a certain period of time using technology, that job is going to be replaced in the not too distant future with something that you can't compete with. Like there's no way you can do what it can do anywhere close to the same price. You can't be competitive. But where you might be able to be competitive is working on the actual automation itself and working on the AI itself and learning how to, make the AI more efficient and things like that. So that, of the fewer humans that exist for any given job, you'll be more likely to be one of them. Computers fix computers. I'm in trouble. I don't think that's going to be something that happens anytime really soon. Like, I think like troubleshooting, I think AI is going to help people troubleshoot computers, which means the people that fix computers will be able to be McDonald's level workers. Like, for instance, right now, like if a company hires you to fix computers, they're going to pay you a better salary than somebody who fries up, like potatoes at McDonald's, right? And the reason they're going to do that is because you have to have an aptitude to remember more, understand more, be technical, be good at problem solving and things like that. Not just be somebody who can just do the same thing over and over again. However, AI now makes it possible for the same person who employs you to fix computers to hire somebody who's far less educated and pay them far less money, because they can use the AI to augment the skills that that the person was paying for before. So now you can hire the guy that puts the fries in the basket at McDonald's, stick him in front of a well-trained and well-tuned AI that you pay a tech team or a company to produce and maintain. And now they just get the computer, and the AI is like, okay, pull on this, the thing that looks like this, pull on this, look at it, take a picture of it and show me what it looks like. Or take this and take this. Which one do you think is tighter? Does it feel loose? Or here's an example of feel this other thing to feel. It can guide a person through doing the same thing that you're being paid a premium for. And now they don't have to pay nearly as much. So, and they need fewer employees because you can troubleshoot problems faster. Because if employee A figures out a new unique problem, then employee B through the AI already benefits from what employee A found without having to wait for the cycle and for the knowledge to spread naturally word of mouth. It just becomes a part of the AI. So the AI, you're like, okay, well, this guy sent a computer back. We've never seen this problem before. Like, this thing's cracked and we don't know it's what's happening. They're like, oh, we already figured this out. Leading worker 3275 through troubleshooting, and now we know the most likely problem is this. Here's the 3 quickest steps to confirm this before we have to go into more lengthy steps, and now you can move more computers through faster, wasting less time with resources and doing things that are unnecessary. And the AI will be able to do things like, if it finds out that the 10 top troubleshooting steps that you're doing, that step 3 and 6 are the ones that rarely find a solution, if ever, it can move 3 and 6 down past the first top 10 so that they're only done as optional steps, so that it always guarantees that the top 10 things that are checked when a computer comes in are always the most likely things, from most likely to least likely, before you even attempt wasting any time debugging something from like a novel perspective. So, and that's technology we have right now. So, and that's why you see so many layoffs in tech right now. Like Google just laid off a bunch of people citing AI. Amazon laid off a bunch of people citing AI. Microsoft laid off a bunch of people citing AI. So, and when they cite AI and they say, because they usually say exploring AI, what they're saying is they're trying to minimize their workforce, get more done with fewer people by leveraging AI. And the people that the majority of the people that they're keeping on are people that can actually help them to expand the AI to replace more people that cost more to do less. So at the end of the day, it's like your value as a technical worker is going to go down dramatically, which is sad. I mean, it sucks because it's like people spend their entire lives like, and the funny thing is like, it's not funny. It's actually really sad. When you're looking at this and being like, oh, this is something that's never happened before. No, it's happened before, just not at such a fast rate. If you think about it, it happens every couple of generations, right? It happens every generation, arguably, because look at, like a great example is this. When I was at Microsoft, I was a hiring manager. Okay. Barnacules here with his GED, is good enough diploma, I called it. No college education, but because of my skill set that I refined from a young age, it gave me an advantage in a field that not a lot of people bet on, right? Like computers were considered a hobby when I treated them very seriously. And so I got a skill set not a lot of people did, because school just wasn't even really, there weren't that many people going. The job demand was way higher than there was people to satisfy it. So I basically just because of sheer luck got to run around the crowd, right? So now I'm a hiring manager. I literally interviewed people that like wrote assembly for the guidance systems for Lockheed Martin, and I could not hire them because their skills did not align, and it would take too long to bring them up to speed to do the work we needed them to do, because the technologies that they would have been using were so much dumber than what they were used to using. And their skill set was doing these really advanced things that just weren't necessary, but their strengths didn't lie with the simple dumb shit that we needed them to do that way faster without doing as much analysis. Like they were too smart for the job. I remember I literally had a guy come in. I shook his hand. He was a guy probably about 60 years old, older guy, and we got a lot of those at Microsoft. He comes in, his resume is like Boeing, Lockheed Martin, NASA. I'm like, dude, this guy is like baller. And I'm talking to him and I'm having a great time. Go get him water. He's kind of nervous. And he's like, I've been looking for a job. I hope this goes well. I've been looking for a job for a while now. And I'm like, how the fuck, dude? You worked at all these companies? So I shoot the shit with him for a little while, get him comfortable. And he's like, yeah, I worked on the guidance system for such and such bomb for Lockheed Martin or whatever. And, and I worked on like robotics and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, and he's telling me about how he like fucking programmed like vacuum computers, like where, he fed in the ticker tapes or whatever and loaded it into the Altair. And I'm like, dude, this is like, I'm loving it. Right. I'm like, this is great talking to this guy. And we go through and do the test. And I'm like, okay, I need you to write a program to do this, this, and this. And he's like, in C#. And he's like, oh, I don't know C#. I was like, you can use the internet, you can use every research, but he was struggling. He was really struggling because he was looking at the problem from the perspective of somebody who writes low-level code and like trying to figure out like, oh, is the processor big Indian or little Indian? Are we, okay, what are we, is it 32-bit or 64-bit environment? And he's like doing all these things that you would normally do back then, right? Because you need to know those things. But with managed code, you don't need to know any of that shit. So it was just wasted time. But he didn't realize that because he was going at it from a professional perspective from where his skill set was developed. And so it sucked that I couldn't hire him because I'm like, this dude, like the stories alone are worth the hire, but he couldn't do the job because he was like overqualified. Like if we needed somebody to literally write the beginnings of the kernel for a CPU that had no libraries or no support or anything like that, this would be like a good guy to go with, right? He'd be able to do that low level work and build on it and give you something. But for what we were hiring for, he was just way overqualified. So he couldn't find a damn job. And I felt really bad that we couldn't hire him because I was like, dude, this guy is like a fucking genius. But that's exactly the problem we're running into right now with AI again, is I couldn't hire that guy because he's too expensive and he's too slow because he's used to working in this like methodical, very mathematical, very as a matter of fact, factual thing. Whereas what I really need is somebody who can use high level libraries to do immense amount of work in a small amount of time. And so now you have AI come along and it's like, I could bring a guy into, if I repeated the interview today, I've even gone through it in my head. I'm like, if I repeated that same interview today and I brought in a guy from McDonald's and he's like, I have no computer experience. I don't know anything about computers. I don't even know how to plug them in. I don't even know how to turn them on. I don't know jack shit. And then I brought in another guy who's like, I got a computer bachelor's degree in computer science and I can do this. And I literally grab a new piece of technology that neither one of them have seen. And I put it in front of the guy with the fucking fry grease basket. And I give him access to Chat GPT with the latest training through all the sites and all the white papers and everything on that piece of technology. And I hand it to the other guy who's the computer genius, the bachelor service. I can tell you which one's going to absolutely dominate the other. And in the end of the interview is the guy who dominates him and figures out everything and can answer all my question. Is he the smarter guy? No. But he has access to the knowledge and he even has an AI, which argumentatively is the smart person. Like the AI is the smartest person in the room, and who has access to the AI is the smartest person in the minute. Now you could argue if you give access to the AI to the really genius guy, he's going to produce an even better result. And you'd probably be right, but I still have to pay that guy what he's worth for the skill set that he has. And that's going to be infinitely more than taking the slight penalty of the other guy having to figure out, get used to the AI a little bit. But in the end, he's going to be the cheaper guy and he'll still be able to do the same amount of work. Like the other guy with the AI's help is going to ramp up to speed really fucking fast because the AI is only going to make him aware of the absolute bare minimum he needs to tell the AI what it needs for him to do his job. The other guy is going to try to fight the AI and is going to argue with the AI and he's going to try to, do his thing to make it, put his fingerprint on it. The other guy's just not going to give a shit. He's going to do the work, go home, ride dirt bikes. So we're seeing the same thing happen again as with like the overqualified NASA guy, right? We're having the same problem, except for now it's not a matter of smart versus smartest. It's a matter of you can literally take the dumbest, cheapest minimum wage employee and fucking stick them in a high level software development position. And normally when you get hired at a job, they expect you to be worthless for about a month, like in any IT field, because everybody does something different. They have their own dev environments and stuff. Most companies, Microsoft, Google, will say, hey, you're useless for a month. Just shadow people, learn how the system works, learn how we do things, learn our customs, learn how we store things. And then after a month, you can start being useful. You could literally bring somebody's fucking grandma in the door and stick her in front of Chat GPT with the combined knowledge of the company, the entire company's combined knowledge, source code, and everything trained into that AI. You stick her in front of it and just let her fucking question that thing. And at the end of that month, she's going to be as capable as the other person for a fraction of the cost. The only place where this doesn't apply is super high liability, high risk positions. For a while, AI hallucinates and can't be 100% trusted, and you have to be able to troubleshoot it, and you still have to maintain a people. And that's who you want to be. You want to be the person who double checks the AI, fixes the AI, makes the AI better. That you want to have that job. That's your job that won't be replaceable for a while. But the other job is like surgeons. Like, can AI be a surgeon? Absolutely, it can. Could you hook the big, surgical robot or whatever up to a virtual human trained with an AI to go do an appendectomy and shit? Sure. Is it going to get it right a whole bunch of times? Yeah, probably. But the one time it gets it wrong, you're fucked. like, because you need a human dependent on, you need that human liability and everything. So those jobs that still have a high amount of human liability, those will still remain high paid jobs, but they're going to be augmented by technology. So instead of having a surgeon only be able to do 1 surgery a day or 2 surgeries a day, he might be able to do 20 surgeries a day, augmenting AI and using the Da Vinci, machine to minimize how fast they can do surgery, less cuts on the body, better healing time. The AI is going to augment that and make that surgeon more effective so that surgeon can do more procedures in a smaller amount of time with his same resources he had. Therefore, he becomes cheaper because now they can charge for 6 surgeries a day instead of 4 surgeries a day using the same exact surgeon with the same education level, because the AI can fill in enough gaps that he doesn't have to do as much work, as much prep, try as hard, have as many different retries to get an operation or to try to grab the silk and pull it through. Like, the AI can do like those little things to augment his abilities to make him that much more efficient. And that's where that's where cyborgs are going to come in, right? That's going to be, it might not be like you having technology hanging off your head and shit like that, embedded into your scalp at first, but it will be humans working with machines to create a more efficient experience that's cheaper and better. In the end, we're all going to be bored, guys. We're all going to be bored. By the way, that Suno AI song. So that, remember earlier before I took a piss, I said, write an EDM theme song for Tech Talk YouTube live stream where we talk about technology and news and nerdy stuff. I haven't heard this yet. This is just what it came up with. You guys ready? Here's the first attempt.
Welcome to the future where technology thrives. We're diving deep into the digital lives. From gadgets to AI, we're breaking it down. Unlocking secrets, spinning the tech world round. Join the conversation, it's time to get wide. Tech Talk, we're going live. Streaming through the airwaves to light up the night. Breaking news and mind-blowing sights. We're geeking out, yeah, it feels so right. Tech Talk, come take the ride. Together we'll explore this tech wonderland wide. Oi, 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 oi.
I don't know why I put oi, 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 oi 70 times at the end, but that was pretty good, right? Okay, here's the second version.
Welcome to the future where technology thrives. We're diving deep into the digital lives. From gadgets to AI, we're breaking it down. Unlocking secrets, spinning the tech world round. Join the conversation, it's time to get wide. Tech Talk, we're going live. Streaming through the airwaves to light up the night. Nerdy news and mind-blowing insights. We're geeking out, yeah, it feels so right. Tech Talk, come take a ride. Together we'll explore this tech wonderland wide. Oi, 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 oi.
So I think the second one's a lot better too. Stealth agrees. But like, look at that. All I had to type was EDM theme song for Tech Talk YouTube live stream where we talk about technology news and nerdy stuff. I went and took a piss. I came back and it was done in a minute. So if I had those 2 demos written on Fiverr, like at bare minimum, I'd be out $10. Like Fiverr and a day or 2 or 3 for them to, have time to go through their queue and like create a little demo. And that would be just a demo. Then I would have to go to him and pay him like, 20, 30, $50 or whatever to create the rest of the song. And I'd have to go back and forth and agree on things. With this, I can just be like, retry. No, I don't like it. No, add this lyric, remove this lyric. No, change this word to this. And it just does it. Like I don't have to do anything, So it's like you can do, and it's like, and if you run it locally, then there's no limits. Like right now, I probably couldn't get it to do like, Rough Riders Anthem or Mind of a Lunatic or something like that. It's probably going to say that's inappropriate. But if I run it local where I don't have that level of censorship, I could have it write any of those types of songs if I wanted to. Can you do one in the style of AC/DC? Absolutely, I can. Here, okay, let's do this. AC. Let's see here. In the style of AC/DC. Let's see here. Write a let's see here, theme song for Barnacules Nerdgasm. Talking about a bunch of technology. All right, there we go. Create. Done. That's it. Done. Oh yeah, I should have done that. I should have put Thunder in. Damn it. Oh, I just did and I did AC / DC. Okay, it says okay, so it picked the category as energetic rock gritty. Okay, I don't know if that's right or not. Because I did AC / DC, because I think that's how they normally do it, right? Or do they just do AC/DC? Fuck, I don't remember if they have slash. Maybe the slash might throw it off, but we'll see. So yeah, we're playing around with yeah. Emily's like, wait, which AI has the ability to generate audio? Yeah, this is Suno.ai. This is like literally they give you like 15 free songs a day. You can run it locally if you want more than that. I'm demonstrating that AI, like there's so many new things like magnific AI now can upres an image and add like CSI level enhancements to it. Runway ML can create a video just as easily as like you generate an image with Midjourney. Like you can literally like create an animation. There's image to image stable diffusion mods where you can basically take a movie and convert every frame in the movie to animation and take like Top Gun and make it into a fucking Japanese cartoon. There's technology where you can make people lip sync different languages and take other clone voices and swap them. So if you want to create a version of Pulp Fiction that's like child friendly, you could using AI. I mean, do anything. Like AI is so far. Networking guys like anime. What anime? Like anytime you say anime, he perks up. But yeah, people think AI is just Chat GPT. It's like, yeah, maybe 6 months ago. It's been AI breeds AI. Now they have AI training AI. Now you got LM Studio, you got Suno, you've got Poe, you've got all these different GPTs, you've got diffusion generators, you've got GANs, you've got there's so many fucking things, neural networks. There's so many different offshoots that really started when LLMs just caught fire and took off. And when they started combining them with things like neural networks and stuff, and now it's like fucking you name your poison. Like if you can think it today, somebody designs it tomorrow. It's like you almost can't keep up with it. All right, so it finished our songs. It gave us 2 versions. In the style of AC/DC, write a theme song for Barnacules Nerdgasm talking about a bunch of technology. It created artwork for the song that just shows a bunch of like technology sitting on a desk, like keyboards and mice and shit. Okay, so this is the first version.
The passion that's fear, taking on the world without a trace of fear. Oh yeah, from the motherboard to the CPU, he's got a love for gadgets that's brand new. Here's his blood, he's a nerd kind of dude.
It does sound like Teen Titans.
He's a king attack with his under 8 eyes. He's got the world in check. He's got the power, watch his knees as a ball. Barnacules Nerdgasm, minus the knowledge of Jesus goal. Oh yeah, Barnacules Nerdgasm, he's got nerdiness to show. Oh yeah.
Boo yeah. No, you're right. So is it Matended? GANs were here before. Yeah, no. So GANs are just general adversarial networks. Adversarial networks have been around forever, right? Like they've been but they were the foundation piece of AI, like AI before GPTs and stuff like that. Adversarial networks are like a big part of all that, right? They're really good for upscaling shit and like image recognition. There's all kinds of things that adversarial networks are like really, really good at. But they are also a key technology of like almost everything else, like all the AIs, LLMs and stuff. They can all use adversarial networks to come to a better result, because the best way to, just like in real life, the best way to know if you're doing something good is to have somebody else judge it. So when you create an algorithm that's self-correcting, where you say algorithm 2, your job is to make sure algorithm 1 produces something that's within these boundaries, but you're allowed to explore the boundaries. And then this over here is supposed to create something that stays within your explored boundaries, and both of them can basically play off of each other. You get a better result than if you just have one thing just randomly generating shit. Because then as a human, you'd have to go through it all, right? And say, this one's better, this one's worse, this one's better. Think of like ink blot tests. if I show you a bunch of ink blot tests, right? And this is kind of how diffusion models work too, right? Is if I show you an ink blot test and I say, okay, which one looks more like a bat? You can kind of tell me, right? And then the one that doesn't look like a bat, I throw that away. And then I say, hey, adversarial network, this is a good example of what doesn't look like a bat. And then the one that does look like a bat, we just say, good job. This one looks closer to a bat. So then it creates another ink blot and it goes, okay, does this look more like a bat? It's like, oh, well, what do you know? It does look more like a bat. That's interesting. But of the two that you created, this one looks more like a bat than that last one did. So let's go ahead and throw that one over and say, okay, even that one's decent. It's still not good enough. And you basically just keep playing this fucking shell game over and over and over again. And pretty soon you have a massive amount of training data. And the only thing that human really had to put in was the initial training to say, this is what a bat looks like. Like, here's one fucking example of what a bat looks like. And then it could end up, given enough time and enough processing power, it can figure out what that bat could look like in the dark and the light, different colors of bats, different potential species of bats, what traits define a bat, what traits don't define a bat, what can change, what can't. I mean, it's crazy, but it does it so fast and with so many iterations that it looks like superhuman with the level of powers that we have today. Oh, by the way, here's the second version of that song.
Well, he's a tech geek with a passion that's fierce. Taking on the world without a trace of fear. From the motherboard to the CPU. He's got a love for gadgets that's brand new. Got computers in his blood. Nothing new you can't do. Barnacules Nerdgasm, he's a king of tech. Solid and iron. He's got the world in check. Building, tinkering, and talking code. He's got the power, watch his videos unfold. Barnacules Nerdgasm. Technology's his goal. Barnacules Nerdgasm.
Yeah, I kind of nailed the second one, didn't it?
He's got nerdiness to show.
Okay, so I think it might have got a little confused by me separating AC/DC. So let me say, let's do, okay, so let's see here. Theme song for Barnacules Nerdgasm in the style of Ace. Oh, here I'll say like. Or actually, I'll just say AC/DC Thunderstruck. So let's do AC/DC Thunderstruck. With lyrics for Barnacules Nerdgasm, YouTube channel theme song. Oh, because again, by me just saying AC/DC, I don't know if it's going to match that on AC/DC, the music band. I don't know if it's going to think that I'm talking about like literally AC and DC electricity. I think in the context of a music app, it would be able to tell, but just in case. By saying Thunderstruck, though, now I'm specifically telling it I want something that's in the style of this specific song instead of the entire body of work. Because for all I know, AC/DC made songs I never heard like back in the day that sounded more rockish, that just weren't popular. But this way now I'm saying, listen, I want it like Thunderstruck. Like I want somebody that listens to the song to not hear Thunderstruck, but to realize it's related in some way. So now what it's going to do is it's going to write the lyrics and it's going to perform the music in a way where it sounds closer but not identical to Thunderstruck, so that somebody goes, oh man, that actually sounds like that could be similar. It's not going to do the voices though. You're not going to get like the same voice as like, what's his name from AC/DC or whatever. Because obviously they don't want to get the shit suit out of them. So the voices that are created, I'm sure, are synthetic. All right, here we go. So it created AC/DC Thunderstruck with the lyrics for Barnacules Nerdgasm YouTube channel theme song. The artwork for the song is like a Seattle city skyline with a silhouette of a guy walking into lightning coming down. And here, let's start with verse 2 because everybody says the second one sounds better. Let's start with the second one. You ready? Here we go. Chorus. that's the first one. Here's the second one. Oh.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I was caught in the middle of a tech storm. Whoa, whoa. I looked around and I knew there was no turning back. Whoa, whoa.
All right, this one's just weird.
My computer was loaded and the speaker was crying. Whoa, whoa. The lightning struck and it gave me a heart attack. Thunder, I'm burning out. Thunder, I'm going bold. Thunder, it's time to shout. Thunder, a nerdgasm to unfold. Thunder, the thunder.
So I agree. I think the first one sounded better. So the first one I played, which was the second one, which is always the one that's better, right? So, I mean, you have to admit this is pretty fucking unreal. Like, and most of you guys, this is probably the first time you're even hearing about this, right? I just heard about like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. So AI is just moving at such a goddamn accelerated rate. And what's happening is remember, there's AIs for ears, AIs for visual, AIs for still imagery, AI for movies, AIs for sound, AIs for 3D, AIs for fucking everything now. Like anything you can think of, there's some kind of AI that is making progress in that space. They're all using adversarial networks and LLMs and diffusion models and stuff to like learn like humans do, right? They're all provide now people are putting them together, right? So now you have multimodal, which means, you know, it can handle data from music to imagery, basically all of our senses, right? And so multimodal now can apply this learning in across all of those different senses. And now you're starting to get shit where it's like, okay, I've got a GPT that can program. I've got a diffusion model that can make images. I've got a diffusion model that can make videos. I've got another model that can generate 3D images. I've got another one that can create environments from you know existing or fictitious environments. I've got AIs that can digitally alter existing video to change how lip movements, facial expressions. I can deep fake anything on the fly, swapping in faces from humans and non-humans now. So you take all these technologies and people are just figuring out new ways to put them together, right? And the more that you put them together, the more that they learn, because the product of what they create in the end by putting them together, the multimodal, goes towards that training. And so every day it's like it's weird. It's like it gets noticeably better every day. It's moving faster than I can keep up. And at this rate, it's like, God, I can't even imagine in just a year. I can't even look 12 months. I think 12 months in the future, AGI is going to totally be a thing. I think 12 months in the future, we're literally going to have like the first movies released, like full feature length films that are 100% created by AI from start to finish without any human actually acting in them, no mocap, nothing. And it's just going to keep getting better and better and better. Yeah, it is. It's a singularity. Totally. This is just wild, right? And the thirst and the biggest thing that's holding it back right now, like the one thing that's keeping it at least leashed a little bit, is processing power. But you guys aren't going to like the next part. This is the part that a lot of people aren't really thinking about, that I've been putting a little bit of thought into. Is, do you guys remember when cryptocurrency pretty much took all GPUs away from everybody, and nobody, like a fucking $5,000 for a mediocre GPU for your gaming PC, and then gaming companies couldn't really make games with better graphics and shit because nobody could afford the fucking hardware to run them, and like even people were running out and buying gaming consoles and hacking them to mine cryptocurrency and shit. Like, it was that bad, right? It's all happening again right now. You may not have noticed it at the moment, but it's already happening. Like, Nvidia is already making bespoke shipments of the limited chips that they do have to China to beat an embargo. Well, they already did, just for basically building the equivalent of what crypto miners were, but for AI. So just like with crypto mining, where you need to have a lot of computations to generate this fictitious currency, right, that's tradable and unique, and track it and keep it on the level, right? AI requires oodles of power in the same respect. Primarily, though, AI is being developed on something called CUDA, which is a NVIDIA specific technology. Now there's other machine learning technologies like OpenCL and shit like that they could use, but the one that's the fastest is CUDA right now. So Nvidia shit is most sought after at the moment, and Nvidia just happens to have the fastest GPUs on the planet. So all the Nvidia shit's going to be earmarked for AI, which means there's going to become a point where your options are mediocre gaming card, the AI it's not worth its space and power requirement, or spending, you know, whatever the equivalent in value that it can get computing AI would be to that company for them to sell it to you and make the same profit. Meaning that, you know, a 5090 GPU when it comes out might not be $1,500, it might be $10,000, even though it's a consumer card. And the reason being is because if you put that card in a rack and did AI work and sold that AI compute training power to the network, you would get the equivalent of $10,000. Therefore, that's what that card has to sell for. And the reason that they'll have to do that is because if they don't, everybody's going to go to the store and buy a $1,500 graphics card just to take home and put it on eBay and sell it to those companies for $10,000. And so in the end, the company still gets all the graphics cards. And the few people that have the gaming card, how are they going to be able to justify keeping it? They're like, I could sell this for $10,000 and go build like 5 more gaming computers that are mediocre. They can still run all the current games because nobody's even going to make games for the higher end hardware because it's not profitable anymore. And they're going to sell the cards to AI. So what's going to happen is we're going to see this period where AI just consumes all the super high end GPUs, like all of them. And you're just going to have 2 categories. You're going to have GPUs that are designed for gaming with low VRAM. And they can still have fast processors and stuff. Like the fast processor isn't what's most important to AI. It's the VRAM, right? But like, if you think in like a year, you're going to be able to just go buy a fucking 16 or 24 gigabyte VRAM card off the shelf for like, you know, the same money they're selling for now. No, because what's going to happen is all the A1 cards are going to be earmarked. They already are. As fast as Nvidia can make them, they're all being chassied and put into action for AI. So your only real option is going to be slower cards or faster cards with low VRAM. Or like you better hope that Nvidia can increase production to outpace the requirement for AI. So so that's what I'm worried about. And there's a lot of people that disagree with me. Like, don't think just because I think this is going to happen. Like this is just my opinion based on what I'm seeing, and also being a person that participated in cryptocurrency for a long time, and I'm seeing a resurgence of this. So if you have an opportunity to get your hands on a good graphics card right now, like I'm sad because I really want a 4090 because I do a lot of AI stuff. Like I don't even use it for gaming. I just want one for AI, period. And I can't even get my hands on one for anywhere. Like I can't get my hands on one for like a reasonable price secondhand. And they're just going to go up. They're just going to go up in price. So if you have a 4090 right now, I guarantee you that in a year you'll sell it for more than what it's worth. So to somebody who wants to do AI, maybe not like a data center because they're going to want to run the bleeding edge, but the secondhand market will be strong because you're going to have people that want to do AI at home also. And AI is going to become such a big part of our lives. And we're going to put so much demand on AI from the cloud that these companies are going to have to just keep installing next generation GPUs, more power. Now, the saving grace is, just like with crypto, you'll probably be able to get the second generation cards that are no longer considered profitable. Like, for instance, like when a 5090 comes out, maybe you'll be able to get a 4090 for like cheaper than what you would have paid for it, but the 5090 will be out of reach. So you'll still be able to get, because by that point, the VRAM will probably go up. The GPU will be so much faster that it won't even be worth their time and electricity to keep running the 4090s. Like the literal HVAC and real estate that they take up will not be worth the increase in performance going up a generation, because that's how thirsty AI is going to be. It's going to really, even just a single generational game will be worth upgrading your entire data center because of how valuable it is. So, but on the flip side, the good news is AMD graphics cards will probably still be readily available, just like with crypto mining. Actually, that wasn't the truth in the beginning. AMD cards were even more sought after than Nvidia, but AMD cards will probably still be available because they support OpenCL, which is like the open standard for machine learning. And the truth is, most of the AIs don't use OpenCL. I don't know why though. I don't know why, but even in my travels on GitHub, there's very few projects that support AMD OpenCL. Like, it's not open. It's OpenCL supported across a whole bunch of things, but it's weird. It's like, even though CUDA is only NVIDIA, the vast majority of all the cutting edge AI projects I see are CUDA only. And I find that just really bizarre. I don't know why, because OpenCL should have very similar capabilities. But there must be just something there's something that CUDA does that OpenCL doesn't, that really drags in the LLMs and the upscalers and all that shit. Like they all seem to just want that CUDA shit. And it must be, it could be because of coding, because of AI, because of the support Nvidia gives. I don't fucking know. But for some reason, because otherwise I just go buy an AMD card. Fuck, you can get an AMD card with like 24 gigs of VRAM or whatever for like fucking half the price of an Nvidia card with half the RAM. So if I was just doing AI shit and I could just, and all the projects supported OpenCL and they ran as good as they did on Nvidia, I'd just go get one of the AMD cards, right? Like I don't have that much brand loyalty. But they don't. They're not supported on a lot of the projects. So not really sure why. Guys, I'm actually feeling pretty sickly. So I think I'm gonna probably start shutting her down. But definitely go play with Suno AI. Suno AI is a fun little project. Another one that you should play with, as long as they're still giving out free credits. I don't know if they're still giving out free credits. They might have ended that. But if they're still giving out free credits, go try out this. It's called Magnific AI. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I'm not editor. Let me just put the... Sorry, brain is not working right now. I haven't really eaten today either. So go there and play around with that if you can, if they have a free version. It might go back. It might be just be pay version right now. But a friend of mine actually worked on this tool and he's the CEO of the company now. This all happened like overnight. It's like he worked on this for a while. He debuted it to people testing it. A company like contacted him, bing, bang, boom. Now he's like sharing CEO seat with somebody and formed a whole company around it. But Magnific AI is an upscaler that basically is like, you know, in CSI where they do enhance, and they zoom into shit and it gets more and more detail. It's kind of like that, but you take an image and it just increases the resolution of it. And then it swaps that additional resolution with more detail that it comes up with and basically fabricates based on hallucinating what could be there. And by just fucking with some sliders and giving it some hints about like the picture that can help guide it with how it adds that detail, you can get some insane images out of this thing. You can feed in absolute dog shit and get out like the most remarkable, amazing image. Like you can feed in a picture of your house all dilapidated and fall apart and give it a phrase like pristine new construction. And it'll basically show your house with double the resolution, clean paint, everything pristine and perfect, but it's still clearly your house. It's badass. It's badass. I ran a bunch of, yeah, it's an AI upscaler. Exactly. But it's a really good AI upscaler. The way he did it and the interface and everything and the results are just fantastic. I've been loving playing with it. But yeah, you can achieve similar results if you mod Stable Diffusion and do image to image. But yeah, it's just, this shit's getting off the hook, man. It's getting off the hook. Like the stuff you can do, Runway ML, Control Net with Stable Diffusion doing animations, deep fakes, wave to lip, voice cloning. All this shit is all possible either through an online service that's either free or pay, or through a GitHub project through open source. So it's like, if you're willing to just spend a little bit of time and fuck around on GitHub, or you're willing to pay a couple dollars for the compute in the cloud with Hugging Face and stuff like that, and do the research, it's like the shit that you can come up with is mind blowing. So it's like, instead of spending all your time learning how to be like really good at, you know, drawing and Photoshop, it's like you could spend a fraction of that time learning how to create God level imagery and animations and 3D environments and anything you fucking think of with AI. It's like, don't even assume you can't do it. Just assume you can until something proves you can't, because you're more than likely going to find something that can do it. One of the things I want to do, one of the things I really want to do, and I talked about it earlier on Tech Talk, is I want to go restore games from my childhood to like God level graphics. So I want to go download like Wing Commander, fucking Heart of the Lion, and run it through an AI upscaler so that every frame is like upscaled and like super sharp and highly detailed. Mark Hamill looks like a fucking new person. All the graphics and the space flight animations are all fucking crispy 4K with like hyper detailed textures and everything that are 10 times the resolution. I want to go unbox. Yeah, exactly. Gran Turismo 2, old racing games, Richard Burns Rally. I want to figure out how to take these old games that just look clapped out by today's standards, rip out all the graphics assets, rework them all, new resolution, upscale, go through, rework the video, upscale the video, do deep fake replacements on the fucking characters in the games, whatever I want, right? Take all that with AI and then just pack it back in the WAD and resource files, throw it together and fire up the game and see if with like modern computers with the resources we have now can actually load those textures, which the old ones wouldn't have been able to. And see if we can't get something that's like just to give these new games new life. Like just imagine like all your favorite childhood games like Ultima 6 Curse of the Azure Bonds, Secret of the Silver Blades, Dungeons and Dragons, fucking everything you can think of. Take all those games, imagine them with modern day graphics like today, without you needing any art skills to do it. Imagine taking all the sounds, all the MIDI music from those games and shit, and running them through Suno AI. And there's even I even found I can't remember what it's called, but there's an AI on GitHub where you can feed it a MIDI song. It like actually feed it like, you know, like the old video game music and shit, and it'll actually crank out like acoustic versions of it. So not like taking MIDI and just changing the instruments on, you know, the MIDI inputs and everything. You basically give it a waveform from digitally generated music from beeps and boops, and it'll actually give you like orchestral representations of the music. So you could even take like old fucking Pac-Man and, you know, take the wonk, 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 feed it into this and get like some crazy new way high resolution sound out of it. And I would love to see what people could come up with. Like Doom, I think would be the easiest one. Like I think Doom would be the easiest one because in Doom, all of the textures are stored in a WAD file, which is a very like well understood open format that everybody and their brother used for a long time. So I think they even use the similar thing for like Hexen and Duke Nukem and Quake and shit. I think the WAD file was adopted forever. But if you could unpack the WAD file, which there's tools, there's utilities that do it, right? So grab a utility, unpack the WAD file, take all those images in a directory and just huck them at fucking image to image stable diffusion or Magnific or, you know, any number of AI tools. Take the sounds out of the game and run them through upscale processor to make them all like, you know, 320 hertz FLAC files and shit. And then take all that stuff and then repack it back into the WAD. Like have it give all the files the same names, just create them in a different folder, and then run the WAD tool in reverse to put all that shit back into the WAD at the highest resolutions it supports, at the highest stuff, and then try to start the game and see if we can't get a game running with like non-pixelated graphics. Like I want to see what Duke Nukem looks like in 4K with all of the generated detail and the skin texture of Duke and all the aliens having like seeing every pore on their body. Like, I want to see what that looks like. And I think the first step for that is doing it ahead of time by reworking stuff through various different AI engines and then repackaging it. But I honestly think if that works and it actually ends up yielding a decent result, then in the future, we won't even have to do it ahead of time. You'll just be able to fire up like fucking GTA 3 or GTA 4 and enable an engine that intercepts all the texture API calls and everything like that. And when it loads a texture, it goes through a mini driver. So basically you just like you would with like a hack or a mod, you tie into the game stack, and anytime it tries to load a resource or load a texture, it calls any of the API calls that would load a texture. It basically loads the low resolution texture, passes it off in real time to a high texture generator. And then the end result that gets returned back to the previous API in the stack is the high resolution version of the texture. And effectively every game you play, if you enable this option in the graphics driver, will just automatically give you like super high resolution, super high upscaled, super high detailed fucking AI graphics in every game you play. And that means that every single time you update your GPU, every time you upgrade your computer, every time it gets faster, hardware in it, everything, every time you run your games, it's just going to get that much more graphical. So just imagine that, where it's like they don't have to recreate the game. They don't have to recreate the textures. They don't have to create a brand new thing to have the new graphics. You just have them. Like it just happens as a part of, you know, it just dynamically happens on the stack. It's gonna be crazy. The future is gonna be nuts though, guys. But I would say if you're thinking of where you should put your skill points in life, it should definitely be in AI. Understand how AI works, understand what its capabilities are, don't underestimate it, and try not to overinvest in a job that AI is heading towards. Like look at what AI's capabilities are. And look where it's headed, look where it's going to be able to do things cheaper than humans doing the same thing, or allow humans to do a lot more for the same amount of people and same amount of money, which also will make it harder for you to get into that space. And avoid those jobs entirely and instead focus on jobs where you're helping the AI to optimize, because you're not going to stop it no matter what. But the people that are going to be most in demand in the future when you go to a job is like, what do you know about AI? What do you know about prompt engineering? Like what AIs are you familiar with? Are you familiar? You know, what things are you comfortable with? Like that's going to be the shit that people are going to be asking for tech jobs in the future. You're going to go in and want to be a fucking game tester. And they're going to be like, okay, you're a game tester. Yeah, you know, what games have you played and everything? They're going to be like, hey, what AIs are you familiar with? How are you going to leverage AI to create a better test matrix for your for your game? What is your strategy for finding bugs and everything? And if you tell them, oh yeah, I created an AI prompt that can generate all this shit or whatever, and I work in tandem with it, and I can cut it down by 93% over a normal person that doesn't have access to this technology, they're going to be like, we're going to hire you and your AI. Come on, come have a job. So, oh, Leisure Suit Larry would be a great one to redo the graphics. Oh my God, that would be awesome. Imagine playing Leisure Suit Larry where it looks like the box art. Like literally feed the box art into a multimodal AI, like Dolly, right? Feed it in there, the original box art, like photographic box art, and then feed in the textures from the game and say rework the texture from the game to look in the style of the box art. Then take that high resolution asset, put it back in. Like everything from sprites and everything. I think you'd get an amazing result. Hey, Barn, do you know what these AI engines on new CPUs are coming out will be for? Wait, do you know what these AI engines on the new CPUs are coming out will be for? I don't think I understand. Hold on, Barn, do you know what these AI engines on the new CPUs? Oh, like when they say that there's AI engines on the GPU. No, that they're just that's just fancy speak for fast floating point and high speed VRAM memory access. They're not creating CPU chips that like literally have fucking the AI algorithms built into them. All they're doing is building chips that are just incredibly fast at doing the operations that benefit AI for training and recall. So if faster L3 cache and fewer cycles on the CPU to recall something in a certain way benefits AI and makes it fast, they're just focusing on making those operations faster. They're not really it's not like they're taking ChatGPT and like installing it physically in the CPU. It's just marketing jargon. Whenever you see something like, oh, with AI built in or whatever, that doesn't necessarily mean the AI is even running locally on the thing. It just means that they're designing the technology to interface with cloud AI to give you a better overall response. Yeah, perfecting floating point approximations. Yeah, no, that totally. Because that's the thing too, is like the more accurate the math is, because the faster the math is, usually the looser the floating point. But the higher the precision the math, the better the result. So, because at the end of the day, it's all math. It's always math. All right, guys, I gotta get going. I'm dying here. Yeah, I got a killer headache too. Feeling kind of gross. Plus, I want to message my dad and see if he responds. I don't know if he will or not, but I'll message him, see how he's doing. You guys have been awesome. I love your faces. Thank you for showing up Tech Talk. I didn't stream all week last week on Twitch. I hope I can stream on Monday. I got to get back to streaming because we're dying over here. I can't stay away any longer. I'm going to lose my entire audience, and I will not come back from that, sadly. So I got to work on that. I just hope that my dad hangs on and he makes good decisions from this point on, so I don't have to keep panicking and running around and freaking out and not being able to focus on anything. I appreciate it, Bran. Hey, I'm not religious either, and I even prayed for my dad. Like shit, I don't care. Like I'm not gonna, even though I'm not religious, doesn't mean I'm not gonna do what he asks me to do when he's in this rough of shape. So, yeah, I got to figure out how to de-stress. Luckily, my doctor gave me some propranolol or something. Propranolol. It's like a beta blocker for blood pressure. That's been helping to take the edge off quite a bit. So thank goodness I've got something to at least help me relax a little bit, so I'm not so freaking tense and panicky. But just to give you an idea, I was so tense over the last 2 days, just freaking out and panicking and feeling like I get a tick, like where my whole body like convulses, and it happens when like I can't slow down the thinking of my brain. So as it comes to a climax, it tends to manifest itself as like a really hard jolt throughout my body. And it happened so many times over the last 2 days that I pulled both muscles in my back and both muscles in my abs. And that's never happened before. I've never had so many jolts from stress and panic that it's physically like hurt me that bad. So the side effect for you is sleepy nearly the entire day. Warn me. Yeah, it definitely makes you tired. Yeah, propanol definitely makes you tired. But just to let you know how stressed I was on max propanol and hydroxine, and I still couldn't get to sleep, and I still stayed up for 36 hours, even with that. So that tells you how fucking stressed I've been. But you guys have been awesome. I love your faces. Thank you for everything, and I'll catch you guys over on the X. In the meantime, if you have questions, or hit me up over on Discord. Peace out. Love your faces. Barnacules out.